Aldia town is a place of massive marble pillars and bustling markets, where life usually feels like a fantasy dream. Someone has finally tracked down their target, and they are not planning on letting him escape this time. This red-haired girl practically tackles Kai right in the middle of a tavern. She is clingy and demands that they leave immediately. Our boy is just sitting there wondering how his life turned into a rom-com. She puts on an angelic smile while pleading with him to hurry. A wave of noise from the lively crowd drowns out his thoughts, as the locals keep the ale flowing and the tavern staff busy. Kai was actually having a decent meal in peace before the chaos started. He is probably wishing he could go back to 5 minutes ago. But wait, it gets even more complicated because another girl suddenly appears. She sneaks up behind him and declares that she has finally found him. This girl, dressed like a nun, is even more desperate. She grabs his arm and begs him to come back to her estate immediately. She even brought a friend who looks just as happy to see him. These girls are acting like he is a long-lost prince. A blonde girl joins the fray and tells him to go play with someone named Ramai. She is definitely not asking nicely. Kai is sweating bullets because he just wanted one quiet drink. He tells her today is not the day, but she looks totally shocked. She drags him away with enough force to give him whiplash, while screaming about Ramai finally having some free time to play today. An older blonde woman shows up with a massive smile, trying to sweet-talk him. Even the little girl looks very annoyed. Our boy is completely drained and asks why his life is like this. He looks like he has officially given up on everything. Time passes quickly as the sun sets, and the warmth of the tavern is replaced by the freezing air of a deep forest. The silence of the woods feels oppressive, as the shadows grow long enough to swallow anyone who dares to wander off the path. He eventually reaches a glowing river that cuts through the darkness with a magical light that feels more like a warning than a guide. A group of rough-looking thugs breaks the silence. This big guy with a bandana is shouting at Kai to pay attention. It turns out he has been reincarnated as the public executioner Master Kai, who is supposed to be the most ruthless man in the room. The boss tells Kai to stay awake and watch the hostages. Apparently, they hold these people from Wafer Town for a reward. He tells Kai to rough up the prisoners if they make noise. Our boy just lowers his head and agrees like a lackey. Kai starts clutching his head in total confusion. He is wondering how the hell things ended up like this after everything that happened. He remembers a violent car crash where glass shattered everywhere, and he realized he accidentally dragged someone else into the tragedy. After that fatal accident, he suddenly woke up in this strange world without any memory of how he actually managed to survive. Suddenly, it all clicks for him. This is the world of fancy, roomy fantasy, a game he knows all too well from his past life. Reality hits him hard when he looks around the camp and sees the situation. Our boy realizes he is literally working for the bad guys in this world. He hears a strange creaking noise coming from a carriage and decides to investigate. Something is definitely wrong with this cargo. His heart sinks when he sees an actual iron cage. This is way worse than he imagined, and it makes him sick to his stomach. Kai remembers that in the game story, the minor villains who are not needed anymore just get eliminated. That is a terrifying thought for his future. Right now, he is basically a walking target for the plot. He needs to figure out a plan before his time runs out in this camp. Step 1 is getting some resources for a quick getaway. He knows he needs money and a map if he wants to survive this mess. He manages to find a map of the Cadia forest. If this really is the game world, he might actually have a chance to escape the forest. Lantern in hand, Kai creeps back toward the cages. He has to do something about the prisoners if he wants to stay alive and clear his conscience. The girls inside the cage freak out when they see him coming. They think he is just another guard here to torment them in the dark. Our protagonist is sweating bullets while looking at them. He can see the fear in their eyes, and it is breaking his heart to watch them suffer. He finds 3 young girls huddled together in the shadows who are shaking with fear and covered in painful bruises from their long journey. The silver-haired girl trembles in silence as she struggles to process the trauma of being held captive in such a dark place. The redhead stares him down with eyes full of pure hatred. She is clearly not going to make this easy for him to explain himself. She yells at him and says she knows he is just trying to trick them. She is not falling for any more lies from these guards. Tears stream down the silver-haired girl's face as she asks for one single reason to trust him. After everything they have suffered, they have no reason to believe him. Kai freezes up because he does not have an easy answer ready. The weight of the situation is finally hitting him like a ton of bricks. The red-haired girl sneers at his silence. She thinks she has him figured out as just another liar who failed at his own game. Then out of nowhere, Kai drops into a deep bend. He tells them he is truly sorry for taking so long to come to their aid tonight. The girls are absolutely stunned by this reaction. They did not expect an apology from someone they thought was their cruel captor. Kai stands tall and holds his lantern high to look as official and heroic as possible in the dark night. He tells them with a straight face that he is actually an undercover intelligence agent who has been sent here on a top-secret mission. Even though he just lied through his teeth, he knows it is necessary. Winning their trust is his only priority right now if he wants a future. Kai is starting to feel the pressure. He knows the stakes are high, and one wrong move ends everything for him. This is a nightmare scenario for any escape attempt. The red-haired girl explains that her leg is in terrible shape, while the white-haired girl admits she is completely blind and can't see a thing. The girls are clearly in no condition to run for their lives. To make matters even worse, the young blonde girl named Ramai is totally out of commission. She's exhausted and burning up with a fever. Our boy starts thinking about the reality of the situation. Even if they manage to sneak past the guards, what then? He worries that without a plan, they will all just collapse and die on the side of the road somewhere soon. The girls look at him with such genuine gratitude just for not being another enemy. They thank him, but look totally hopeless. Kai stands there in silence, taking it all in. The weight of their lives is suddenly resting entirely on his shoulders. His hands tremble from the sheer intensity of the moment. It is a lot for any normal person to handle alone. Seeing the girls in such a desperate state is almost too much to bear. Young Ramai reaches out with a trembling hand, begging for help, as the others look on with tears in their eyes. The sheer weight of their survival now rests solely on his shoulders. Something inside him finally clicks. That look on his face says it all. He is done being afraid of the future. Our boy tightens his fist with a sudden burst of resolve. No more hesitation from him, starting right this second. Kai stands tall and tells them that escaping is still a much better option than staying in this hellhole. He looks them in the eyes and promises to carry them if they are unable to walk on their own. It is a massive burden to take on, but our protagonist is stepping up when it matters most. The girls are absolutely stunned. They probably think he has lost his mind or is just being way too optimistic about things. But Kai isn't just talking big. He explains that he has a map and knows this entire region like the back of his hand. He tells the other two to grab on tight because they are moving out right now. He is finally taking charge of things. The group makes their move under the cover of a deep blue night sky. Kai is actually carrying both the red-haired girl and young Ramai, while the white-haired girl follows along as best she can. They begin their slow and dangerous trek through the thick trees. As they move, Kai realizes that this new body of his is actually incredibly muscular. He is holding up way better than expected. So far, the coast is clear. No one is chasing them yet, but he knows they need to keep moving forward into the night. Our boy realizes the map actually lists a place called Oldia Town, which was the exact name he used during his playthrough. If the original game data is still in this world, somehow, he might have a massive advantage over everyone else. The realization hits him hard. This isn't just some random fantasy world. It is a world he helped build with his hands. With this new information, Kai knows exactly where they need to head to find a safe haven. He carries the girls through the thick forest with a renewed sense of purpose and direction. No more wandering aimlessly through the woods like a lost soul. Kai is doing the absolute heavy lifting by literally carrying two exhausted girls through the dark woods while leading the group to safety. They finally arrive at a massive treehouse that looks like it was pulled straight out of a high-end fantasy adventure game. The white-haired girl is barely holding it together as she reaches the absolute limit of her physical endurance during the journey. Kai continues to push forward with the group, despite his own exhaustion, as they approach the entrance of the hidden sanctuary. He notices an ancient stone tablet covered in glowing runes, and suddenly remembers how to bypass the security lock on the door. The girls are huddled together looking absolutely drained and worried, as they rely on Kai to find them a safe place. Kai begins to channel his mana into the lock while trying to recall the exact secret keyword needed to trigger the mechanism. A massive magic circle erupts in a blinding flash of light as the hidden entrance to the sanctuary finally begins to open. He steps through the door and looks around the dusty interior, while feeling relieved that the base is actually still standing. Kai makes sure the unconscious blonde girl is comfortable as they finally settle into the safety of their secret hideout for the night. The red-haired girl realizes that Kai is definitely no ordinary agent after seeing him bypass such a high-level magical seal so easily. The white-haired girl is stunned that someone actually managed to build a functioning house in such a dangerous and remote forest location. Kai decides to play it cool and keeps his secrets to himself despite the suspicious and curious looks he is getting. The girls are terrified that their friend Ramai is not going to pull through because her injuries look far too severe to survive. Our hero takes a quiet moment to assess their desperate situation, while the heavy atmosphere of the room hangs over the group. He starts racking his brain because he remembers he should have some legendary high-level items stocked up from his time in the game. The redhead looks up with desperate eyes and asks if there is even a scrap of food or medicine they can give her. Kai discovers a hidden stash of glowing potions and realizes that the game system functions perfectly in this strange new world. He pulls out a healing item, but the redhead thinks he is just joking around with some useless regular medicine at first. Her eyes go wide as she sees the liquid glowing with a strange purple light that she has never seen before in her life. Kai explains that this is not your average healing potion and is confident it will save their friend if they use it immediately. She stares at the glowing purple liquid in absolute shock as she tries to process what kind of legendary item he is holding. Our protagonist stays perfectly calm while explaining that he never bothered keeping any low-level junk in his inventory during his gaming days. This legendary elixir is capable of instantly curing everything from fatal injuries to extreme hunger and even the most deadly magical poisons. Kai realizes that his gaming obsession finally paid off and that he could probably sell this stuff for a massive fortune later. The white-haired girl starts getting suspicious and asks Kai who he really is because no ordinary agent would have such a valuable item. Our boy breaks a sweat because he realizes he accidentally showed way too much of his hand by revealing his legendary hoard of loot. He tells the red-haired girl that it is better for both of them if she stops asking so many questions while he hands over the potion. Kai tells the other two girls that they should use the medicine as well, because he needs everyone back at peak physical performance. He admits that he is just tired of carrying them around like luggage and wants them to be able to walk on their own. The girl looks at him with watery eyes and asks if the legendary universal elixir from the fairy tales actually exists in real life. Kai confirms that the miracle is real and passes the bottle over without a second thought to help the exhausted girl recover her strength. She holds the glowing miracle close to her face and can hardly believe that she is actually holding something so precious and rare. Our boy turns his attention to the blonde girl who has been hanging by a thread and promises her that she will finally get better. He carefully helps the unconscious girl take a sip of the powerful medicine while making sure she receives the full effect of the cure. The powerful potion begins to take effect immediately as the peak of alchemical science starts mending her broken body from the inside out. A brilliant light fills the room as the blonde girl is enveloped in a warm glow of high-tier restoration magic from the bottle. Her eyes finally flutter open, and she looks up at Kai to thank him for saving her from the very brink of death. Kai warns her that even this legendary medicine cannot cure mental exhaustion, and that she still needs plenty of rest to fully recover. He looks on with a satisfied expression, knowing that his hard work and high-level hoarding finally managed to save the entire group. The holy light of the legendary potion envelops the two girls as their bodies begin to fully recover from their horrific ordeal. Kai jokes about what kind of reward he should ask for once he gets everyone home safely. The girls burst into tears of pure joy after realizing they can finally see and walk again on their own. Our hero sighs while admitting he has no idea how long these poor girls have been forced to suffer through their illnesses. Kai is completely floored when he hears that the girls were kidnapped and dragged all the way from Oldia town. He lets out a heavy sigh, realizing that the long trek back home is going to take them quite a while to complete. The red-haired girl snaps back with an annoyed look and tells him to go complain to his friends if he finds the trip so troublesome. Nina points out that if they actually had access to legendary warp magic, they would have escaped this nightmare ages ago. He gives a sheepish little laugh and admits that she definitely has a fair point about their lack of magical options. Checking his own status window confirms that he is just a basic D-rank adventurer with absolutely no legendary spells in his kit. Nina explains that warp magic is basically a myth, because only one legendary person in history ever managed to master it. Our protagonist sits back and processes the fact that there are no magical shortcuts for this long and dangerous rescue mission. The girls sit close together and clutch their map as they prepare themselves for the long and difficult journey ahead. Nina flashes a warm smile and tells Kai that she is finally starting to feel better thanks to all his help. The red-haired girl admits her leg feels much better and shows a moment of genuine gratitude toward her rescuer. She gets a bit feisty again and tells him to stop calling her by generic terms since they already introduced themselves earlier. The white-haired girl officially introduces herself as Nina Qualier Ansage, while looking much more composed than before. They point out that the third member of their group is named Ramai, and she is still fast asleep while recovering. Kai feels his brain melting, because these complex fantasy names are way harder to memorize than anything from his old world. Kai reminds everyone that the real challenge is getting them back home safely, even if the villains try to track them down. Our hero gets dead serious and explains that guaranteed victories simply do not exist in this dangerous reality. The red-haired girl looks on in shock as he warns her that they have no idea how many strong enemies might be waiting for them. Nina speaks up and suggests that avoiding combat whenever possible is their best chance at making sure everyone survives the trip. He reminds the girls that unlike a video game, they only have one life and death is permanent in this world. Our boy vows to do everything within his power to steer clear of any unnecessary battles during their journey. The red-haired girl asks Kai if he has a concrete plan for their escape while they hide out in a secluded treehouse. Kai looks a bit overwhelmed and admits that answering her is pretty tough when she puts it that way. He is trying to keep his cool despite the pressure of protecting 3 girls at once. The girls stare at him in total silence, while Kai breaks out into a cold sweat because he has no idea what to say next. Kai explains that the enemies who kidnapped them are likely watching Wafer Town like hawks right now. He hands over a map to show them the real path they need to take to avoid a trap. Since he arrived from the direction of Wafer, they will naturally assume he has some kind of connection there. He points out the town on the map to make sure everyone knows exactly where not to go. The new plan is to head south through the forest and reach a different settlement instead. Kai tells them they can hire a wagon there even if it costs them a bit of gold. The red-haired girl looks down embarrassed and admits they basically have no money or belongings left. It's a brutal reminder of just how much they lost when they were captured. Kai pulls out a pouch of coins and tells them they need to look like big spenders to avoid suspicion. He wants them to get new clothes so they look generous and blend in with the locals. The white-haired girl is stunned by his generosity and asks why he is going so far to help them. She is clearly wondering what his angle is after everything they have been through. Kai puts on a nervous smile while his brain works overtime to come up with a believable story. You can tell he is not used to being interrogated by the people he is trying to save. Kai claims that he works as a secret intelligence agent and that saving them is simply part of his official mission. He doubles down on the lie, saying he wouldn't even be doing this without specific orders from above. It's a classic move to make his kindness seem like nothing more than a job requirement. Suddenly, he notices the blonde girl Ramai staring at him with sharp blue eyes from the bed. She has been awake and listening to his entire fake backstory this whole time. Kai jumps a little and asks Ramai why she didn't say anything if she was already awake. He is definitely panicking that a little girl just saw right through his secret agent cover story. Ramai looks totally unimpressed and simply confirms she is wide awake now. This girl has a serious poker face that makes our protagonist feel even more self-conscious about his lies. Kai tries to shake off the awkwardness with a big stretch and warns them to stay hidden. He tells them not to wander out during the day when people can easily spot them. The white-haired girl mentions she can actually use purification magic, which is a huge deal for their journey. That kind of utility skill is going to make their lives on the road much easier. Kai waves her off and says he will just head down to the river to wash up. He thinks to himself that he can't exactly have a child taking care of his basic hygiene. The red-haired girl realizes how incredibly useful purification magic would be for a professional intelligence agent like him. She looks him straight in the eye and admits she knows he is definitely not just some ordinary guy. While Kai is gone, the girls use their magic to clean up, and the room fills with a soft blue glow. It's a moment of peace and recovery for them after so much trauma and fear. After cleaning himself up in the river, Kai returns to the hideout to finalize their escape route with the girls. An imposing knight in heavy plate armor marches through the woods, while the girls watch from a distance in total shock. A full week passes before the group reaches Aldia town, where an urgent message is being sent out by the local guards. Kai stands there in his heavy armor thinking about how chaotic this town has become. He is not used to this much noise anymore. The three girls finally make it back to safety in one piece and can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The lead guard is clearly stressed out, but seeing them arrive safely has him nearly tripping over his own boots. He's just glad they are safe. Our red-haired girl is quick to give credit where it's due and points right at Kai. She tells the guard they only survived because of him. This dude does not just say thanks, he practically breaks his back bowing in pure gratitude. He shouts that they can never repay such a debt. The guard is beaming now because having a powerful hero arrive is basically the best news he's had all month. He is treating Kai like royalty. The white-haired girl looks up at Kai with a worried expression and asks him what he plans to do now that they are safe. Kai starts sweating under that heavy helmet because he really does not have a plan. Being a mysterious hero is easy, but the aftermath is awkward. Red Hair realizes she might have been too vague, so she clarifies her point. She asks him if he has any specific plans for what to do next now that they've reached the town. The mention of superiors hits Kai like a physical blow, and he flinches. The last thing he wants is to deal with even more military business. For just a second, we get a glimpse behind the mask, and our boy looks absolutely drained. This mission has taken every bit of his energy. Kai tells everyone to keep their money for now, because his only priority is finding a place to get some actual sleep. The physical weight of the journey finally catches up to Kai, and he realizes he needs to rest his body immediately. He keeps his professional tone, though, and instructs the girls to follow the guards to a separate room. He warns them the danger is not over yet. Seeing them smile like this makes all the fighting and the near-death experiences feel worth it. They are finally safe, and the weight is lifting. Kai notices that Ramai is still lingering nearby, so he gives her a little nudge. He wants to ensure all three girls are accounted for today. Ramai gives him a soft nod and says okay, but you can tell she is still thinking about everything. It is a quiet moment of understanding. With the girls finally under official protection, Kai turns to the guard and tells him he is leaving the rest of the details in his hands. The guard goes back to the bowing routine again because he is just that impressed. Kai is looking totally awkward while trying to escape the praise. He tells the man to just focus on getting everyone into town safely and stop worrying about him. He just wants to disappear into the crowd. The sun is shining down on the cobblestone streets as the guard officially welcomes them inside. It looks like a peaceful place for once. As Kai walks away, the guard just stares at his back with a look of pure respect. He has never met a warrior so humble before. The guards are absolutely losing it after seeing what our boy is capable of. One of them can barely get his words out because he is so stunned by that display of power. This seasoned guard looks like he just saw a ghost and admits that our protagonist is a straight-up monster. You can see the fear in his eyes just thinking about him. They realize he is rocking gear that can only be found in a level 8 dungeon, which is practically unheard of. Everyone is wondering what kind of insane hidden abilities he is keeping tucked away. The mere mention of a level 8 dungeon has these guys shaking in their boots. They realize they are dealing with someone way outside their league. The guards realize he didn't just take down an entire crime syndicate by himself, but he also managed to keep all three girls completely safe from harm. One of the guards is absolutely stunned by the stories he is hearing and struggles to process how a single man could be this powerful. He is convinced our boy is a seasoned veteran of 100 wars, which is hilarious, because our protagonist ruins the cool moment by letting out a massive sneeze. The leader is trying to process everything, while the other guards are basically tripping over themselves to explain the situation. Then it hits him that they did not even bother to check his identity before letting him through the gates. That is a massive mistake for any guard on duty, and he knows he is in trouble. But the other guard argues that you can't exactly treat a hero like a criminal after everything he did, especially not when he risked his life to save 3 high-ranking ladies from certain death. The conversation takes an even wilder turn when they mention that he casually used 3 legendary universal elixirs during the rescue. The leader's brain just completely short-circuits at the mention of those legendary items. He cannot believe someone would just throw away resources that rare like they were nothing. These 2 guards are just chatting away like it is no big deal, while their boss is having a literal heart attack. He does not bother with half-baked items and prefers the highest quality gear possible, while treating legendary medicine like it was just a cheap potion. The junior guards are laughing and having a great time while they gossip about the mysterious warrior who just saved the day. Meanwhile, the leader is screaming in his head because he realizes they just let a walking legend slip right through their fingers. He snaps out of his shock and starts barking orders at his men to report the situation to their superiors before things get even more complicated. Karen Dior Aldi is revealed to be a high-ranking noble from a prestigious ducal house, and she carries herself with incredible grace. Then we have Nina Qualier Ansage, who comes from the founding bloodline of the long-standing Holy Church. That is some serious divine backing right there, and her presence alone carries massive weight. Finally, we have Ramai Trelia Albura, whose father manages massive commercial organizations across the land, giving her incredible financial influence. Despite saving 3 of the most influential people in the world, our hero completely ignored the offer of a massive reward and just walked away. Everything about this guy screams mystery, and the guards are starting to piece together his true identity based on the sheer scale of his power. The leader suspects this man is actually a member of the Empire's secret organization, known as the Verter Peacekeeping Force. Kai finally reaches Oldia Town and finds it to be an exact replica of the video game he spent so much time playing. Looking up at the skyline, he spots the Treasure Hunter Guild instantly. It is sitting exactly where it should be, which makes the whole situation feel even more surreal for our boy. But there is a major catch to all this cool scenery. Kai is absolutely drained and reaching his physical limit because hauling that heavy armor around all day is exhausting work. To make things even more awkward, the locals are starting to gawk and whisper. Our protagonist definitely did not plan on being the main attraction today, but he is standing out like a sore thumb. He accidentally scares the life out of some poor guy just by existing nearby. The dude looks like he has seen a ghost, or maybe just a very intimidating iron giant. Kai starts second-guessing his fashion choices as he looks around. He figured the Central District would be crawling with adventurers in full plate, but he seems to be the only one. He realizes the high-tier gear he equipped to boost his stats is incredibly rare in this world, which explains why everyone is staring. Feeling the pressure of all those eyes, he decides to make a beeline for the nearest inn. He just wants to get out of the spotlight before things get even weirder. That plan goes out the window when a sudden impact hits his leg. Someone is shouting about how cool he looks, and he is caught completely off guard by the sudden contact. A little girl runs up and hugs his leg, because she thinks his massive armor makes him look like a legendary hero. Meanwhile, across town at a massive mansion, things are getting pretty emotional. Someone is screaming with pure joy because a loved one has finally made it back home in one piece after a long time. Karen tries her best to comfort her father as he continues to sob uncontrollably over her safe return to the mansion. Our girl is trying her best to stay composed, but her dad is making it impossible. He is literally flooding the room with his tears of relief right now and won't let go. He tries to pull himself together, but the waterworks just won't quit. Seeing her safe and sound after all that worry was clearly too much for his heart to handle today. The father is shocked to see his daughter walking perfectly, since he never found a cure for her leg, despite using all his influence. The secret behind the miracle is that purple potion Kai gave her earlier. That stuff is beyond legendary, and even a powerful noble like her father could never get his hands on medicine that strong. Even though she is healed, our girl is still a bit salty about the encounter. She cannot believe the guy who saved her had the nerve to tell her to pay him back someday. The father starts looking through the official reports, and something just isn't adding up. He is reading about a mysterious intelligence agent who managed to rescue everyone all by himself. The daughter is stunned when she hears this news. She spent the whole time thinking her father was the genius who hired the man to come to their rescue in the first place. The father looks through the official reports and realizes that the situation is far more mysterious than he first imagined. She thinks back to her encounter with the agent. He told her those things just to give her the emotional strength to keep going until she reached the safety of her home and family. Her father gets a serious look on his face as he processes the information. This mystery man is clearly a top-tier professional who knows exactly how to handle high-stakes situations. He realizes this agent must have had deep advance intel on the crime syndicate known as Red Freed. Whoever this guy is, he was steps ahead of everyone else from the very beginning of this mess. It remains a mystery whether the agent intended to take down the syndicate, or if his only goal was to ensure the girls were rescued. The father wants to show his gratitude by sending an official letter of thanks to whatever organization the man belongs to. Our girl Karen jumps in, eager to help however she can. But her father immediately shuts it down, saying a move like that would just put a noose around the guy's neck. He explains that secret agents thrive on anonymity, and exposure is the ultimate death sentence. If they reveal who he is, the punishment from his own bosses would be brutal. Karen is stunned and asks her father if he actually knows which group Kai is working for. He gives a serious nod and confirms he does. Karen connects the dots and realizes their savior intentionally took the long route to avoid running into the rest of the criminal group. The father slams his hand down on the table as the realization finally hits home. His background is exactly what he suspected from the very start. The father deduces that the man must be a member of Verter, which is a unit under the direct control of the Empire. Karen is visibly shaken as she hears the name of the legendary organization that her father believes the mysterious man belongs to. Verter is a top-secret unit composed of elite treasure hunters who are tasked with maintaining public order and dealing with high-level criminals. Criminal syndicates live in fear of this elite group because they are the strongest enforcers within the entire imperial capital. Her father warns her that she must keep the man's identity a secret to ensure his safety from any repercussions. Karen resolves to track him down using his unique black armor because she feels a heavy obligation to repay her debt to him. The father tells Karen that if she manages to find the man, she should immediately invite him back to the mansion. Karen agrees to the mission and prepares herself to find the mysterious agent who saved her life and healed her leg. After his daughter leaves, the father lets out a deep sigh as he contemplates the weight of the situation they are in. He vows to spend the next several decades repaying the debt he owes to the man who saved his daughter's life. The most powerful figures in the kingdom are all suddenly interested in the mysterious newcomer who has been making waves lately. After a long day of adventuring, the young man finally gets to sit down and enjoy a delicious steak breakfast. The friendly innkeeper laughs as they chat, but he eventually shifts the conversation to a much more serious and personal topic. The man leans in closer and asks if he is the same warrior everyone saw wearing that impressive set of jet black armor. He admits he was terrified at first, but is relieved to find a warrior who is actually polite for a change. When asked if he is a local, the boy admits that he actually traveled from a place very far away from here. A knight bursts through the door with an urgent question. He sounds like he's on a serious mission. The guy asks if anyone wearing jet black gear has been around. He's definitely looking for our boy. Kai is sitting right there and immediately starts sweating bullets. He leans over to the innkeeper with a desperate look. Our protagonist is practically vibrating with fear and begs the man to hide him. This is looking bad. The innkeeper is totally freaked out because those knights are working for the Duke. He wants no part of this. Outside, the knight keeps pressing for answers. He is not planning on leaving until he finds his target. Kai doubles down on the begging and promises to take all the blame if they get caught. Please just help. Our boy is so relieved when the innkeeper finally agrees to play along. That was way too close for comfort. Kai manages to smooth things over and finally gets the innkeeper to cooperate with his plan. He sits down to enjoy a quick meal while they discuss their next move in private. Just when they think they are safe, another shadow looms over the counter. The innkeeper looks like he might faint. A saintly woman appears bathed in a holy light. Why is everyone in the kingdom looking for this one kid? The innkeeper is sweating like crazy while Kai keeps his head down and prays for a miracle. This is torture. With a fake smile, the man lies and says nobody matching that description has stepped foot in his inn. A simple drink sits on the table, which is a stark contrast to the absolute chaos happening behind the scenes. Yet another elite knight storms into the building, demanding to know if the man in the black armor has been seen nearby. The poor innkeeper forces out a laugh and repeats his lie once more. This man deserves a massive tip. Frustrated and confused, the knight heads back out the door. She wonders where on earth her target could have gone. Once the coast is clear, the innkeeper turns to Kai with a look of pure, unadulterated dread on his face. Our protagonist is just as shocked as everyone else. His brain is basically short-circuiting trying to process all this heat. The innkeeper demands to know what kind of trouble Kai got into to have the three biggest icons of the kingdom hunting him down. Slamming his hands on the table, the man tells Kai to go sort this mess out before things get worse. Kai is completely frozen in fear as he realizes his quiet life has just turned into an absolute nightmare with nowhere left to hide. These two sisters spend the late hours of the night having a deep heart-to-heart about everything they've been through lately. Karen is worried that her sister is overdoing it and wants to know if the physical pain is finally starting to fade away. Finwë assures her sister that she is actually doing just fine. She reaches out to comfort her because they have been through a lot together lately. She is seriously grateful for everything her sister did to help her recover. It is a sweet moment, but a lot of tension still fills the air. Our girl sighs because she is honestly a little bummed out that their quiet daily routine ends. Life gets way more complicated from here on out. She realizes that their lives are changing far too quickly as she ponders the difficult path ahead of them. The uncertainty of the future is starting to weigh heavily on her mind as she contemplates what comes next. They realize that at this rate, they might never get the chance to properly thank the guy. It feels like a very frustrating situation for them. He is clearly staying off the radar and making sure nobody can track his current location. This dude is a professional when it comes to disappearing. Our red-haired noble girl finally learns the truth from her father about the whole messy situation. She is finally in the loop after all the secrets were kept from her for so long during the crisis. Karen is super worried that Kai might get in serious trouble just for trying to save everyone with that elixir. Her sister tries to calm her down and hopes the authorities handle the entire matter quietly behind closed doors. Karen cannot believe that Kai would be punished for being a literal hero and saving their lives from certain doom. She is getting really worked up over the unfairness of the situation and starts venting her frustration to her sister. Her sister realizes that Kai was probably trying to keep his secret organization a mystery this whole time. It makes sense why he would be so cagey about his true identity and his hidden motives while they were talking during the crisis. Little Karen is literally praying to the heavens that Kai does not get hit with a massive sentence for his actions. Her sister notices how incredibly down she is and realizes just how much she truly cares for him. The sister starts teasing Karen a bit because she knows exactly how brave Kai was for charging in solo to protect them. He really did risk everything to make sure they all made it out in one piece without help from anyone else. She gives a playful wink and tells Karen that having such a devoted savior is definitely not a bad thing at all. The teasing is reaching an all-time high as she watches her sister turn a bright shade of red. Karen gets totally flustered and goes into full pout mode because she knows her sister is right about the entire situation. She is trying her best to stay mad, but her blushing face is betraying her true feelings about the boy. The older sister admits that everyone in the group thinks Kai is an absolute legend for what he did back then. Even with the threat of his own organization coming after him, he still chose to protect them from danger. It turns out Nina and Ramai are also totally crushing on him and want to say thanks in person as soon as possible. They are already making plans to see their mysterious hero again the first chance they get. The sister jokingly claims that she is the one who thinks about Kai the most out of everyone in the room. Karen is just standing there looking done with all the drama and her sister's over-the-top teasing antics. Karen screams at the top of her lungs that she is definitely not obsessed with him, while her sister just laughs. She is in total denial about her feelings, even though it is obvious to everyone watching the scene. Back at the tavern, the bartender warns Kai that hiding out like this is only going to make things way more difficult for him. He doesn't think Kai did anything wrong, but the heat from the search parties is becoming too intense. The bartender reveals that rumors are spreading rapidly throughout the entire town, and the search for him is getting pretty intense. It seems like everyone is out there looking for the mysterious guy from the recent incident. The bartender directly confronts Kai by suggesting that he is the only person who fits the description of the mysterious hero. Since there are no other likely candidates left, it has to be him sitting right there. Kai and his bartender buddy are having a tense chat. The guy looks like he's seen a ghost, and our boy can feel the pressure mounting. Things are looking grim because if the big three decide to cooperate, Kai is basically a dead man walking. He stares into his drink while realizing that a single mistake could get him banned from this town forever. His friend points a finger, admitting that keeping Kai hidden is putting a massive strain on his nerves. Hiding a fugitive isn't exactly a walk in the park. And get this, a literal 3 million Rijil bounty is sitting on his head for anyone who rats him out. Just imagine that mountain of gold. Most people would sell their own mother for that kind of cash. Kai slams the counter in total disbelief. He wants to know why his friend hasn't cashed him in yet, since 3 million is a life-changing amount of money. The bartender just shrugs it off while wiping down the counter because he is already committed to helping his friend. He thinks Kai is some kind of legendary big shot, and mentions that the big three are trying not to draw attention. Our protagonist just sweats, insisting he's really not anyone special. But the bartender isn't buying it and just laughs him off with a sarcastic comment. Since today might be his last day of freedom, Kai decides to head out. He looks pretty drained, but a walk might be exactly what he needs. The bartender waves him off and wishes him a good time before the chaos inevitably starts tomorrow morning. Kai looks back with a small smile, because he genuinely appreciates the help from the only guy in town who isn't trying to sell him out. He stops to admire the massive cathedral, while realizing this might be his last chance to see the city's beautiful sights before fleeing. Even with his future hanging by a thread, he wants to experience the grandeur of this place one last time. Even if he gets kicked out of town tomorrow, he wants to make sure he has no regrets. Our boy hits the streets for some local snacks, blending in with the crowd. He is determined to enjoy every second of his remaining time here. Suddenly, he spots the famous clock tower in the distance and remembers climbing it once before around this same time of day. He decides it is the perfect spot to visit one last time before the sun sets on his freedom. But then he remembers the entrance fee and his face drops. This place is still way too expensive for a guy on the run. He decides to suck it up and pay the price since he might never get another chance. He starts the long climb up the stairs toward the top. Kai takes a deep breath, trying to clear his head as he reaches the upper level of the tower. His eyes widen when he realizes he isn't alone up here. Something or someone nearby has just caught his full attention. Kai is completely stunned when a beautiful woman in a black gown and mask suddenly walks right past him. She glances back over her shoulder with a mysterious look. The way the light hits her is breathtaking, and she carries herself with pure grace. Our boy is completely smitten and starts blushing like a total amateur. He is looking at her like she is the most beautiful thing he has ever seen. He manages to stammer out a nervous hello. Man, for a guy with a 3 million bounty, he sure loses his cool fast when a pretty girl is involved. The mysterious girl in the mask looks out at the sunset with a knowing smile. She's clearly enjoying this quiet moment away from the noisy crowd. Kai struggles to keep his cool, while wondering if this mysterious lady could actually be the hidden character from the game. She breaks the silence by mentioning how the view is perfect for clearing one's head. Her voice is calm, like she has no worries in the world. Kai takes a long look at the city below, bathed in that warm, golden light of the evening. He has to admit that she is right about the atmosphere. After a bit of silence, Kai finally works up the courage to ask why a girl like her would even be here. He is curious about what she is hiding. She turns back to him with a playful look and says she is here for the exact same reason he is. She just needed a little bit of mental space. Then she drops a total bombshell by asking if he knows the man who wears the jet black equipment. Kai looks like he just saw a ghost because that's him. Our boy starts sweating bullets and stammers through his response. He tries to play it cool by saying that Guy has definitely been a hot topic lately. The girl looks even more interested now and admits that she really wants to meet this legendary warrior in person. Little does she know he is standing there. Kai turns his back to the railing and asks if that man did something wrong or if he is in trouble. He is clearly fishing for information. She immediately shuts that idea down and says the man isn't being searched for anything bad at all. She looks almost offended that Kai would even suggest it. A pair of frustrated guards are frantically searching for someone, while a nun walks by without a care in the world. The masked girl suddenly stops and begins to apologize for having to cut their conversation short. It looks like her time is finally up. Kai watches her and feels a massive wave of relief wash over him since he knows he is not a wanted criminal. Just knowing they are not after him for something illegal makes him feel 10 times better. Just as things are getting interesting, she looks down and notices that her ride has finally arrived at the gates. A fancy horse-drawn carriage pulls up right on cue to take her away. Before she can walk away, Kai reaches out and tries to stop her for just one more second. He is not ready for this encounter to end. He gives her a soft smile and asks her a final question with a look of genuine curiosity. Our boy is really starting to feel a connection. She lets out a soft laugh and tells him that maybe there will be some real progress on this situation very soon. She is definitely keeping things mysterious. The mysterious woman gives a graceful curtsy and thanks him for his concern before finally heading off to her carriage. With a final wave, she turns around and starts heading down the stairs to meet her escort. Kai is left standing on the balcony all by himself. Our boy stares at the spot where she was standing, his scarf blowing gently in the wind. He looks completely lost in thought after such a meeting. Under the double crescent moons, Karen arrives in her carriage to pick up the mysterious lady in black. Our girl is clearly relieved to see a friendly face after a long night and thanks her sister for coming to get her. Karen is all smiles as she mentions they might finally track him down if they play their cards right. She teases her sister about being a total extra in this grand plan, but then quickly grabs her hand to show some support. She giggles to herself as she finally settles into the plush carriage seat and waves her hand to signal that they are ready to head home. Finally alone and safe, the sisters peel off their masks to breathe a sigh of relief. Our girl admits that she is just genuinely happy that Karen showed up to get her when she did. The conversation takes a turn when our girl mentions a chance encounter she had at the clock tower earlier. She casually brings up meeting a stranger as if it was just a regular part of her day. Karen freezes up instantly, her face turning pale as she listens to the details. This is not just some random guy, and she can feel her heart starting to race from the sudden realization. This mysterious guy, Kai, really left an impression on her, especially since he carried himself with such confidence. She cannot stop thinking about how he saved her while looking completely unfazed by the danger. She remembers how the commoners spoke with such respect and warmth, which was a totally new experience for her. It was such a special moment that it changed her entire perspective on the town and its humble people. Despite her best efforts to find more clues, she has not been able to dig up any solid information on where he went. Her companion is just as frustrated because they have hit a complete dead end in the investigation. Her father believes the mysterious man has already packed up and moved on to another city far away. However, they realize the gate guards would have definitely noticed someone like him leaving the walled city. She starts to overthink every detail of their encounter, wondering if he was intentionally trying to slow down her progress. Something about the way he acted just does not sit right with her anymore. Karen suddenly interrupts the conversation with a frantic look on her face, demanding to know exactly what the tourist looked like. She has a gut feeling that they are talking about the exact same person. She describes the mysterious man as a very charming individual who had a distinct scar near his eye and a very calm aura about him. This specific description of the scar perfectly matches what Karen knows, and everything starts to click for the two sisters in an instant. Karen suddenly bolts from her seat and frantically looks out the window as she realizes they might have just passed the man they are looking for. Karen screams for the driver to turn the carriage around and head back to the clock tower, immediately before the man disappears again. The sister looks completely shocked and worried as she tries to process why Karen is suddenly acting so desperate and anxious about a simple tourist. Karen confirms the detail about the scar being near the left eye, and realizes this confirms the identity of the person they were tracking. She explains that the man's appearance was supposed to be a total secret between her and her father, which makes this encounter even more suspicious. Karen stares blankly into the distance as her heart begins to sink from the overwhelming weight of this discovery and what it means for their mission. As the night falls, an elegant blue carriage adorned with gold trim suddenly comes to a screeching halt right in the middle of the street. These girls are totally caught off guard. They burst into the room expecting to find him, but the atmosphere is completely empty. The younger one is not waiting around for an explanation. She bolts toward the main building as fast as her legs can carry her. They rush up the stairs, hearts pounding, hoping they are not too late to catch a glimpse of their mysterious savior. She reaches the balcony and stares out over the quiet town as the night air hits her face. Her heart sinks as she realizes he is already gone, vanishing into the shadows like a ghost. We head over to Aldia Town, where the local treasure hunter guild is usually buzzing with activity and regular gossip. It is a beautiful day outside, but inside those walls, things are getting way more chaotic. Meet Garag, the branch guildmaster who is currently having a total mental meltdown in his office. He is digging through every secret file he has, but he cannot find any intel on our boy Kai anywhere. He looks over the latest reports from the gate guards. Apparently, a man wearing that iconic jet black gear was spotted entering the town just 3 days ago. Word on the street is that this mysterious knight single-handedly rescued the daughters of the Big Three from the notorious Red Freed. Garag knows this is a political nightmare since attacking an imperial town is like declaring war. He is trying to understand the balls it took to pull this off. The more he digs into the reports, the more he starts to believe a very specific and terrifying theory about who this guy really is. Garag strictly forbids any of his hunters from making contact with the man in black gear. But then he remembers the rumors of how this supposedly scary warrior actually helped a little girl who bumped into him earlier. Just as Garag is wishing the guy would just go back to the capital and leave his town alone, his blonde receptionist bursts through the door. She looks like she has seen a ghost and screams that they have a major problem. She shouts that the man they think is jet black just walked right into the guild lobby. Garag nearly falls out of his chair when he hears the news. Look at his face. The dude is absolutely sweating bullets. He knows one wrong word to this legend could end his entire career. The doors swing wide open as the atmosphere in the entire building shifts instantly. You could hear a pin drop in the lobby right now. Our boy Kai stands there in that massive, intimidating armor like he owns the place. Every hunter in the room stops what they are doing just to stare at the absolute unit that just arrived. It is a total standoff at the front desk as Garag finally approaches. The tension in the air is so thick you could cut it with a dagger. Instead of acting tough, Garag flips the switch and starts acting like a polite waiter. The hunters are dying of laughter seeing their boss act so submissive. Garag tries to maintain his dignity while everyone watches this bizarre interaction. He is practically bowing down while the other hunters wonder what is going on. Internally, the guildmaster is fuming while his subordinates mock him. He is too terrified of the armored giant to even say a word. The guildmaster forces himself to play it cool despite the overwhelming terror he feels inside. He has spent his whole career faking confidence, but this situation is pushing him to his absolute limit. Kai greets the guild members with a polite welcome and thanks them for coming. He acts like he owns the place while everyone else is walking on eggshells around him. This dude with the long hair is losing his mind internally. He cannot believe our boy just told him to look around like it is some casual stroll through a park. Kai tilts his head in genuine confusion and asks if he said something wrong. He has no idea how much of a terrifying presence he actually has right now. The guy immediately starts backpedaling and waving his hands around defensively. He is sweating buckets, trying his absolute best to stay on Kai's good side right now. The guildmaster starts overthinking everything and assumes Kai is performing reconnaissance under the guise of a tour. He figures that since they already know his identity, attempting to bluff would be a total waste of time. The realization hits him hard that Kai is just in a different league entirely. This is what it looks like when you meet a player who is truly on another level. He thinks back to his own failed dreams of joining the elite group known as Verter. Despite all the fame he built throughout his career, he realized he was never good enough to get scouted by the big leagues. The guildmaster feels the pressure in the room becoming unbearable as he tries to process the situation. He stares at our protagonist with wide eyes, while his mind begins to race. He admits to himself that he is nowhere near that league yet. To keep things moving, he asks if Kai would like to see the guildmaster's office as well. The two of them head back into the massive guild hall filled with busy adventurers. Everyone tries to act natural, but they all know they are witnessing something legendary. Kai follows the guide deeper into the building with an air of absolute authority. The regular members are just staring in awe as this giant armored figure walks past them. A group of nearby hunters watches the pair closely while trying to stay out of the way. They are completely intimidated by the heavy vibe our boy radiates as he passes by. The pink-haired girl is clearly on edge as she watches the armored giant walk away. She reluctantly agrees to a deal with her companions, even though her face is filled with nothing but pure concern. One of the guys leans in and asks what everyone else makes of this crazy situation. The tension in their little group is thick enough to cut with a knife. The green-haired guy mentions that Kai looked completely wide open. He thinks our boy was practically begging for someone to pick a fight with him just to test them. He realizes that if even Garag has to be this respectful, then things are beyond serious. This is not just some random traveler passing through their humble guild hall. He imagines Kai as this demonic force with glowing red eyes and a dark aura. The mere thought of his true power is enough to send chills down their spines. The poor girl is literally shaking with fear right now. She knows that if this monster decided to go wild, none of them could do anything to stop him. Her companion admits that they do not stand a single chance against someone like him. It is a harsh reality check for these mid-tier hunters watching from afar. The green-haired hunter cannot help but feel a spark of curiosity despite the overwhelming pressure. He has never seen someone this powerful walk through those guild doors before. Word of Kai's arrival spreads through the guild like wildfire and reaches these two red-haired girls. They are completely stunned to hear that such a monster is currently walking through their halls. Kai walks away from the guild feeling immense relief after finally surviving such an intense and high-stakes meeting. Our boy breaks into a cold sweat as he admits to himself that the guild was a far more terrifying place than he ever expected. He originally thought this heavy gear would help him blend in, but it turns out looking like a literal tank makes him stand out even more. But man, did things go sideways the second he actually stepped foot inside that building. His plan for stealth was ruined immediately. Kai wonders if he already has a target on his back, because every person in the room was glaring at him like he was a notorious criminal. The heavy atmosphere of the guild starts to sink in, and the pressure becomes so overwhelming that our protagonist begins to physically shake. Seeing the guildmaster act so polite and well-mannered in person is making our boy even more anxious, since the man was a total jerk in the game. He rubs his chin while trying to figure out why these characters are acting so differently from the original source material. He remembers. Even though things did not go exactly as planned, Kai decides to look on the bright side and treat this as a very interesting experience. Kai continues his walk, but the feeling of being watched still lingers in the back of his mind. Every step feels heavier than the last. Our boy realizes that trying to go sightseeing while dressed as a high-level boss is a terrible mistake, because everyone is staring at him. A sharp sound from a nearby carriage makes him stop in his tracks, as he realizes his quiet day is about to get very loud. The carriage door flies open, and a girl with fiery red hair jumps out while screaming that she finally found where he was hiding. Karen is demanding to know where he has been this whole time, because she and her team have been running all over the city searching for him. Kai is completely stunned by her sudden arrival and gives a nervous wave while realizing his armor made him way too easy to track down. Karen is absolutely fuming because she could not get a single scrap of information from any of the people living in this town. Our boy casually mentions that he simply asked the shop owner to keep his presence a secret, which is enough to leave Karen in total shock. She realizes that people are obviously going to obey a guy in terrifying armor out of pure fear, while Kai just stands there looking confused. She eventually gives up, assuming he just has some top-secret reasons that he isn't allowed to talk about. She is trying to be understanding even though she is clearly frustrated. The tension breaks when a graceful noblewoman enters the room to check in on her younger sister Karen. Kai remains silent in his heavy armor while the two siblings reunite right in front of him. The noble lady introduces herself as Lifa Dior Aldi and gives a formal greeting that is much more composed than her younger sister. Lifa gives him a gentle smile and tells him it is perfectly fine if he wanted to keep things quiet for his own personal reasons. She wastes no time and asks if our boy happens to have any free time to spend with them today. Kai was looking for a break, but it looks like his schedule just got booked solid by these noble sisters. The noble sisters are not taking no for an answer as they insist Kai comes back to their estate so they can thank him properly. Our boy just dropped a massive rejection bomb, and both sisters are left completely stunned by his blunt refusal to join them. Kai realizes he might have overstepped because being rude to the daughters of a duke is a one-way ticket to the executioner block. The sisters exchange a look that says they are definitely not letting him off the hook that easily. They have that scary, determined aura that makes our boy realize he is in deep trouble. One of the sisters reaches out and grabs his arm with a grip that says he is not going anywhere. She tells him to stop being so difficult and just come along. She flashes a sweet smile while reminding him that they really need to show their gratitude in a way that fits their status. To make matters worse, they even have a luxury carriage waiting nearby to whisk him away to their territory. It is a full court press, and Kai is feeling the pressure as they start physically moving him toward his fate. Our protagonist is realizing that these sisters are a lot more forceful than they look, and he is losing control of the situation fast. Our boy is looking completely drained as the reality of his situation sinks in and he starts turning pale. This was supposed to be his day off. The sisters look absolutely triumphant, like they just won a prize, and they are not hiding their satisfaction at all. Kai finally realizes that this is not actually an invitation, but a straight-up kidnapping disguised as a polite gesture of gratitude. The older sister explains that he is actually doing them a favor, because if the search party comes back empty-handed, they would lose serious face. Our boy crosses his arms and tries to follow the logic, but he is still not quite getting why this involves him so much. The younger sister looks him dead in the eye with a serious expression, as if she is about to drop some heavy truth on him. She starts teasing her older sister for being way too stiff and formal, which just makes Kai even more confused and stressed out. Fed up with the pleasantries, the younger girl snaps that she will just ask him directly in her normal voice then. She is done with the noble acting. Kai holds up a hand and asks what she is actually trying to get at, because all this back and forth is giving him a headache. The atmosphere gets heavy as she mentions the legendary universal elixirs he used, and she cannot believe he used such valuable items to save them. The younger sister is currently drowning in guilt over the massive debt she owes to her mysterious savior. Our boy gives a casual shrug, as if he is talking about pocket change, which leaves both sisters looking completely shell-shocked. They ask if he is truly okay with handling all of that alone because they feel like they owe him a debt they can never repay. They want to help him shoulder the burden, but they do not even know where to start. It is a moment of genuine concern from two people who are used to having everything handed to them. The older sister pleads for an explanation, while Kai has a total internal meltdown since he cannot even follow the conversation. Kai is sweating through his helmet now, and his eyes are darting around as he realizes he has no way to explain himself to them. He tells them he has no regrets about his choices, and wants her to focus on her new freedom instead of worrying about him. Kai looked like a total boss in that dark armor, while the two sisters could barely believe how humble he was being after saving them. They were clearly touched by his kindness, and their eyes softened as they processed the fact that he saved them without wanting payment. Inside the carriage, our boy realized they actually took his words to heart, which made the atmosphere feel a lot more comfortable and relaxed. He suddenly remembered something important and told them about a small favor he wanted to ask of them before they arrived at home. Both sisters leaned forward, immediately wondering what kind of request a man of his caliber would even have for them to handle together. As the carriage wheels kept turning toward their home, Kai mentioned that it specifically concerned meeting their father, the powerful and intimidating Duke. He asked that if he accidentally acted rude and made the Duke angry, they should step in and protect him from any trouble. Both sisters are completely floored when Kai suggests they settle their massive debt in exchange for a few basic medicines. Twintails screamed that he had to be kidding, since they were talking about the price of a legendary universal elixir worth a fortune. Looking out at the passing town, Kai reminded himself that he was just a regular guy who stayed terrified of true power and politics. In his head, he was stressing out because nothing mattered more to him than just making sure he stayed alive in this world. The sisters just sat there in silence, looking at him like he was the most mysterious and confusing person they had ever met. Both sisters realize his cover story is incredibly sloppy, and they start to suspect he is hiding a much more powerful identity. Kai sat there behind his helmet, probably hoping they would just drop the subject and stop overthinking his weird and cowardly behavior for once. Suddenly, Twintails pointed a finger at him, ready to ask the one question that had been on her mind this whole entire time. The older sister gave him a knowing smile, while a single drop of sweat rolled down our boy's helmet from the intense pressure. As the horses pulled them through the busy streets, she asked if he really planned on wearing that bulky armor for the entire visit. He had a sudden realization that walking into a duke's manor with a full-face mask would probably look extremely suspicious to everyone there. Then the older sister leaned in close, softly mentioning that she would personally love to see what he actually looked like without armor. This request caught the younger sister off guard too, and she looked over with wide eyes to see how he would actually react. Through the narrow slit of his visor, Kai looked slightly melancholic, as if showing his face brought back some difficult and painful memories. The older sister gives him a playful smile and places a finger to her lips to show that his secret is safe with her. The older sister is genuinely moved by his sincerity and how he never looks down on anyone despite being a man of few words. She starts reflecting on how the world usually works, where more fame usually just leads to more problems. Most people at the top end up being looked upon with nothing but pure envy from those below them. The common crowd spends all their time whispering and hating on anyone who actually manages to make it big. As a result of all that attention, most powerful figures start flaunting their status and presence to everyone. They want the world to see their coins and their crowns, letting the ego take over the moment they get success. But Kai is built different, remaining completely humble, despite possessing more raw power than anyone else in this entire kingdom. Our girl feels so much gratitude toward him that she can barely even look him in the eye after everything he has done for her family. A soft smile creeps onto her face as she realizes just how lucky they are to have found him. Back in the room, Kai is actually getting a bit nervous, which leads Karen to call him out for being uncool. Our boy is literally sweating inside that massive suit of armor because a little girl is roasting his legendary reputation. Karen starts shouting that she is not ungrateful, getting all worked up, while Kai just stands there taking the heat. Seeing them bicker like this is honestly adorable, and our girl cannot help but let out a little giggle. He knows exactly what the little girl needs, and is willing to play the villain just to keep her spirits high during the journey. As daughters of the high-ranking Dior Oldie family, they are used to the exhausting games and politics of stuck-up nobles. Other nobles never gave the little sister the time of day, because they were only interested in making powerful marriage connections with her elders. She watches him with this look of pure admiration, realizing he is doing more for her family than he knows. She remembers how Karen was the one who dragged her along desperate to see Lord Shikoku when he arrived. Kai even agreed to ride in the carriage just to make sure her father's reputation stayed intact during the trip. This all goes back to the legendary panacea She sought for years, hoping to finally heal Karen's legs and change everything. Even though that rare medicine is worth an entire castle, Kai only asked for her help dealing with her father as a reward. She places a hand over her heart, wondering if there could ever be another person in this world with such character. Our girl is clearly feeling something deep right now, and her heart is racing just thinking about the kind of man Kai actually is. Meanwhile, Kai is standing there in that heavy armor, looking completely oblivious to the effect he is having on her. She manages to keep her cool and flashes him a beautiful smile as they continue their conversation in the carriage. Looking out at the beautiful city, she assumes Kai only cares about the scenery if it aligns with the orders from his superiors. Deep down, she knows there is a lot more to him than just a cold soldier following orders from above. Just by him stepping in and taking action, he changes the fate of everyone around him for the better. Think about all those desperate people who were reaching out for some kind of miracle in the dark. Because of his choices, those lives are actually saved, and they have a future to look forward to. Even with all the good he does, she still looks a bit worried about what is coming next for them. He stands there deep in thought, while she tries to figure out what is going on behind that heavy helmet of his. The group finally arrives at the massive Dior Aldi estate, where rows of servants are already waiting to greet them at the entrance. A gloved hand reaches out to open the door and prepare for the grand entrance they are about to make. Our protagonist is completely blown away by the massive royal welcome waiting for them as they finally arrive at the mansion. Our girl just laughs it off with a bright smile. Like this is the most normal thing in the world for her. Our boy Kai steps down from the carriage, feeling a bit out of place in all his heavy battle gear. He worries that his lower status might cause a scene, but she tells him not to worry about those outdated noble rules. She explains that in this world, failing to show proper respect to someone of his status is a very serious offense. That comment sends a shiver right down Kai's spine, because he is definitely not used to this noble lifestyle. Then this other girl steps out with the most smug look on her face you have ever seen. Kai is sweating bullets, thinking these people are about to dish out some kind of horrific punishment for a minor mistake. Someone calls out to him as Lord Shikoku, and he just freezes up completely at the sudden change in title. The head maid and the captain of the guard step forward to greet him with formal introductions as they prepare to enter the manor. This woman clearly has a sharp eye for detail and seems to be sizing up our hero the moment he arrives. The sisters give him a warm farewell and thank him for keeping them safe during the long trip back to the estate. Little sis looks pretty bummed out as she mentions they would just be in the way of the important discussion. She knows this meeting is way above her pay grade, and she hates being left out of the loop. She feels completely useless knowing that she has to stay behind while the real business happens inside the manor. Even the older sister looks concerned about what is coming next. Something big is about to happen behind those closed doors, and she can feel the weight of it. Our protagonist is sweating bullets under that helmet while trying to keep his cool. He responds with a simple "I see," but inside, he is definitely feeling the pressure of the moment. The captain of the guard looks genuinely shocked when Kai makes his next move. He did not expect our boy to be this cooperative or this bold given the circumstances. Everyone is stunned when he willingly hands over his sword to the guards without making any kind of fuss. Little sis speaks up asking if that weapon is not incredibly important to him. She knows for a warrior, giving up your blade is basically like giving up your soul. Kai explains that given his position, it is only right to maintain strict vigilance even if it means being defenseless. He is playing the part of the humble guest to absolute perfection here. But then he drops the real bomb by saying he does not even need a sword to fight. The head maid swoops in to take custody of the blade while the sisters just stand there with their jaws on the floor. Talk about a power move, everyone. The captain is absolutely fanboying right now with literal stars in his eyes. He has never seen someone so confident that they would just walk into a lion's den totally unarmed. Kai gives a firm nod, sealing the deal and showing he is ready for whatever waits inside. The commitment is real, and there is no turning back now. He thinks back to his training sessions and remembers how clumsy he felt whenever he tried to swing a real sword. That is exactly why he decided to pivot his entire strategy. Instead of pretending to be a master swordsman, he realized his true strength lies in something else entirely. It is all about those hands, baby. He is way more confident in hand-to-hand combat, where he can use his raw power to crush anyone who gets in his way. Even with all that internal hype, he is still feeling those pre-game jitters. The sweat is real because he knows the person he is about to meet is on a completely different level. No turning back now, even though facing a person with this much raw power is absolutely terrifying for him. The maid leads the way with a polite smile, oblivious to the internal crisis our hero is currently having. She just sees a brave knight ready for an audience with the master. Kai takes one last deep breath before the doors open. This is the moment of truth that defines everything he has worked for since arriving here. He walks into the grand hall and desperately hopes that his lack of weapon skills doesn't get him killed immediately. A blade that refuses to chip or scratch no matter what it strikes. Its only downside is that the luck stat is completely unpredictable. The system explains that anyone interested in this weapon should be prepared for its wild and fluctuating nature. Our boy Kai just waves it off with a casual maybe later like it is no big deal. He turns to leave the courtyard, while the others just stand there, watching him walk away in that epic dark armor. Karen sprints toward the double doors with enough energy to power a small city, because she cannot wait to get her hands on that legendary blade. Karen becomes completely mesmerized by the incredible presence of the blade, as she stares at it with pure admiration. She has been dying to see this blade for ages, and she thinks it is truly beautiful to behold. Karen gets so hyped for a closer look at the weapon that she starts shaking with pure excitement. The knight in blue tries to stay calm, but even he is starting to feel the pressure of her energy. He finally unsheathes the blade, and the sheer radiance of it catches them both off guard with its shine. Karen suspects that the guy is a technical fighter who relies on agility and technique to overwhelm his opponents. He tells her to grip the hilt firmly with both hands as he starts giving her a quick sword lesson. Their hands overlap on the handle as he guides her through the proper form for a basic downward swing. Karen suddenly realizes something is very wrong as a wave of pure terror washes over her face. The training grounds fall into a heavy silence, while the knight and the other girls scream out in total panic. The heavy blade slips from the girl's hands and slices right through the solid stone tiles like they were made of butter. The group stands there in absolute shock as they realize the blade has buried itself deep into the stone pavement. The blade remains in perfect condition, even after it carved through the heavy stone, without any real effort. The group stares in absolute disbelief, because they cannot believe a single blade could be that terrifyingly sharp. A very embarrassed Chibai Karen sheepishly tries to return the sword after her little accident with the paving stones. The knight takes the weapon back while trying to wrap his head around how such a weak slash could slice through solid stone. Even the strongest armor would be completely useless against a weapon with this level of insane and lethal sharpness. The knight admits he was skeptical about the rumors at first, but now he knows that Kai is the real deal. The knight rushes over to check on the sisters, after hearing that Kai is actually much stronger when he fights barehanded. The girl tries to keep a polite smile on her face, even though she is absolutely sweating bullets from the intense pressure. The atmosphere remains incredibly tense, while they sit down for tea to process the madness that just happened. The weight of their situation starts to sink in, while the two sisters sit together in the quiet library. A lingering hesitation hangs in the air as they try to make sense of Kai's actions. It seems like every time they think they understand him, he does something even more unpredictable. The younger sister looks up with those big, worried eyes, clearly having something heavy on her mind. She turns to her sister, ready to voice the doubt she has been holding back. A heavy sigh escapes the older sister as she tries to rationalize why Kai left them behind. She figures he was just staying in character while wearing that Shikoku armor. She is completely locked in on his voice, as she realizes the sheer amount of power he truly commands. He always maintains a dignified appearance because he refuses to let anyone look down on him or exploit his weaknesses. Thinking about the pressure he faces makes her feel even more guilty about her own mistakes. The stress of their royal lifestyle is really starting to take a toll. The girl feels absolutely terrible knowing that her father had to lower his head and bow just to cover for her mess. One of the sisters finally decides to break the heavy silence as she prepares to drop some harsh truths. Wait, what? She looks up in total confusion, not expecting her sister to change the subject so suddenly. Instead of comfort, She gets a lecture about the expensive paving stones she managed to destroy earlier. Talk about priorities, right? Karen starts to panic when she realizes those expensive stones were hand-picked, and now she has to explain her destructive power. The younger sister breaks down in tears because she feels like a total klutz who only ever causes problems for the group. Her sister jokes that maybe she will get famous as a master swordsman for breaking the floor without even trying. Our protagonist just insists she wasn't even putting any real strength into her swings. She starts throwing a little tantrum, frustrated that her unintended strength is causing so many logistical headaches for the family. Why does being a prodigy have to be so complicated? She lets out a heavy sigh as she realizes her own dramatic behavior is becoming a bit much to handle. She finally calms down and vows to become a much better daughter to make up for all the chaos she caused today. She begins to envision a legendary warrior who will always be there to protect her and the rest of her family. The older sister steps in to pull her sibling out of that slump with a heartwarming smile and some much-needed encouragement. With a newfound sense of resolve, the younger sister looks up with a soft smile. She is ready to stop moping and start acting like the noble she was born to be. Shikoku tried his best to keep his identity under wraps, but the impact he had was impossible to ignore, even if it meant risking the wrath of the emperor himself. These sisters knew they owed him everything for saving them. Our main girl is dead set on showing her gratitude, claiming she is ready to do absolutely anything he asks. They sit together wondering why a hero like Shikoku would just walk away from a massive reward without a second thought. The older sister is all smiles, but you can tell the younger one is starting to get a little bit protective over their mysterious savior. I mean, come on, a reward from a high-ranking duke is basically a golden ticket to a life of luxury and power. Receiving a reward like this usually means getting massive estates, or even a high-profile marriage into a powerful family. Our girl starts wondering if there is any possible way she can finally catch a glimpse of the man behind that mask. But then it hits her. Is she actually getting a crush on the mysterious knight who saved her life? The younger sister starts teasing her sibling by claiming she might just try to keep the mysterious knight all to herself. The younger sister plays hard to get, mentioning she might describe his face, especially that cool scar near his eye. The tension in the room just spiked. Their eyes meet, and you can practically feel the lightning bolts flying between them. It is a total sisterly standoff, as they both realize they have a massive interest in the same guy. Silence falls over the tea table, as they both process the fact that things just got very complicated very fast. Our girl turns away, blushing like crazy while trying to convince herself that she is just naturally curious about him. Little sister is not having it, though, turning her back and deciding that she is definitely not sharing her secrets today. She is absolutely losing it, flailing her arms in frustration because her sister is being such a stubborn brat about the whole thing. Meanwhile, Kai is just sitting there in his full dark armor, looking like a total boss while meeting with the higher-ups. The Duke and Duchess are sweating bullets because they have no idea what this legendary and terrifying warrior actually wants. Shikoku faces off against the Duke while radiating an aura of pure intimidation that makes the soldiers tremble. Our boy crosses his arms, completely unfazed by the status of the powerful nobles sitting right in front of him. He is playing by his own rules now, and everyone is realizing that this man is going to keep doing the unexpected. The Duke is struggling to comprehend why a man who basically saved his whole family is acting so incredibly humble toward them. The Duke is struggling to comprehend why a man who basically saved his whole family is acting so incredibly humble toward them. Even though Kai is essentially their savior and holds all the cards, he realizes that as their savior, this knight is in the perfect position to demand half his fortune or even a royal title. Both the Duke and his wife look so relieved, yet incredibly confused by this whole display of character. They are basically dealing with a saint who happens to look like a dark knight. The Duke is convinced Kai must have a backing so strong that he does not even care about common rewards. Normally, a treasure hunter would be jumping for joy and bragging about their haul while surrounded by rewards. But Kai is just built different, and it is starting to make the Duke really nervous. The Duke begins to suspect that Kai might be hiding a high-status identity, since he doesn't seem to care about money. This level of selflessness makes the couple wonder if they are currently being put through some sort of elaborate character test. He finds the mysterious knight deeply unsettling, because he simply cannot read the man's true intentions behind that armor. He starts to feel the pressure as if Kai is silently judging how a high-ranking noble should properly reward a hero. The silence in the room becomes suffocating, as the Duke realizes his next words will determine the future of their relationship. He worries that failing to offer a proper reward would bring a permanent stain of shame to his family's ancient name and invite ugly rumors. The Duke gets all stressed out and starts thinking that maybe this is just Kai pointing out how careless he has been. It is a total blow to his ego, but he knows he has to step up. The Duke feels incredibly pathetic when he looks at the heroic man who not only saved his daughter's life, but also healed their broken hearts. He decides he cannot just sit there and wallow in regret like some amateur noble. He is genuinely glad they had the chance to meet someone like Kai, and now he is ready to make a real offer. The Duke looks Kai right in the visor and admits he is terribly ashamed to impose like this. But since this touches upon the honor of his house, he cannot just let it slide. Kai tilts his head slightly as the Duke tells him he will leave the choice to him, so long as it is not unreasonable. Our boy is just listening while the noble pours his heart out. The Duchess gives a supportive smile, because she knows they are finally prepared to treat their guest with the respect he deserves. The Duke holds up 3 fingers to signify the trio of rewards they have prepared to express their immense gratitude. Kai is absolutely floored when he hears that he is being offered a private villa and the full political backing of the household. They remain seated in the library, while the protagonist tries to process the fact that he just hit the absolute jackpot. The 2 men share a firm handshake to solidify the deal and confirm that Kai is now officially a friend of the house. Behind that heavy metal helmet, though our boy was actually sweating bullets, he tried so hard to keep his cool. Our boy is actually blushing and sweating buckets under his heavy metal helmet because he never expected things to go this well. The Duke lets out a shaky breath of relief because he feels like he finally managed to give the correct answer. He even offers to have his own daughters act as guides to show Kai around his new luxury villa. Kai gives a slow and composed nod to keep up his mysterious persona, even though his heart is racing. The Duke turns to his wife and asks her to escort their esteemed guest to the next room where the sisters are waiting. She politely gestures for Kai to follow her so they can move on to the next part of the tour. He keeps his response short and professional to make sure he does not accidentally say anything that might blow his cover. The Duke watches them leave the library and finally allows himself to relax for the first time since the meeting started. The heavy doors to the study slam shut and leave the weary noble alone with his thoughts and a cold cup of tea. He collapses back onto the sofa with a weak smile as the sheer weight of the interaction finally leaves his shoulders. A massive sigh of relief escapes him as he reflects on just how close he came to offending such a powerful warrior. He stares off into space with exhausted eyes while trying to come down from the intense adrenaline rush of the negotiation. His hand starts trembling as he realizes how lucky he was to have his daughter saved by such an incredible person. Meanwhile, Kai is led into the presence of the 2 sisters, who have been waiting anxiously for his arrival. The sister with the twin tails looks him up and down with a grumpy expression and seems completely unimpressed by his look. On the other hand, her sister is much more welcoming and tells our boy to just relax and make himself comfortable. She calls him out for being a terrible actor and asks why he couldn't at least pretend to be interested for the sake of the family. The younger sister gets animated while explaining that her father actually liked the mysterious vibe he was giving off despite the lack of social skills. Kai is completely lost by her logic and starts reflecting on how desperate his financial situation was before this crazy job offer. Looking back at the deal, he realizes that receiving such a massive reward for a single task is actually more terrifying than rewarding. Even though he is worried, his inner self is already celebrating the fact that he will never have to worry about rent ever again. The older sister notices his strange silence and starts to worry that she might have offended him or underpaid him for his services. She leans forward and asks him one last time if the reward is sufficient, because she is willing to give him even more if he asks. Kai is mentally swimming in gold coins and a brand new house, while ignoring the fact that he has no idea how political backing works. To keep up his cool and mysterious persona, He lets out a fake cough to hide the fact that he is currently having a mental breakdown. He tries to be polite by suggesting that the villa might hold some precious family memories, and that he would feel bad taking it away. The sisters find his concern hilarious, and explain that their family owns so many properties that they do not feel a shred of attachment to them. The younger sister points out that living in such a massive place all alone would be quite a burden, and honestly a bit creepy at night. She goes on to explain that while the garden is on the smaller side, the actual house is nearly as big as the main ducal palace. Kai finally realizes that what they call a simple villa is actually a massive estate that was never intended for a single person to live in. He starts to understand just how terrifying rich people can be, since they treat massive mansions like they are just spare change or party favors. The older sister gets curious and asks if he is planning on moving a team in or turning the whole place into a secret base of operations. Kai maintains his mysterious loner act by telling them he has every intention of living in that giant mansion completely by himself. They immediately jump on the opportunity to ask about his love life, since they can't believe a famous hero like him is currently single. The sisters lean closer and wonder if he simply has no interest in women, because he has been single for such a long time. The girls start whispering to each other and conclude that he must have an ego so massive that he thinks nobody is worthy of his time. To fix the awkward vibe, he explains that he might actually let other people stay there, so he doesn't have to manage the huge estate alone. Their eyes immediately sparkle with joy, and they scream in excitement as they realize they just got a potential invitation to his new place. He figures that since the house is so big, he can easily have guests over without sacrificing his privacy or letting the empty rooms get haunted. The room is filled with a sudden surge of excitement as the two sisters realize their plan to get closer to the hero is actually working. The younger sister is practically jumping for joy and declares right then and there that she is going to be his first regular visitor. Even the more reserved older sister can't help but smile as she quietly plans out all the times she is going to drop by his new home. They decide that there is no reason to wait for tomorrow and start demanding that he take them to the property for a tour immediately. He is completely stunned by the sheer size of the new estate and how much of an upgrade it is compared to his old place. The interior is even more insane, with high ceilings and purple velvet furniture that screams royal luxury. It is clear that someone spent a fortune making this place look perfect. Even the kitchen is decked out with top-tier marble and custom woodwork that looks brand new. Our boy really moved up in the world after all that hard work. The massive dining room looks like the perfect place for high-level players to sit down and discuss world-altering strategies over a royal feast. The pink-haired lady smiles and tells Kai not to worry about a thing because she wants him to be comfortable. She is being surprisingly generous with this entire setup. Kai stands there in his heavy armor feeling completely stunned that the furniture and tableware were all included in the deal. Karen is standing right behind him, looking a bit flustered and overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the mansion. She looks like she is having a hard time processing the upgrade too. Our boy walks into the massive library, and his jaw would be on the floor if he wasn't wearing a helmet. This room is every scholar's dream, with rows of books reaching the ceiling. He turns back to the girls and tells them that even though he just got the estate, he wants them to feel right at home here. Typical Kai being a wholesome protagonist. He lets out a heavy sigh of relief as he realizes his leg has finally finished healing up. The stress of the recent battles is finally starting to fade away in this quiet house. Karen crosses her arms and acts all tough, insisting that she isn't tired at all despite everything they just went through. She is definitely trying to keep up appearances in front of Kai. Kai can't help but tease her by saying kids shouldn't push themselves so hard, which immediately makes her blow a fuse. She starts yelling that she is definitely not a kid. She looks away with a blush on her face, clearly annoyed that he still treats her like a little sister. That pout is legendary, but she is definitely embarrassed by the comment. Kai starts panicking internally because letting a duke's beloved daughter overwork herself is the kind of rumor that could ruin his reputation. He definitely does not want that kind of heat. The older lady just sits there giggling at their little back and forth dynamic. She clearly finds their constant bickering and teasing to be the most entertaining thing in the world. Our boy decides to lean into the joke and tells Karen she can just sit on top of his hard armor if she wants. He thinks he is being clever and totally safe with this offer. In his head, Kai is celebrating because he knows anyone would choose a soft sofa over cold, hard metal. He thinks he gave the perfect answer to shut her up. Karen drops a total bombshell by offering to sit on him instead, and his brain completely short-circuits as he tries to process the suggestion. She actually goes through with it and plops right down on his armored lap without a single care in the world. He is absolutely terrified of making a single move and breaking the silence while he waits for her to realize how awkward this situation is. She casually mentions that her butt might start hurting on the metal plates, but Kai is too frozen with nerves to do anything but agree. The older lady watches the two of them from across the room with a look that says she knows exactly what is happening. She is enjoying every second of this awkward tension. The older sister finds the whole situation hilarious and tells Karen she is lucky to have such a reliable guy looking after her. She just smiles back at Karen with a knowing look and points out that she never even asked if Karen was happy. She can see right through that fake annoyance. Karen looks up at the massive helmet and asks the question we are all thinking. Why is he still wearing that clunky armor inside his own house anyway? She is genuinely curious about his logic. Our protagonist just stares out the window and says he is keeping it on just in case something comes up. You can take the man out of the fight, but you can't take the caution out of the man. He remembers their awkward meeting at the clock tower and desperately tries to change the subject before she figures out who he really is. He carefully considers his next move while trying to maintain his composure and keep his secret identity safe from the girls. He decides to take a risk and reaches out to show her some affection in hopes of calming the chaotic energy in the room. Without warning, Kai just drops a head pat right on Karen, catching the poor girl completely off guard with his sudden affection. The sudden physical affection leaves Karen completely flustered and frozen as she tries to hide the massive blush creeping across her face. He tries to usher the little fireball over to the sofa so she stays comfortable, but she starts flailing like a total chibai in protest. The older sister just watches this chaotic display with a tiny sweat drop, probably wondering what kind of weird dynamic these two have already formed. The older sister is genuinely impressed that her father trusted them enough to show Kai around given how secretive he usually acts. Kai admits that even though he saved Karen, his history is still a total mystery to everyone in this house, and he knows it looks suspicious. The older sister explains that her father never makes a move without thinking it through, and he clearly saw something worthy in our boy to trust him this much. Our boy cannot help himself and goes for another head pat, despite the look of pure annoyance beginning to form on Karen's face. She realizes that his decision to use a universal elixir on them proved his character was far more valuable than any mysterious background. The older sister just laughs it off and decides to let the current topic slide for the sake of everyone's sanity. She gives him this sweet smile and comments on how insanely busy his life seems to be, almost like she feels sorry for him. Kai just gives a vague answer to keep his secrets safe, but she insists that he must come by and see them before he leaves town. This guy starts sweating as he explains just how terrifying it is to meet the high-ranking Duke again. He clearly feels the massive gap in social status and begs Kai to help him find any other way out of this situation. Our protagonist is definitely feeling the weight of all these social expectations and the complicated relationships he is accidentally building. The older sister explains that the current situation is simply unavoidable, and they just have to deal with it for now. Karen looks up at the massive armored man with a look of pure curiosity, wondering what he is actually hiding under all that metal. Staying under the radar is going to be difficult because high-profile individuals across the kingdom are currently searching for his whereabouts. Karen suddenly turns away with a pout, leaving our poor protagonist standing there looking totally clueless about what he did wrong this time. Out of nowhere, the older sister starts making these weird flapping gestures near her face with a big, goofy smile on her face. Karen starts shaking her head so fast it becomes a blur, while Kai watches on completely baffled by her sudden movement. Karen finally breaks the awkward silence and asks her sister what in the world that hand gesture was even supposed to mean. The older sister was secretly gesturing for Kai to lift his visor, but now she is hiding her face in embarrassment after being exposed. Our boy's eyes widen as he realizes the whole mood just shifted from a serious conversation to something absolutely hilarious and awkward. The older sister is dying of embarrassment and promises that Karen is definitely going to pay for saying something so incredibly awkward in front of their guest. Kai can only watch from the background as the family drama takes a hilariously dark turn for the younger sibling. The older sister tells Karen to get off his lap immediately, but the stubborn girl refuses to budge from her spot. Karen doubles down by grabbing our boy's armored hand and holding on tight. She is making it very clear that she is not going anywhere. Karen suggests that if her sister is actually jealous of their physical closeness, then she should just be honest about her feelings. Lifia looks like she is about to cry from the sheer frustration of the situation. Our boy thinks to himself that she does not look jealous at all. Kai shakes his head and tells her that a lady of her high status really should not be doing stuff like this. He is trying to be the voice of reason here. Both of the girls freeze up and stare at him like he just said the most shocking thing they have ever heard. Karen gets this dark look on her face and tells him to wait just 1 second. She is clearly not happy with his comment. A quick glimpse into the past shows Lifia dancing with some random noble guy who does not even have a face. It looks like a perfect fairy tale moment on the surface. She clenches her gloved hands together in her lap as the memory of her failed romantic encounters starts to bubble up. The frustration is visible in her grip. Despite her beauty and high social standing, she admits to the group that she is still completely single and alone. Karen keeps leaning back against Kai and starts explaining the real reason why her sister is having such a hard time with men. Every man who meets her sister falls in love instantly, but then they get too intimidated to ever approach her again. He realizes it is a massive struggle to show your best side when you are standing in front of someone that incredibly beautiful. Karen shrugs it off like it is the most obvious thing in the world, while she continues to tease her older sister. Kai points out the hypocrisy of Karen teasing her sister, while she is still refusing to get off his lap and sit properly. Our boy finally asks Karen to maybe use the actual sofa for once, instead of using his legs as a chair. Kai is starting to feel the pressure of having these two chaotic sisters around him, and he is actually breaking a sweat. Karen is still refusing to move, and just gets even more comfortable, while Lifia watches them from the other side of the table. Suddenly, Lifia moves in closer with a determined look in her eyes, like she has finally made a big decision. She slides right next to our boy on the sofa and tells Karen that even if she says to look it is not that simple. Now Kai has a girl on his lap and one right at his side. Her eyes are glowing with a new kind of intensity that we have not seen from her since this conversation started. She reaches out and places her white-gloved hand directly on top of Kai's armored gauntlet. Talk about a major power move. Karen watches this unfold with a smug grin and thinks her sister should just keep going with this bold energy. This is exactly what she wanted. Lifia ends up leaning her head right against our boy's shoulder while Karen remains on his lap. Karen realizes she has never seen her big sister act this bold in her entire life. A carriage pulls up to this massive estate, and you already know some high-stakes business is going down inside. This elegant red-haired lady is wrapping things up, thanking our boy Kai for making time to meet with them today. She explains that delivering their family seal is quite the process, and it will take at least 3 more days to finish everything. Kai is sitting right there in his full intimidating armor, looking like an absolute unit, while these two sisters discuss the estate management. He keeps it brief and professional, giving them a simple confirmation that everything is clear on his end. As the meeting concludes, the older sister stands up and offers a polite bow, showing some serious respect to the man in armor. Little sister Karen is way more energetic, waving goodbye with a big smile, while promising they will meet again soon. Kai waves back like a total gentleman, telling Karen to hurry home so her parents don't start worrying about her being out late. Both sisters head for the exit, finally taking their leave after what seems like a very productive afternoon at the mansion. The door clicks shut, and suddenly the room feels way too quiet without all that high-energy sisterly chatter. The carriage finally begins the long journey home, as the sisters reflect on their productive meeting with the mysterious knight. Our boy finally lets out a massive sigh of relief, his metal gauntlet clicking, as he realizes the performance is finally over. Off comes the helmet, revealing our protagonist Kai, who looks absolutely exhausted from playing the role of a stoic legendary knight all day. The carriage keeps rolling away into the distance, leaving our boy alone with his thoughts and his heavy pile of armor. Inside the ride, the older sister is beaming, mentioning how the time just flew by because she was having such a blast. Karen pouts a little bit, admitting she actually wanted to hang out with Kai for a while longer before heading home. She starts teasing her big sis, immediately pointing out how lucky she is that Kai called her beautiful during their talk. That comment hits home, and the older sister turns bright red, unable to hide the fact that she is totally smitten with him. Karen keeps the pressure on, confirming that he definitely said it, and she is not about to let her sister forget it. She thinks to herself that it is true, and there is no point in denying the obvious chemistry they all felt back there. Her sister teases her for acting so differently just because she wanted to get a better look at the handsome man's face. She wonders if the mysterious guy is actually the same person she met back at the clock tower. Memories of Kai flash through her mind, showing the boyish face beneath that intimidating armor. Our main girl admits to herself that she really wanted a chance to see jet black face to face. Karen tries to cheer her sister up by promising to draw a portrait of the mystery man as soon as they get home. But get a load of this. Karen pulls out a drawing that looks like a 5-year-old made it. Her sister just laughs, thinking this unique style won't be much help for a reference. Suddenly, something catches her eye through the window as they pass a lone knight on the path. Her heart skips a beat while she stares at the figure walking away into the distance. Could it really be him? Then she remembers his face, breathless and looking slightly flustered, just like that day at the tower. The realization hits her like a truck, and she stands there completely frozen in thought. Karen notices the sudden change in her sister's mood and looks over with a worried expression. The older sister is completely lost in her own world as Karen tries to snap her back to reality with a confused look. Kai looks totally caught in her mind as the memory of his sweating face lingers. A small, knowing smirk begins to form on her lips as she finally connects all the dots. She thinks to herself that the man really had to keep teasing her until the very end. Karen is absolutely losing it, screaming about whether he really was the person from the clock tower. Without a single doubt, her sister confirms that the mysterious knight and the boy from the tower are one and the same. She starts to wonder if that meeting was actually a coincidence or something much more planned. No one else is supposed to know her favorite spot is that clock tower. If he already knew her secrets, then slipping away during a busy day to meet her makes perfect sense. She realizes the only reason he was at the tower was to check if Karen's injured leg had finally healed up properly. Kai remains remarkably composed despite the gravity of the situation, while his little companion starts getting anxious about what comes next. Karen begins to see Kai in a completely new light as she finally pieces together the depth of his true nature. She realizes that Kai risked a serious reprimand from his superiors just to use a legendary universal elixir to heal her legs. Even now, he acts like it is no big deal. Our boy tells her that seeing her walk again is enough for him and wants her to just enjoy life. He intentionally frames his sacrifice in a way that prevents her from feeling like she owes him a lifelong debt of gratitude. It finally clicks for her. Him staying at that clock tower was not random. He was actually standing guard to make sure those kidnappers did not come back for seconds. Karen is completely stunned by the realization. This guy has been playing the role of a silent guardian this entire time, without saying a single word about his efforts. She starts wondering just how much effort he put in behind the scenes, while everyone else was busy looking the other way. Meanwhile, Kai is ready to call it a day. He pulls off that heavy helmet and casually mentions needing a shower, totally oblivious to the heart he just stole. Her heart starts racing like a motor. She clutches her chest as the reality of his selflessness finally hits her right in the feels. In her eyes, he is basically glowing right now. This is the face of a true hero who does the right thing simply because it is right. Karen can barely keep it together. She is convinced that he is the most wonderful person she has ever met, and she is clearly falling hard. Her sister is already counting down the days until their next big move, while noticing that Karen is clearly lost in thought. The teasing starts right away. Her sister calls her out for having that classic dreamy look on her face that only comes from thinking about a crush. The gravity of Kai's feelings finally sinks in for the sister, as she realizes he was willing to give up everything for Karen. She lets out a long sigh, her face turning a bright shade of red. This is definitely not the composed girl we saw earlier today. Her sister just stares at her, wondering if she has finally lost her mind. The transition from serious warrior to blushing mess is giving her major whiplash. Both of them sit there in silence for a moment. It is clear that the events of the day have changed everything for this family going forward. The little sister looks a bit skeptical. She is trying to process how one guy managed to turn her sister's entire world upside down so quickly. But Karen is not listening to anyone anymore. She is back to her daydreaming, probably replaying every single thing Kai said to her in her head. Somewhere else, a dude lets out a massive sneeze. It looks like someone is talking about him, and his body is definitely feeling the gossip. The town square is busy as another peaceful morning begins, but a bittersweet goodbye is currently taking place inside the local tavern. Kai is finally preparing to move on to much bigger adventures in the capital city. The red-haired bartender wipes down a glass with a melancholy look on his face. He knew this day was coming ever since Kai failed to return the night before. Our boy is not letting the heavy mood ruin his appetite, though, as he digs into a fresh plate of steak and eggs. He is clad in his dark gray armor, but even a warrior needs a good breakfast. Kai assures his friend that even if he is moving out, he is not going to be a stranger. He promised to keep coming back just for the legendary food. Without his helmet on, our protagonist looks like any other happy kid enjoying a meal. The bartender can only watch in disbelief as Kai casually talks about leaving the life he knew behind. The man gives him a warm smile and promises that the tavern doors will always be open for him regardless of how famous he becomes. Kai is genuinely touched by the kind gesture and finishes his meal with a peaceful heart. Pure pride shines in the barkeep's eyes as he looks at how far our boy has come. He treats Kai more like a younger brother than a customer. Kai pauses mid-chew as he prepares to drop some massive news that is about to blow his friend's mind. He is trying to act casual, but the secret is too big to keep. The bartender nearly jumps out of his skin when he hears the update. He stares at Kai and asks him if he really just managed to get a whole house. Kai explains that he actually tried to turn the offer down at first, but the people involved simply refused to take no for an answer. He eventually gave in and accepted the massive mansion just to end the conversation. Our boy explains that the Duke himself was the one who insisted on giving him the entire property as a reward. The bartender's brain literally short-circuits as he listens to Kai talk about high nobility like they are just old friends. The kingdom elites were searching everywhere just to thank our protagonist for his recent heroics. Kai remains completely calm, while the poor bartender struggles to keep his composure after hearing such wild news. He is absolutely shocked to find out that the person sitting right in front of him is a hero to the kingdom's elites. The bartender takes a moment to compose himself as the gravity of the situation hits him. Having a duke as a benefactor changes everything. He reminds Kai that receiving a villa from high nobility is not just a gift, but a massive political statement. This is not just a roof over his head. Kai still does not quite understand why everyone is making such a massive deal out of a simple building. The bartender is losing his mind because our hero is being way too humble about owning such a high-class property. In this world, land and villas are the ultimate symbols of authority and influence among the elite class. You cannot even begin to play the game of high-stakes politics without having a proper base of operations to call your own. It is clear the Duke wants to form a direct connection with someone as powerful as Kai. This is a strategic move to keep our boy close. Kai just stares back with those calm eyes of his not really caring about the political implications. He is just thinking about his next move. The bartender looks deep into his eyes and wonders what kind of monster he is actually dealing with. Who is this kid, really? Our boy insists that he is just a regular guy, which only makes the bartender shake even harder. That statement is clearly a massive lie. To wrap things up, Kai slams a heavy brown bag onto the counter with a loud thud. He says he wants to pay for everything he owes. The man picks up the bag, and his eyes go wide when he hears the distinct clinking of metal. This is way too much for a few meals. Kai casually confirms that the bag is filled with cold, hard cash. He acts like he is just handing over some pocket change. The bartender holds up his hands and looks genuinely terrified of the money. He thinks taking this much from a guy like Kai might actually be dangerous. Our hero tries his best to act like a normal guy, but his reputation is clearly starting to precede him. Even without his helmet on, he gives off a powerful vibe that makes the commoners feel incredibly nervous. Kai jokes about being a scary guy, and the bartender is not comforted at all. He thinks that makes it even worse for his poor heart. The man is clearly reaching his limit with all this tension. Our boy mentions he feels bad for putting the guy through something crazy earlier. The bartender is confused and wonders what exactly was so crazy about their meeting today. Kai points out the obvious, like the fact the bartender had to hide him from a literal duke. The guy realizes he never even considered the danger until this moment. Suddenly, the reality hits him like a truck, and he starts shivering. This poor guy was sweating bullets the entire time without even realizing the risk he took for our boy. Kai looks at him with a mix of pity and awkwardness. He can only imagine the sheer stress this man is going through after finally processing everything that just happened. The bartender tries to play it cool and says he just wants to treat his guests as well as he can. Kai smiles and genuinely appreciates the hospitality at this little inn. Kai jokes that he agrees the service is great, which catches the bartender off guard. He tells our boy he is supposed to deny it to be polite, not agree easily. Without another word, Kai picks up his helmet and prepares to head out. The bag of gold is left sitting right there on the counter as a massive payment. The bartender tells him to come back again whenever he can. Kai is already busy adjusting his gear as he gets ready for the next leg of his long journey. Our boy promises that he definitely will be back before heading out the door. The bartender waves goodbye, still not realizing the insane weight of the bag in front of him. Once the door finally closes, the bartender immediately grabs the heavy sack and hides behind the counter so no one else sees him. He can barely contain his excitement as he prepares to see exactly what Kai left behind. He stares in absolute disbelief, thinking that there is no way this can be real. It is some kind of insane prank or a very vivid dream. The sheer amount of gold is blinding, and he holds the bag like it is a ticking time bomb. How did a random traveler have this kind of wealth? He crouches on the floor, wondering how someone could just hand over this much money so casually. Our boy calls himself stingy, but he just set this man up. The Holy Church stands as one of the three great powers in this world and serves as a home for the most influential religious figures. We meet a girl who is squishing her own cheeks in frustration. She looks like she is having a very rough day, and she is not hiding it. Another nun leans in close, looking concerned, but also a bit amused by the drama. These two seem to be close enough to skip the usual formal church talk. This is Marie Qualier, and she is clearly the type to speak her mind regardless of the setting. She is not exactly the picture-perfect holy maiden people expect. Her companion points out that this is already the 7th time today she has acted like this. It seems like Marie has a habit of breaking her saintly character. Marie just sighs, looking completely drained by the expectations placed upon her. Being a high-ranking member of the church is clearly a total drag for her free soul. The other nun scolds her, telling her that her language is way too crude for her position. Marie just leans back on the bench, not caring about lectures anymore. Marie completely ignores the rules of church etiquette while sitting on the bench in a way that would shock any high-ranking priest. Marie argues that as long as people outside the family don't see her, it should be fine. She is basically living a double life to keep her own sanity. But then she stops mid-sentence as a realization hits her. Her expression shifts from annoyance to something a lot more serious as she senses someone important finally approaching. Instantly, she flips the switch and turns back into the perfect and glowing saint. She has this radiant aura that could fool anyone into thinking she is pure. Her sister just stares at her, weirded out by how fast she can change her personality. Marie tells her not to look at her with those judgmental eyes. Marie mentions how her sister has become much more prim and proper ever since the day she finally managed to regain her sight. Nina simply brushes off the comment because she does not see her own behavior as anything unusual or strange. Ever since Nina regained her sight, she has been a total ray of sunshine while enjoying every single moment of her new life. She has spent the last 2 days looking extremely contemplative and distant, which is a massive shift from her usual upbeat energy. Marie changes the subject to our boy Kai and how he has been doing the coolest things lately. Nina perks up immediately because she is interested in the mysterious knight. Marie keeps going on about his recent exploits because she just cannot help herself. She is basically a total fan of his work at this point. Kai is out here looking like a total boss, as he hands out 3 legendary elixirs for absolutely nothing in return. The sisters keep bickering in their tiny chibai forms because that is just how their dynamic works. They really are a duo of total chaos for everyone. Marie starts getting all dreamy while thinking about how amazing Kai is. She is practically holding her hands in prayer like she is worshipping his cool factor. Nina reminds her that she only recently got her sight back, so she is still adjusting to everything. She wants to see more of this world now. Our girl has this look in her eyes like she is planning something big. She is not just some helpless saint, and she is processing everything. If our boy hands out legendary elixirs for free, then he must be someone incredibly powerful like Werther. This status is something others only dream of reaching. Having that kind of power means having hundreds of rivals coming for your head. It's a dangerous game when everyone is looking to take you down. Can you imagine the competition for our boy, though? Kai would have fangirls with heart eyes chasing him down every single street he walks on. Nina notices her sister is getting way too excited and starts teasing her for being so fired up. Marie turns bright red and acts embarrassed. Marie looks absolutely flustered, while Nina just laughs her head off at the reaction. These two are honestly comedy gold when they are just hanging out. Suddenly, another sister shows up and tells them it is time to get back to work. The break is officially over for this holy duo. Nina flips the switch and turns back into the perfect and glowing saint with a radiant aura. Marie just stares at her, weirded out by the change. Our girl gives a playful wink as she walks off looking like the most pure person on the planet. She really knows how to play her role. Marie is left standing there with her jaw on the floor because she cannot believe what she saw. The duality of her sister is honestly terrifying. She stares at Nina and calls her sister a total menace in her head for acting that way. This family dynamic is just on another level. The public sees the sisters as perfect symbols of holiness, but their actual relationship is far more chaotic than anyone could imagine. Side by side, they look absolutely radiant, like they were plucked straight from a painting. You would never guess how chaotic they are when alone. Meanwhile, our boy Kai is just standing there looking cool and mysterious as a white bird flies past his armor. He is ready for the next challenge. Marie is completely drained from dealing with her high-energy sister and collapses onto a bench for some peace and quiet. She lets out a heavy sigh, realizing that being a saintess is way more tiring than she ever imagined. Suddenly, our red-haired girl Liffy pops her head around the corner with a worried look on her face. She is wondering what on earth her friend is doing hiding out here. Marie jumps nearly out of her skin when she hears the voice and immediately starts making excuses. She insists she is not slacking off and is just taking a well-deserved break. Liffy is not buying it for a second and reminds her that sneaking into the back garden without permission is a big no-no. The rules are there for a reason, but our girl Marie seems to think they are merely suggestions. Liffy gives in and apologizes, telling her friend to just stay put and take a seat for a minute. The two of them finally settle down to have a proper chat away from prying eyes. It is a beautiful day in the garden as the leaves drift slowly through the air around the wooden bench. They look like total opposites sitting there, but you can tell they share a deep bond despite their different social standings. Marie gets this curious look in her eyes as the conversation shifts towards something much more interesting than garden rules. She is clearly fishing for information about a certain someone who has been on her mind lately. Liffy mentions how her sister Nina has been spending all her time tidying up the grounds just to be near him. It seems like every girl in the vicinity is catching feelings for the mysterious knight in the dark armor. The news gets even bigger when Liffy reveals that a formal letter was sent from her father to Mary's parents. This is not just a casual visit, as the ducal house is moving fast to make sure they properly thank their savior. Marie lets out a massive sigh because she is tired of hearing her little sister go on and on about wanting to see him. Apparently, the kid is completely obsessed and asks to meet our protagonist every single day. Liffy mentions that her little sister Karen is just as obsessed as any other girl who meets their hero. She is actually relieved that the kid has finally found someone else to cling to besides her. Even when the kid got scolded or her legs fell asleep, she refused to move from our boy's lap for even a second. It is hilarious to see this terrifying armored warrior being treated like a giant teddy bear by a persistent child. Marie wears a knowing smirk as she realizes that their mysterious savior seems to have a natural talent for stealing hearts wherever he goes. She admits that Jet Black really does have a strange gravity that just pulls people toward him like a magnet. Just something about that dark armor and quiet strength that no one can ignore. Liffy looks off into the distance with a soft expression and declares that he is the most wonderful person she has ever encountered. This is a massive endorsement coming from a high-ranking noble girl with very high standards. The grand spires of the cathedral loom overhead as Marie processes that heavy statement from her friend. She tells Liffy that once she finally meets him herself, everything will probably click into place for her too. Marie decides to tease her friend a bit, leaning in close with a devious grin to ask about the reward. She wants to know if their secret meeting involved some kind of massive payment or something even more scandalous. She keeps pushing, begging for some details just so she can use it as a reference for her own family. Come on, just a little hint won't hurt anybody, right? Mary's family still hasn't decided on the exact form of their thanks yet. They want to make sure the gesture is perfect for someone as important as Kai. The pressure is building, because every gift carries a massive amount of political weight in high society. Marie explains that she needs to know what the ducal house gave him so her family don't look cheap or insulting. But then she drops a threat, telling Liffy that if any of this leaks out, she will spill all of Liffy's secrets. Liffy starts to sweat because she knows her friend is completely serious about leaking her secrets if she doesn't cooperate. She quickly promises to keep quiet while Marie enjoys watching her friend squirm. Liffy takes a deep breath and prepares to reveal the true scale of what they gave our boy Kai. She explains that the rewards they offered were beyond anything a normal person could imagine. First on the list was a massive, luxurious villa that most people could only dream of owning in 10 lifetimes. It is basically a palace. But wait, it gets even better because they showered him with a mountain of gold coins as a monetary reward. On top of the house and the cash, they gave him the family seal, bringing the total to 3 legendary gifts. Our girl Marie is absolutely losing her mind right now. She cannot believe that after everything Kai did, that was the only reward he walked away with. She starts listing off his achievements like a grocery list. He saved Karen's life and used a literal universal elixir, so how is a little bit of gold enough? Liffy is waving her hands frantically because she feels the same way about the reward being way too small. She wanted to give him so much more, but there was simply no way to convince him to take it. Marie is not buying the excuses at all. She is convinced there had to be a way to pay him back properly for basically performing a miracle. Liffy reveals that Kai did not even ask for a reward, and he flat out refused the extra stuff they tried to shove in his pockets. He was perfectly content with what he had and did not want to take advantage of them. Marie begins gesturing wildly as she tries to process the idea of someone being that selfless. She finds it hard to believe that a man who refuses riches and fame actually exists in their greedy world. Liffy falls into a thoughtful silence as she recalls just how humble and genuine their savior was during their meeting. She is clearly touched by his character and is seeing him in a whole new light. She basically starts gushing about how he is the most wonderful person she has ever met. Marie is just staring at her like, girl, if you are embarrassed, you do not have to say it out loud. Even the high and mighty nobles are feeling the pressure because Liffy's brother feels like he cannot even begin to measure up to Kai's shadow. He is worried about how he will even stand next to someone so impressive. It turns out her brother is back home, literally racking his brain and losing sleep over the situation. He is desperately trying to come up with countermeasures just so he can hold a decent conversation during their next meeting. Marie realizes the situation is even more intense than she thought. If a top-tier noble has to study that hard just to hold a conversation, Kai is on a whole different level. Liffy gives a nervous little laugh while thinking about how stressed her brother has become over this. It is pretty clear that our boy has turned their entire social hierarchy upside down without even trying. The connection between these two is getting deeper. Marie points out that they both had their sisters saved by this mysterious guy in the jet black armor. Liffy looks off into the distance with a soft smile while thinking about the impact Kai has had on her family. She is amazed that one person can make even the most powerful nobles feel completely outmatched. Marie leans in and decides to get a bit nosy about her friend's personal feelings. She wants to know what Liffy really thinks about our protagonist now that she has spent some time around him. The vibe gets a bit more serious as they sit together in the garden. Marie reveals her father gave strict orders never to make an enemy out of Kai, especially since his connection to the Verter group makes things very complicated. Nina wonders about the true power of the organization Kai is working with, admitting she has no idea how they run things, but they clearly hold a massive amount of influence. Marie brings up a weird detail that has been bugging her, noticing that Kai actually seemed way happier about the cash than he did about receiving the legendary family seal. That totally blows Nina's mind, because to a noble, a seal is everything, and she thinks it makes zero sense for someone that powerful to care more about common coins. They look at the world around them and realize that while anyone can earn gold, you cannot just get a ducal house seal through hard work alone, as it represents a level of status that money usually cannot buy. Nina finds herself thinking really hard as she tries to decode the enigma that is the mysterious man in the dark gray armor. Marie has a theory that is honestly pretty wholesome, thinking he was happy about the money because it means he can help even more people who are struggling. A realization hits Nina like a bolt of lightning, and she is stunned by the idea that someone would prioritize charity over their own social advancement. Marie imagines Kai standing tall in his incredible gear, knowing there is no way a regular person could ever afford armor and weapons of that quality without a massive fortune behind them. Marie decides right then and there that they need to start throwing even more money at him, ending the conversation by teasing Nina and saying she is certain that jet black is exactly her type. Nina is totally losing it, her face turning beet red while Marie just sits there with the most devious smirk ever. Marie cannot help but giggle to herself, because she knows exactly which buttons to push to get a reaction out of her. Our boy Kai looks absolutely legendary in that dark armor, looking like a total boss from another world. Marie drops the ultimate threat, telling Nina that if she keeps playing dumb, she will tell Kai exactly how she feels. The air is filled with the sound of smug laughter, as Marie enjoys every single second of this delicious sisterly chaos. Nina is basically counting down the seconds until she can see him again, her heart racing at the mere thought as they recall how they just couldn't find him earlier. It makes zero sense considering Kai is wearing gear that literally screams for attention, yet he somehow managed to vanish right then. Nina grips her staff tightly, trying to compose herself while the weight of the situation starts to sink in for her. She remembers something important and raises a finger to make a point, her expression shifting from panic to a more serious tone. The message from him was clear. He would much rather see her enjoying her new life than spending every moment worrying about him. Marie explains that Kai told her to do all the things she missed out on and finally start living for herself again. Nina takes a moment to process those words, her gaze softening as she realizes just how considerate our protagonist really is. As they continue their walk, the conversation turns toward Kai's mysterious background and why he is acting alone. Nina wonders if he might have actually gone rogue and defied orders from his superiors just to do what he felt was right. Marie looks genuinely concerned, pointing out that someone with his level of skill and achievements is someone any organization would be desperate to keep. Nina looks up at the sky, her mind drifting as she tries to imagine the kind of pressure a hero must be under. They take a seat on a nearby bench to rest while Marie continues her analysis, admitting that he seems like the stubborn type who will never back down once he has decided on a course of action. When Nina asks how long he plans to stay, Marie mentions that he still has unfinished business in this town. Even though they invited him over for a nice dinner as a thank you, he politely turned them down because he is just that busy. Nina cannot help but imagine him out there, selflessly helping anyone in need like a true knight. Her eyes practically turn into hearts as she whispers about how cool he is, clearly falling harder for him by the second. Seeing her sister so smitten, Marie decides to throw her a bone and reveals she has some juicy inside information to share. Apparently, our boy Kai has a regular spot for lunch at a local place called the LD Inn because he prefers simple food. Nina repeats the name of the inn under her breath, her brain already mapping out the fastest route to get there now. Suddenly, she bolts upright with a look of pure determination that catches Marie completely off guard and leaves her staring in shock. She tries to play it cool by claiming she just wants to give him a proper thank you, but her face says otherwise. Without another word, Nina takes off like a professional sprinter, leaving a trail of dust in her wake as she heads toward the inn, while Marie is left sitting there with a massive question mark over her head. The realization hits Marie that she has just been completely abandoned on the bench by her own sister for a guy. Kai marches through the sunlit streets of a lively medieval town, while humming a little tune to himself on his way to grab a quick lunch. This silver-haired girl suddenly clutches her chest in total shock after hearing some news inside the tavern that she can barely believe. Our protagonist pauses at the door after hearing a panicked conversation coming from inside and decides to eavesdrop for a moment. The poor shopkeeper is sweating bullets as a mysterious woman demands that he disclose some very specific information about a regular customer. He nervously explains that the target she is looking for usually shows up at the shop around this exact time every single day. Kai stands outside feeling the awkward tension radiating through the door and realizes his peaceful meal is definitely in serious jeopardy today. The interrogation continues as the woman asks the trembling man exactly where her target usually likes to sit whenever he visits. She demands the information with an intense look in her eyes that would make even a veteran soldier flinch in terror. Cracking under the immense pressure of her gaze, the shopkeeper points a finger directly toward the seating area to give her everything she wants. She looks over the menu and wonders if she can handle the intensity of meeting the man she has been searching for this whole time. The shopkeeper explains that there is nothing fixed about the man's order, and he basically just eats whatever he feels like on a given day. The woman is desperate for any lead and demands to know exactly what the man ate during his most recent visit to the tavern. He quickly shows her the specific meal from yesterday, while trying his best to satisfy her relentless curiosity before things get even worse. Kai realizes that staying here today might have been a massive mistake and considers making a run for it before he gets involved. Underneath that heavy helmet, Kai makes a face like he just swallowed a lemon because the atmosphere inside is getting way too heavy. He slowly reaches for the door handle, hoping to make a quiet exit before anyone notices the giant armored man standing in the doorway. Our protagonist thinks to himself that maybe he should just head inside and hope things calm down once another customer finally arrives. Kai watches the scene through the slit of his helmet and confirms that the poor shopkeeper is indeed getting absolutely hassled by the visitor. The man holds his hands up in a defensive gesture while begging the woman to wait just a moment so he can process the situation. A single bead of sweat rolls down the back of his neck as he realizes there is absolutely no way he is getting through this easily. Another woman joins the first one and explains that she worked incredibly hard just to force herself to come inside this place as well. Our boy watches as the silver-haired girl looks visibly shaken and decides his best move is to pretend he didn't see a single thing. The entire pub suddenly falls into a terrifyingly dead silence, making Kai feel the intense weight of everyone staring right at him. The two sisters stand there side by side, with one of them turning bright red from absolute embarrassment. While her companion tries to keep a serious face, the tension between them is so thick you could probably cut it with a sword. Our boy hears the sound of heavy footsteps approaching, and his heart starts racing as he wonders why they are coming in his direction. The shopkeeper looks over at Kai while hoping the arrival of a regular customer will finally provide him with some much-needed backup. Forced smiles are all the man can manage as he tries to act casual despite the absolute chaos currently happening inside the pub. The shopkeeper desperately asks for the protagonist's order in an attempt to break the awkward tension and return things to normal. Kai is caught completely off guard and stares at the woman as he realizes his plan to remain anonymous has officially failed for the day. Our white-haired girl looks at Kai with a blush so deep you can practically feel the heat radiating off her face as she smiles gently. A small golden charm dangles from her wrist and sparkles under the pub lights, while hinting at a history they have shared in the past. She wears a star-shaped necklace resting on her chest, which is a beautiful piece of jewelry that definitely holds some significant sentimental value. She leans in closer with a look of pure hope in her eyes and prepares to ask the one question that will change everything. She asks if he remembers her, and the realization hits our protagonist like a freight train as he accidentally screams her name out loud. The atmosphere in the room completely shifts as the shock of this sudden and unexpected reunion sets in for everyone involved. Our boy is sweating buckets inside that heavy armor of his while trying to play it cool and tell her how glad he is to see her. Nina looks absolutely stunned by his reaction and struggles to find the right words to say after such a long time apart from him. The poor shopkeeper is literally hiding behind the door frame, watching the chaos unfold with a look of pure terror on his face. He is clearly ready to bolt the second things go south, hoping that Kai can somehow smooth things over for him. The shopkeeper immediately jumps in to apologize for being out of line after realizing he almost messed up a reunion between two very important people. He begs for their forgiveness and thanks them for being so lenient after he acted so rudely toward them earlier in the afternoon. Kai admits that he honestly did not recognize her at first because so much has changed since they last saw each other. Nina takes the opportunity to show off her new look, spinning around and asking him if her current outfit actually suits her. Our boy reaches out his armored hand to get a closer look at the jewelry she is wearing to see the fine details. Nina is all smiles, but the lady standing behind her with the silver mask does not look nearly as happy to see our protagonist as Nina does. This new woman is staring daggers right at Kai, her gaze so intense it is making the air feel heavy with suspicion. She does not say a word, just keeps that cold stare fixed on him until Kai finally manages to stammer out a nervous greeting. Our boy is scratching his helmet and feeling the pressure, because having a masked warrior glare at you is never a good sign. But Nina is not bothered at all, leaning in way too close to his face with an earnest look that catches him totally off guard. Kai has to literally hold her back by the shoulders just to maintain a little bit of personal space before things get even weirder. Nina just gives a little peace sign with a cute chibai expression, clearly enjoying how flustered she is making him. Underneath that helmet, Kai finally lets out a sigh of relief as the tension starts to drain out of the room just a little bit. The mood turns somber for a moment when Nina mentions she has not been able to see the faces of her family for several long years. Kai tells her she does not need to get into such heavy topics right now, and she immediately apologizes for bringing the mood down. He stands tall and tells her to just lift her head and start enjoying herself from now on, because that was the whole point of using that medicine. Nina responds with a determined look, ready to leave the past behind and make the most of this second chance she has been given. The timing is perfect, as the shopkeeper arrives with massive plates of delicious-looking food to finally break the ice for real. Our girl Nina is practically glowing with excitement at the sight of such a big feast, ready to dig in after everything they have been through. Even the stern masked woman sits down to eat, acknowledging the meal with a quiet word of thanks as the group finally settles in for some rest. Nina eyes the huge plate and says that while large portions are technically for adults, she really wanted to try the same meal our boy Kai is having. Our girl is absolutely beaming as she explains that getting a taste of this food is the whole reason she made the trip today. Kai wonders if people actually get in such specific moods for food, but Nina just gives him a look that says yes, definitely. The masked woman speaks up, promising Nina that she and the bodyguard will help with everything else, so our girl can just relax. Nina lets out a soft sigh of relief and offers a warm thank you to her friends for being so supportive during their rest. Our boy Kai stands tall in his dark armor, looking like a total boss as he oversees the dinner table and enjoys the peaceful atmosphere. He reminds everyone that it is a total waste to let such a perfect meal cool down when it was just served and is still steaming hot. Both ladies take a moment to pray before they start eating, looking very serious about their pre-meal ritual before diving into the food. They take their first bites at the same time, and the sudden silence in the room says more than words ever could about how good it tastes. The verdict is finally in, and both of them agree the food is amazing, looking completely refreshed after just one single bite of the steak. Kai watches them enjoy the meal with a satisfied expression, glad to see that his companions are finally relaxing after such a long journey. A heavy wooden mug slams onto the table with a violent thud, as someone demands to know why he has the nerve to act so proud. The red-haired server is clearly annoyed, asking why his own dish had to be set down so roughly, while Kai gets such special treatment. Nina thinks to herself that she already told the bodyguard the whole situation was her fault, so she feels a bit guilty about the misunderstanding. Despite the small drama, she giggles and tells herself that everyone seems to be on pretty good terms now that they are all eating together. The server keeps complaining, telling Kai that he never shares anything about his connections or who he actually is behind that mask and armor. He suddenly realizes he just spoke way too casually and starts panicking because he looks like his life just flashed before his eyes. Kai leans in close to the guy, pointing out that he just completely dropped the formal act and started talking like they are old friends. The masked woman asks if Kai can just overlook the disrespect for once, and our boy replies that as long as Nina is not displeased, he can overlook anything. Our girl Nina turns around with the brightest smile ever and announces that she actually wants everyone to speak casually to her from now on. The poor server looks like he is about to have a heart attack as he begs her to spare him from such a terrifying request. Kai watches the server freak out and notes that this is exactly how a normal person should react when someone like Nina makes such a request. The simple sound of a fork clicking against the plate suddenly cuts through the air and kills the cheerful mood. Nina freezes mid-meal as she senses the conversation is about to turn into something far more serious. The server looks incredibly nervous as he tells Nina he has something important he needs to ask her. She feels her hands start to shake and instinctively clutches her star necklace while waiting for his next words. Our girl looks completely caught off guard as she prepares herself for the weight of a very difficult conversation. Nina looks absolutely panicked as she talks to our boy, who is just trying to keep his cool. It is clear that whatever they are discussing has her heart racing and her face turning bright red. Kai is definitely feeling the pressure too, because he is sweating bullets behind that horned helmet. Those eyes say it all as he tries to process the intensity of this conversation. Our boy sits at the table and wonders if he is actually the one supposed to visit the cathedral. The tavern worker realizes this might get messy and decides to give them some space. Nina starts waving her hands around in a total frenzy, trying to explain herself while her face remains flushed with absolute embarrassment. She keeps blushing and stuttering, while our protagonist just stands there watching this chaotic display of nerves from across the table. Kai is mentally retracing his steps and thinking about that villa visit he made just a little while ago. This whole situation is starting to feel way more complicated than he initially expected. Our boy tries to play it cool by suggesting she only visits when she actually has some time off. He waves his hand dismissively, hoping to de-escalate the high stakes of this potential meeting. Nina catches her breath and suggests they meet up next Sunday right around noon. She's clearly determined to make this happen despite how nervous she was just a few seconds ago. Nina starts talking about her family and a vision of her parents and elder sister who look like powerful, high-ranking nobles. Our boy just freezes up completely as the weight of that information hits him like a freight train. He was expecting a simple girl, but realizes he is dealing with a literal powerhouse. Kai is internally screaming because he had no idea Nina's family was that high up on the food chain. This is way beyond his pay grade, and his anxiety is reaching an all-time high. He asks if he can actually choose who gets to visit the estate since things are getting out of hand. Nina just looks at him with a puzzled expression, wondering what he means by that request. The poor girl is completely stunned by his request, and her eyes go wide with total shock. She definitely did not see that question coming after she just offered him an invitation to meet her family. Kai explains that he is really not looking for some super formal visit that draws a ton of unwanted attention. He prefers keeping things low-key rather than dealing with the headache of high society. The tavern worker is spying from behind the door while our boy complains about the old man meddling again. It seems like everyone has an opinion on how Kai should handle his social life. Nina and her sister are finally digging into their meal, but the atmosphere is still pretty tense. The sister thanks him for the food while Nina looks like she is still processing their talk. Our boy admits that high-ranking people like her parents absolutely terrify him, and he wants to avoid them. He tells her she can just give her thanks even if they do not show up personally. He starts wondering if she thinks he doesn't trust just having her sister there by herself. The sister makes it clear that she has no intention of helping him and tells him to report the situation to his own superiors himself. She gives him a firm look that says she is going to make sure everything is handled properly. Even with that mask on, you can tell she is a woman you do not want to cross. Kai feels a surge of relief and thinks to himself that everything is actually going pretty smoothly this time. He is finally starting to relax now that the difficult conversation is over. Nina continues eating her meal while her sister watches over her with a silent and protective gaze. The quiet moment is a nice break after all the blushing and stuttering from earlier. They finish off the food, leaving nothing but crumbs on the plate after a long and exhausting talk. It is a sign that things are finally wrapping up for the day. The two sisters walk away together looking much more relaxed and content now that the stressful meeting has finally come to an end. Our guy Kai politely says his goodbyes and sends the visitors on their way after that intense meeting. He finally gets a moment of peace as the heavy door shuts and the long ordeal comes to an end. As the visitors leave and the door shuts, the sound of the bell signals the end of a very long ordeal. Our boy just lets out a massive sigh of relief. Dealing with high-ranking nobles is a literal workout for the soul. His friend finally comes over with a plate full of meat to save the day. You can tell the poor guy was worried sick watching the whole thing go down. Look at that spread. A juicy steak and some chicken is exactly what the doctor ordered after surviving a stressful meeting with Lady Nina. Kai just faceplants onto the counter. All that tension leaves his body the second the pressure is off, and he can finally breathe. His friend looks at him with an expression of pure pity. He knows our protagonist just went through the absolute ringer today. Our boy is staring off into space, thinking about how much easier life would be if things were actually simple. His friend tells him he can finally stop acting like a knight. The bartender realizes that despite everything, Kai is still the same guy he has always known. He is actually surprised that their friendship hasn't changed at all. It is finally time to ditch the heavy metal. Kai reaches up and starts to pull off that horned helmet to show his face. Kai is finally unmasked and ready to dig into his meal with a big grateful smile on his face. They start talking about the Holy Church guards and how they are basically the elite of the elite. Even his friend is impressed by the high-level company he was keeping. Kai tells him that he is free to talk about what he knows now. He is trying to be more open about his situation for once instead of hiding everything. This sets his friend off. He screams that Kai should have told him the truth way sooner because he thought he was actually going to die from the stress. The guy eventually settles down and decides to be the bigger person. He tells Kai that he will forgive him just this once. Kai realizes that the guards were actually just being professional and were only firm because they wanted to ensure Lady Nina could enjoy her meal time in peace. He keeps munching away on his dinner, probably realizing how lucky he got that things did not turn violent back there. His friend looks at him and mentions that Kai probably understands that kind of loyalty better than most people do. While washing up, the guy brings up how Kai was actually trying to take his side during the heated confrontation. Kai admits he was just winging it and saying whatever felt right to keep things peaceful in the moment. His friend is completely dumbfounded by this honesty because he assumed it was all part of some master plan. He claims he is so far below those important people that he cannot even wrap his head around their level of intensity. But deep down he knows he is just digging a deeper hole. Somehow he gets the feeling the misunderstandings are only getting worse. The atmosphere settles as the evening wind blows through the green leaves outside the window. Far away, Nina is in her carriage heading back home after the long day. Her attendant is just happy she finally got to see the man she was looking for this whole time. The attendant does not hold back and tells Nina that without a single doubt, this man is terrifyingly powerful. Nina lets out a satisfied smirk because she feels like she finally found a man who can actually keep up with her. While everyone else is shaking in their boots, she is secretly enjoying how much of a challenge he presents. The attendant confesses that the pressure of being watched was so intense that she could not even think straight. She felt like every move she made was being scrutinized by a predator waiting for a single mistake. Our girl is losing it because the attendant says Kai was watching them while they were eating to find a weakness. The attendant is filled with shame because she failed to protect Nina from being kidnapped in the first place. She beats herself up for her lack of vigilance and for not sensing the mysterious savior's presence until it was already too late. Even though Nina tries to be nice, the attendant remains stone-cold professional and says she appreciates the kind words. The attendant begins to suspect that the man had advanced knowledge of their travel plans. She finds it incredibly hard to believe that he just happened to be at the exact same inn they were heading to. Now here comes the real headache for our girl, because the attendant is planning to report everything to Nina's father. Nina is filled with dread because she knows her father is going to go absolutely nuclear when he hears the news about her kidnapping. In their world of status and power, someone in Kai's position should be desperate to make a connection with high-ranking nobility. Most people would throw away everything just to get a single meeting with parents as influential as hers. She thinks his claim about wanting to stay in the shadows was just a massive lie to seem cool and mysterious. Nina starts to worry that his humble claims were just a performance to hide his true identity. She suspects his casual behavior around her is proof that he is actually someone from a very high social standing. But the attendant mentions that the way he treated Nina was way too natural for someone with a hidden social agenda. Rumors suggest that this man might actually be a member of the elite Verder group, which would explain his incredible combat skills and calm demeanor. The mere thought that they were dealing with someone from that legendary organization leaves both women completely stunned. The two of them just sit there in silence as the weight of the mystery starts to get really awkward for them. Nina starts sweating because the more they talk about it, the less sense the whole situation actually makes to her brain. Then she remembers what he actually said, which was that he specifically did not want her parents showing up there. This completely blows the attendant mind, because nobody in their right mind would turn down a meeting with the high nobility. Our girl is just hoping they can get home before her brain completely melts from trying to figure this guy out. Outside the carriage, the evening wind starts to pick up as they roll through the quiet and peaceful streets of the city. The driver seems to be in a great mood, just enjoying the smooth ride back after such a long and hectic day. He grips the reins tight as the horses pick up speed, ready to finally get back to the safety of the estate. The carriage rattles down the stone road as the group finally heads back home to the safety of the estate. Even though the mission is over, the questions surrounding their mysterious savior continue to haunt their minds. Sunlight hits a massive luxury mansion today. This place looks expensive enough to belong to a king or a wealthy noble. Inside, two sisters are having a private chat about a very specific request. They are trying to wrap their heads around it. Nina mentions that Jet Black really has some top-tier taste. She's trying to stay positive, but she is clearly a bit nervous. Both of them start shaking when they realize the gravity of the situation. Their chibai forms show how much they are stressing. Nina is flustered because Kai specifically asked their parents not to come along. That is a pretty bold move for a hero. With all that talk about the Verder crest, she admits she understands his reasoning. The weight of that symbol carries history. She wonders if our boy Kai is actually generous or just a theory. Looking at his dark armor, he gives off vibes. Nina takes a deep breath and tries to calm her heart. She wants to believe the meeting will go smoothly despite him. The sisters decide that being their usual selves is the best way. They share a smile, hoping that honesty is the policy. Suddenly, the mood shifts, and one sister asks if the other wants her killed. She looks like she just saw a ghost. They settle back onto the sofa to discuss the serious side of Kai. Things are getting way deeper than a simple visit. Nina lets out a soft laugh and tries to brighten the mood. She's a sweetheart, always trying to find a silver lining. Nina cannot help but gush about how incredible our boy Kai is after seeing his skills in action. She keeps praising him to the other sister because she is clearly impressed by everything he has done for them lately. The two sisters acknowledge that he was the one who first caught onto the suspicious religious group. Nina realizes just how incredibly busy he must be while investigating all these dangerous threats. Nina ponders about his busy lifestyle and the things he must be looking into. Our boy really does not have free time. Nina suddenly feels a strange chill as she considers the more terrifying rumors about his power. She can tell that there is a side to him that regular people should never see. She thinks about how he handles his enemies and just cuts ties completely. His dark helmet represents exactly why people fear him. His armored form surrounded by terrifying red energy makes it clear. He is a warrior who has seen way too much battle. No matter how you look at it, the conclusion is simple. Our boy is a total monster on the battlefield. One sister looks toward the window with a sneaky grin. She jokes that Kai might even be eavesdropping on them right now. The other sister just laughs it off and says that could never happen. Guards stand at the mansion entrance for protection. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes through the room as purple pressure fills the air. Someone spoke way too soon today. Both sisters freeze with nervous smiles while sweat drops down their necks. They realize they might have just insulted a dangerous man. The sisters are literally shaking as heavy footsteps echo through the halls of the mansion. Our girl stammers out a plea to her sister because the tension is getting real. She tries to convince herself it's just an animal on the roof like last time. But the sweat on her face tells a totally different story. Even though the atmosphere feels heavy, the girls decide that Jet Black must be watching over them for protection. They desperately want to believe that he is just being kind instead of something more sinister. They find some comfort knowing that guards are stationed right outside the doors to keep everyone safe. It seems impossible for anyone to sneak past that kind of security without getting noticed. Time skips forward, and we finally arrive at the long-awaited promised day. Our hero decides to grab a quick meal at the local tavern while mentally preparing for the big event. He understands exactly how stressful things are going to get once the actual meeting starts. The atmosphere shifts as a bright glow reflecting off the ornate ceiling decor. A beautiful angelic icon stands as a symbol of the religious order involved in this mess. Kai reveals that he handled the complicated logistics beforehand so that Nina's powerful parents would stay away. This was a calculated move to ensure that his secret operations would go exactly as he intended. Our protagonist looks incredibly focused as he prepares for the next phase of his secret scheme. Nina and her companion stand together looking like pure saints in their holy white veils and robes. Kai sets his horned helmet down on the table and declares that his plan is officially perfect. He leans on his hand at the bar, looking completely drained from all the secret plotting. The bartender notices his mood and asks if he has something heavy on his mind today. Our boy explains how Duke Digote assigned a steward to manage the estate for him recently. This is a big move that changes the whole family dynamic for Karen and Lifia. The new steward is keeping a lot of distance from him lately, which makes the whole atmosphere feel pretty lonely. He almost feels sorry for the lady because managing that entire estate is such a massive responsibility. His brain starts to short-circuit as he realizes just how awkward things have become around here. Getting chewed out by Nina's bodyguard definitely left a mark on his pride. He realizes that the guy does not even pity him anymore after that brutal verbal takedown. 2 fresh mugs of ale arrive at the table to help wash away the stress of the day. Kai notices that the tavern has become way busier than it used to be, with even more staff members running around to keep up with the customers. The red-haired bartender gives him a huge smile and says it is all thanks to him. Our boy starts thinking about the high-quality meals that come with his new lifestyle and success. Ever since Nina got her sight back, she has been appearing in public more often, and it is clear she is going to be a real beauty. Just as he is lost in thought, the bartender mentions he has a special surprise for him too. Apparently, a new religious group just appeared out of nowhere, and they are already picking a fight with the holy church Nina belongs to. This is not just some small disagreement either. This thing is massive and sounds like it could shake the foundations of their entire world. Back at the bar, the whispers are getting loud. These guys are spreading rumors that the top bishops are actually doing some pretty shady stuff. They are trying to feed total nonsense to the believers in order to stir up internal division and tear down the influence of the church leadership. This whole strategy is clearly aimed at weakening the influence of the powerful families that support the Holy Church from the shadows. Kai thinks about how rough it must be for those in power, since they are always getting dragged into these kinds of messy problems. The bartender gives him a knowing look, because he knows Kai is well aware of the situation regardless of his attempt to play dumb. Kai wonders if the Holy Church can actually handle a threat like this, since they usually take countermeasures to protect their prestige and reputation. Even though the bartender wants to believe the church is safe, It sounds like this new group has gained an incredible amount of momentum. Kai acknowledges that the Holy Church is still a famous powerhouse, and they definitely have enough influence to defend themselves against the uprising. Our boy leans in with a smirk and asks the bartender if he is the one secretly pulling the strings behind the scenes of the conflict. The bartender gets visibly flustered and immediately tries to deny everything while questioning what Kai is even talking about right now. Kai gives him a very skeptical look, because he knows this shady dude is definitely hiding a lot more information than he lets on. In a funny chibai moment, our boy admits he is not buying the innocent act, but he still thanks him for the useful information. That is when he thinks of the perfect person to ask. He is going to track down Nina and see what she actually knows. Kai decides the best move is to track down Nina and see what she actually knows about the situation within the church circle. The bartender agrees that consulting Nina is the right choice because she will probably be more willing to talk to Kai than anyone else. Just as Kai is getting ready to leave, the bartender presents a massive bill for 10,000 Rijil, including the fee for the information. The bartender suddenly decides everything is on the house today because Kai was kind enough to bring the legendary Lady Nina to his shop. Our boy is absolutely thrilled to be saving some serious cash. It is not every day you get a free meal and top gossip. Kai is absolutely thrilled to be saving some serious cash and thanks the bartender for being such a huge help to him today. With the sun setting, Kai finally gears up and heads out of the tavern, while feeling pretty good about his next move. Our boy steps outside and pats his stomach, feeling completely satisfied, because there is nothing like a full belly after a productive day. The maid is looking at Kai like he is crazy for wearing that heavy armor to meet the young ladies. Our boy just adjusts his gauntlet, because honestly, that armor is basically his second skin at this point. Inside that helmet, Kai is sweating bullets and wondering how on earth she even knows about his secret plans. He breathes a massive sigh of relief, because the thick metal hides the fact that he is currently panicking. The maid asks where they should take the guests first, and Kai is already imagining those formal royal introductions. Looking at the luxury drawing room, he agrees that it is the perfect spot for such a high-class meeting. Things get a bit complicated when she mentions the guards will be tagging along for the whole escort mission. She looks at him with total confusion and asks if he is actually serious about this weird guard setup. Now Kai is the one left scratching his head, wondering why everyone is making such a big deal out of it. It turns out the ladies have been living the high life on some seriously expensive-looking gourmet pastries. We are talking about top-tier apple pie, with a massive scoop of vanilla ice cream melting on top. Even the cookies look like they cost a small fortune, and our boy is starting to do the math. The maid notices his sudden silence and starts wondering if she said something to upset the big boss. She's visibly trembling while asking what he thinks about the spending habits of the ladies under his care. Trying to play it cool, she suggests that there should not be any real issue with a little snacking. Kai nearly short-circuits when he hears they dropped 50,000 on nothing but sweets and sugary treats. Then he remembers that flashy blue ring they got and asks about the price tag on that massive gem. The sparkling aura around the jewelry suggests this thing is worth more than most people's entire lives. The maid is genuinely worried that the mountain of gold isn't enough and offers to speak with the Duke to get Kai an even bigger reward for his hard work. Our boy starts waving his hands in a total frenzy, because the mere thought of that much money is painful. Since he is so worried about the budget, she asks if there is anything he actually wants for himself. The question catches her off guard, and she just blinks back at him with a look of pure confusion. Kai feels a bit awkward and rubs the back of his helmet while trying to find the right words. She shuts it down instantly by saying the Lord pays her perfectly well, so he should stop stressing out. Kai leans in, armor and all, practically begging the maid to just tell him what she likes. Our girl looks like her brain just stalled out because she has no idea why this guy is being so persistent. Kai is just standing there looking all innocent while the maid tries to shake off the awkward energy. She starts sweating a bit, probably wondering if every person from his hometown is this weirdly intense about gifts. A memory flashes back of him offering to share, and she realizes this selfless attitude is exactly what people expect from Werther. The scene shifts as a carriage arrives, signaling the arrival of some very important guests despite their busy schedules. The two ladies arrive with a massive entourage of holy knights and the atmosphere immediately shifts from casual conversation to a formal royal welcome. Our maid steps up to open the doors, welcoming the group inside with the proper etiquette required for such high-ranking visitors. As they pass by, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife, while everyone maintains their poker faces. The two ladies greet Kai with warm smiles, seemingly happy to finally see the man everyone has been talking about lately. The maid quietly pulls the door shut, ensuring the high-level meeting inside can proceed without any further interruptions. We get a proper introduction to Nina's bodyguard, who serves as the deputy captain of the guard and carries herself with serious authority. The bodyguard admits she was terrified of losing her position when the villa changed owners, but Kai proved to be a far more considerate master than she ever expected. The maid remains incredibly humble, while admitting that Kai could have easily replaced her with a much more experienced steward if he really wanted to. The knight suggests that Kai must highly value her skills, but the maid points out that the mysterious owner hasn't even met her in person yet. The knight reminds her that they are dealing with a legendary figure who likely has his own secret methods for scouting out talent from the shadows. The maid starts to feel the pressure as she realizes she might have said a bit too much to the knight. They both decide to drop the subject for now, because trying to figure out his true intentions is just making their heads spin. The knight notes that their master is an incredibly secretive man who never gives his staff any information to work with. To make things even more mysterious, everyone in the mansion has been strictly forbidden from prying into his personal life or his past. The maid admits that life has been stressful, since even the powerful Lord Digoat lowers his head in respect to their new master. He apparently hates all the formalities of the house, because he thinks they just make the atmosphere feel stuffy and uncomfortable. Our hero just wants to be treated like a normal guy, and clearly doesn't care about the high-stakes drama surrounding his position. The knight realizes his message is actually quite simple, and serves as an open invitation for anyone to try and challenge him. The maid points out that even without guards, being inside his personal territory is probably the safest place in the world. One of the high-ranking knights decides to stop the small talk and demands to confirm their orders one last time. The maid freezes up instantly, as the intense pressure from the knights begins to fill the entire hallway. Our blonde knight starts to have a bit of a mini crisis under her helmet, while she waits for a straight answer. The maid shoots a nervous glance to the side, while wondering if she accidentally said something to offend the elite guards. She realizes that when he told them they were free, he definitely wasn't suggesting they go on a vacation around the mansion. These guards take their jobs way too seriously to just slack off, because they are convinced that guarding him is their ultimate life purpose. They truly believe that abandoning their post for even a second would prevent them from doing their jobs properly if an emergency occurred. The knight realizes the cold, hard truth that from their master's perspective, he doesn't actually rely on them for protection at all. The maid steps in to correct her, explaining that it isn't a lack of trust in their loyalty or skills. She wants the knight to see the bigger picture of what Kai is really trying to accomplish here. He wants them to grow stronger, because he knows he won't be around forever to bail them out of every difficult situation. This innocent happiness is exactly what he wants to protect, which is why he is willing to take all the burdens on his own shoulders. A wave of realization hits the knight as she begins to understand the heavy responsibility their master is constantly carrying for their sake. After getting some clarity from the maid, the knight offers a sincere thank you for the explanation while gaining a new perspective on her master. Kai starts sweating buckets because he thinks he was just being a normal guy and has no idea his words are being dissected. The two sisters give him an incredibly intense stare as they prepare to make a major life-changing decision based on his simple suggestion. The awkward silence becomes deafening as he tries to figure out why everyone is suddenly acting so strangely after he told them to relax. Nina's older sister explains that she needs to completely overhaul her behavior and future conduct based on what he just told them. Our protagonist looks completely baffled as he tries to process what kind of crazy misunderstanding he just walked into. The armored protagonist repeats the strange term while sweating profusely from confusion. He is desperate to hear the rest of her explanation, because the term she used is making him feel extremely uneasy. Nina looks visibly distressed and overwhelmed, while she watches her sister take the master's casual comment to a whole new level. Our hero starts crying in total desperation, as he realizes that his attempt to be nice has backfired in the worst way possible. Kai is sitting across from the two holy sisters in this massive library, and the vibe is incredibly tense. Our boy looks a little out of place in that heavy armor while trying to have a polite tea party with these high-ranking ladies. The two holy sisters maintain a strict and serious composure as they listen to Kai's proposal in the middle of their tense meeting. Kai starts sweating under his armor and desperately tries to convince the girls to relax before they discuss the main topic. The younger sister is terrified that Marie will lose her temper and end up destroying her holy reputation in front of their guest. Kai watches the internal drama between the sisters with growing concern, realizing that the atmosphere in the room is about to reach its breaking point. He senses the intense tension in the room and worries that the entire meeting is about to fall apart before they even get started. Marie stares at Kai in total disbelief, shocked that he would speak so bluntly about her private loss of dignity. Marie looks like her brain just short-circuited. She was not expecting our protagonist to be so blunt about her acting, and she is completely stunned. He stands there looking completely exhausted by their weird power games, because he has no time to waste on their petty drama. Marie undergoes a sudden personality shift and decides to take Kai at his word by finally dropping her scary boss persona. She transforms into a sweet and smiling lady so fast that it gives Kai a serious case of emotional whiplash while he watches. The older sister tries to get back to the main topic of their mission, but Kai immediately interrupts her to ask an important question. They try to pivot back to the actual mission at hand, but Kai has a specific question that stops her right in her tracks before she can finish. While they talk, we get a glimpse of these shady hooded figures with glowing red eyes lurking in the dark. These are definitely not your average cultists, and they look ready to cause some serious chaos very soon. Kai explains that he is well aware of the shady cultists and their recent plans to cause chaos for the religious order. The younger sister looks quite nervous and asks him if it is really appropriate to discuss such high-level secrets with an outsider. He is left totally confused when the girls suddenly start thanking him for things he does not even remember doing for them. Marie looks at him with a suspicious glare and wonders how much this mysterious warrior is actually able to see into the future. She finally decides to put her full trust in Kai and asks for his direct assistance since the situation is getting dangerous. She finally decides to trust him and asks for his help directly. They are going to explain everything because they are officially counting on our boy to deliver. Our hero is left scratching his head in confusion as he wonders how a simple conversation turned into a serious military strategy session. They finalize their plan to lure the enemies into a trap so they can launch a devastating counterattack at the perfect moment. The sun shines over the massive cathedral while they discuss how vulnerable the building is now that the high-ranking officials are away. Kai realizes that if their misinformation campaign actually worked, then today is the day the cultists will choose to strike the church. The younger sister suddenly reacts as if she just felt a dark presence nearby and realizes that the time for talking is over. He asks for confirmation that their parents are still safely guarded inside the cathedral, with plenty of extra security around them. Our boy shares a quick and lighthearted moment with the worried girl to make sure she stays calm before the real battle starts. Outside the gates, a small army of holy knights stands ready to defend their home against whatever threat comes their way. Both sisters sit together in a heavy silence while they wait for the signal that the enemy has finally made their move. Kai asks the girls to make sure they thank their parents for all of the hard work they have put in lately. Marie gives him a completely blank stare because she has no idea why he is being so polite to her family members. The younger sister is equally confused by his weird comment and wonders if he is hiding a secret meaning behind his words. Realizing that he just made the room incredibly awkward, our hero flashes a nervous smile and tries to laugh it off. The girls continue to stare at him in total confusion while trying to process the strange ending to their conversation. Deep within the quiet halls of the cathedral, the light filters through the pillars, creating a calm atmosphere before the storm. Back at the headquarters, the high-ranking members are debating whether staying hidden is actually hurting their reputation more than helping. They realize that if they do not show their faces soon, the enemy group will only get more confident and emboldened. One of the high-ranking officials remains firm in their current strategy, insisting that they will not be changing their previous decision despite the potential risks. The veteran knight clenches his fist in rage, because he thinks the idea of someone predicting the future is absolutely ridiculous nonsense. One of the lead knights begins to openly question how a random outsider could possibly have access to such high-level intelligence. One of the lead knights is absolutely fuming because he thinks sitting around waiting is a complete waste of his time. He is convinced that Kai is just making up stories that sound believable just to play the hero for the church. He is convinced that Kai is just making up stories to act like a hero, while everyone wastes their time in an empty hall. He eventually reaches his breaking point and orders his men to return to their actual duties, instead of standing around doing nothing. He finally decided he had enough of waiting around for a ghost, and told his men they were going back to work. He is absolutely fuming at the thought of being made to look like a fool by some random outsider. Several hours pass by with no activity as the priest continues his paperwork, while the lady beside him enjoys a cup of tea. The skeptical knight continues to grind his teeth in frustration, as the silence in the room becomes unbearable for him. Just as the knight is about to officially call off the stakeout, a messenger suddenly bursts in with an urgent report. The scout reports that a large group is marching toward the cathedral and might even try to occupy the building. The priest clutches his staff with a firm grip as he prepares to deal with the approaching mob personally. The priest immediately takes command and orders his first and second security units to move from the rear exit toward the main entrance. He directs the third and fourth units to secure the left side, so they can prevent any of the cultists from escaping. He tells his staff to gather every available person in the building, because he plans to publicly debunk the claims of the outsiders. All the knights shout out in unison as they prepare to follow the priest out to the front gates. A large group of soldiers begins rushing through the halls to get into their assigned positions before the demonstration begins. The arrogant knight is left speechless once he realizes that the outsider was actually right about everything. Our protagonist begins speaking from off-camera, while the sisters listen from their spots in the luxurious reception room. Kai starts sweating bullets as he tries to explain that he cannot possibly accept such a massive fortune as a reward. Nina starts practically begging him to take the chests of gold and rare jewels because she feels like they are in a bind if he refuses. Talk about a first-world problem, right? The sisters feel incredibly awkward about his refusal and try their best to pressure him into taking the treasure. Nina literally starts bowing her head in desperation because she feels terrible about him leaving empty-handed. Marie finds his selfless nature almost frightening as she watches him turn down a life-changing amount of money without hesitating. He remains firm in his decision and begins shutting the heavy wooden lids to show he is done with the gold. He pushes the gold and the expensive jewelry boxes away like they are nothing, proving he really is not in this for the money. He admits that getting this much stuff actually scares him a little bit, which is a pretty grounded take for an elite adventurer. The atmosphere gets a bit goofy as the sisters sweat over his refusal, so Kai decides to pivot and asks about Nina's parents instead. He is wondering if everyone are still planning to make a trip just to thank him in person, and he looks a little nervous about it. When Nina confirms that the visit is already a done deal, Kai internally starts to panic because he really does not want any more attention. Marie notices his sudden change in behavior and starts wondering if meeting their family is actually a bad idea for him. Kai takes a breath and gets ready to lay down the law before this situation spirals any further out of his control. He decides to get serious and tell them exactly why he is refusing their generosity, so they finally stop arguing. The first point is simple because the gold he already accepted is more than enough thanks for any one person to handle. He explains that the coins he already has are a huge blessing, and he is perfectly happy with his current haul. Kai holds up 2 fingers to emphasize his points, while making it clear he will not be taking any more favors. Kai concludes his explanation by stating there is no need for their parents to make the trip, though Nina immediately tries to object. He suggests that their parents likely have other, more important priorities to focus on instead of coming all this way to thank him. Nina listens with her arms crossed, while trying to make sense of his incredibly humble and selfless attitude. Marie is totally confused because she has no idea what other priorities her parents would even have right now. He continues to push the idea that their parents have much more important things to do than visit the capital. Internally, our hero is having a total meltdown because he is just making all of this up to avoid the attention. The sisters are left speechless as they try to figure out what could possibly be more important than this visit. He suggests that their family should focus on helping the community instead of spending their energy on a thank you trip. Kai explains that the massive fortune they offered him would do much more good for the world than for him. Marie realizes that if the church uses this money to grow stronger, they can finally protect the Holy Seal properly. The divine artifact glimmers inside its box as the girls begin to understand the true weight of his selfless gift. Both girls are completely stunned by his kindness and find it hard to believe someone could be this generous. Marie finally gives in and promises to use every single coin he returned for the good of the people. Nina is caught off guard by her sister's sudden resolve and can hardly believe how quickly the situation changed. The red-haired girl explains that Kai was actually happy about the money because it meant he could indirectly help more people in need. Marie listens intently, beginning to realize that the man in the armor has a heart of gold beneath that intimidating steel. Liffy teases her friend and suggests that a noble guy like this is probably exactly Marie's type of man. The mere thought of him being her type makes Marie turn bright red as her heart starts racing uncontrollably. Marie tries to compose herself while cursing her friend for putting such embarrassing thoughts into her head. Before the conversation ends, Kai reaches back into the chest to pull out one final surprise for the sisters. He reaches out and drops a small metal object into Nina's waiting palms, while she looks on with curiosity. Nina stares down at her hands in disbelief when she realizes she is holding a literal golden key. Kai casually mentions that they can use this place whenever they want because he has no real use for it. Kai casually mentions that he does not have much use for this massive place and tells her she is welcome to visit whenever she wants. The sisters are absolutely stunned that he is just handing over a key to such a massive estate without a second thought. Marie is completely caught off guard by his generosity and finds herself staring at him with a mix of confusion and admiration. Kai catches Marie in a gentle embrace that looks like it came straight out of a fairy tale, sending her heart into absolute overdrive. She wonders what kind of person has so much space that they just give it away, struggling to process his level of wealth. Nina gleefully hides the key behind her back as she starts planning all the fun things they can do in their new playground. Kai reaches out and gives Marie a gentle pat on the head while she looks up at him with wide, sparkling eyes. He tells her to relax and admits that he actually prefers her acting like a normal person instead of being so formal. Our poor girl is officially finished as an imaginary arrow of love pierces her heart while she turns bright red from his compliment. The carriage wheels begin to turn, kicking up dust as the group finally departs from the massive estate and heads back home. The sisters offer a deep bend of gratitude to thank him for his incredible hospitality before they finally head back to the church. The maid offers a polite bow and wishes the sisters a safe journey as they prepare to set off in their carriage. The maid watches the group depart and wishes them a safe journey home as their carriage finally rolls away from the estate. With a soft click, the maid pulls the heavy doors shut to mark the end of a very long and eventful day for everyone. Walking through these grand hallways usually makes her feel small, and she thinks this is exactly the kind of place she would normally avoid. She takes a moment to steady her nerves because she knows she cannot afford to make even the slightest mistake in this house. Inside the office, the Duke is absolutely losing it at his desk, while the maid prepares herself to deliver the final report of the day. She takes a deep breath to calm her racing heart and gives the wooden door a firm knock to announce her presence. Kai is waiting inside and tells her to come on in before he completely collapses from the exhaustion of the day's events. She delivers the news that Lady Marie and Lady Nina have officially left the building while Kai sighs with relief and thanks her. Suddenly, the maid stops and starts second-guessing her own eyes because something about her master feels different than it did before. She finally asks if he was seriously wearing that heavy suit of armor the entire time he was talking to those young ladies. She stares at him while trying to process his logic, realizing that she might never truly understand why he felt the need to hide. The maid is genuinely shocked because she has never seen Marie act so charmingly toward anyone before. Something about Kai is definitely different. Kai thinks the whole situation is pretty funny and realizes that despite her position, Marie is still just a kid who acts her age. The maid lets him know that Marie is a huge fan now and is already looking forward to her very next visit to the estate. Our boy is blushing as he figures she is probably just being polite, but hearing such high praise still makes him feel pretty good. The maid is genuinely shocked because she has never seen the young lady act so charmingly toward anyone in her entire life. She looks over at the gifts and wonders if it was his natural charisma or his choice of words that moved the lady so deeply. Kai starts waving his hands around in a total panic because he is definitely not ready for this kind of praise from his staff. She gives him a look that says she does not believe a single word coming out of his mouth, while he sweats under her gaze. She points out that if he can handle a powerful man like Lord Digoat with that much ease, he is clearly playing on a different level. Chibai Kai is totally lost, while the real one is just trying to survive the conversation by wishing he actually had some composure. The maid watches him carefully and believes that the fact he can act so casual about his influence is the ultimate proof of power. He is like a chameleon who uses nothing but gentle words to keep the young sisters feeling safe and comfortable in his presence. Because of his unexpected kindness, those two are finally looking peaceful and relaxed for the first time in a very long time. Then you have the other side of the coin, where poor Duke Digoat looks like he is about to have a literal stress-induced breakdown. Just as quickly as he was kind, Kai flips a switch and begins tearing into his enemies with words as sharp as any blade. This poor guy is shaking in his boots, realizing that the man standing before him is someone you never want to cross. She silently prays that he never flips that terrifying switch on her, because witnessing his cold and calculating side was more than enough. The young woman stares forward with an intense and piercing gaze. She finally receives the two sacred crests that grant her complete authority over both the church and the imperial military. The carriage travels through the woods, while the older sister gushes about her crush, finally accepting her true self. Nina immediately tells her sister to keep her voice down before the entire escort overhears their private conversation. It is hilarious to see how much she changed, because she was shaking with fear just moments before meeting him. Big Sis points out that Nina spent the entire journey happily playing with the special key given to her. The sisters have a little standoff right there in the carriage. Talk about a tense sibling moment over a piece of metal. Big Sis reaches out and tells Nina to hand over that key for safekeeping. She thinks she should be the one holding onto it. Nina is not having any of it. She pulls back and gives a hard no because this thing is way too important to just give up. This key is special because it was Kai who personally entrusted it to her. She's holding onto it like her life depends on it. The older sister just sighs and lets it go. She warns Nina that if that key goes missing, she is taking every bit of the blame. Nina looks down at the golden treasure in her hands. You can tell she feels a massive weight of responsibility and maybe a little something else. Nina stares into space while processing the immense burden of the secret deal they just made with their mysterious savior. Big Sis tries to lighten the mood by reaching out again. They are finally starting to get on the same page about their mysterious savior. She starts thinking back to how Kai saw right through her polite act. She really thought her mask was perfect, but he read her like a book. Both girls sit there contemplating the impact he had on them. They were half convinced everything they heard about him couldn't possibly be true. If her father hadn't ordered her to comply with him, she might have made a total mess of things for her family house. Their conversation turns to how he handled the religious cult with surgical precision, despite being an outsider. It seriously feels like he knows every single secret hidden in this town. She wonders how one man can possess that much information. Nina looks like she is floating on a cloud of admiration. She is clearly becoming his biggest fan after everything he did for them. Their father realizes this entire event was likely a calculated move to force their enemies out into the open. Nina starts explaining her own theory about how he operates. She is convinced there is a method to his madness, and he's always one step ahead. She tries to imagine how he could have gathered so much information while remaining completely undetected in a crowded city. She remembers the exact moment he saved her while he was acting in the shadows. It all starts making sense the more she thinks about it. Big Sis isn't so sure he would go that far just for them. She thinks the guy is way too busy to be focusing on their family. She starts wondering what kind of saint would put that much effort into helping them out for basically nothing in return. Most people would expect a literal mountain of gold and jewels as a reward for providing this kind of help. But our boy Kai isn't the type of guy to accept those kinds of rewards. He is playing for something much bigger than just shiny rocks. A heavy sigh escapes her as she admits to herself that he is seriously the coolest guy she has ever met. They both agree that he is a truly impressive man who carries himself with an air of absolute authority and power. Nina's heart starts racing just thinking about him. You can practically see the blushing as her pulse goes into overdrive. Her sister tells her straight up that she was saved by a truly good person. It's rare to find someone that genuine in their world. The two of them finally share a genuine laugh together. It is a rare moment of peace for these sisters after all the chaos. The carriage continues its journey down the dusty road. They are heading toward their next destination with a lot on their minds. Wheels keep spinning as they get closer to the heart of the city. The tension is slowly starting to build up again. They finally arrive at a massive cathedral where a line of armed guards is waiting. Something tells me this visit isn't going to be simple. Marie notices something suspicious through the window, and her entire demeanor shifts from happy sibling to a cold and serious noble. Marie pulls her little sister into a tight embrace, clearly shaken by the weight of the secrets she carries, while they hide inside the carriage. One of the knights leading the escort signals to the others that they have successfully reached the destination without any trouble. Nina peeks through the curtains, feeling the heavy tension radiating from her sister as they finally approach the grand cathedral for their meeting. Marie checks with the guard to see if everything is going according to plan before they step out of the carriage. The escort reports that the religious group situation has been fully resolved without causing any unnecessary panic among the townspeople. Marie returns to the holy chambers to give her mother the shocking news that their plan to reward the warrior failed completely. The mother stares in disbelief, asking Marie why she brought back all the gifts and even the spare keys they intended to give away. Her mother is left in total disbelief after hearing that her daughter could not even convince the man to take a few simple gifts. She points out that Marie put in so much effort and ran so many simulations just to come back empty-handed. Our girl admits that despite all the training she received, there was simply no way to maintain a facade around someone like him. Marie reports her failure to the high priest and priestess while standing in the middle of their massive throne room. She admits that her usual charms didn't work at all because Kai saw right through her facade from the very first second they met. Both parents are sweating bullets now, realizing that their daughter just got completely outplayed by a mysterious knight who sees through every social trick. Her father sighs deeply, knowing that if Marie is this stressed out, then they are dealing with someone truly special and potentially very dangerous. Our girl explains the situation with total honesty, laying out exactly how the encounter with the armored warrior went down during their trip back. She asks them if they really want to keep pushing more rewards and gifts on a man who clearly does not want them at all. Her mother insists that giving thanks is still the plan, even if the recipient is a bit difficult to handle and refuses their typical offerings. Marie just shakes her head, because she already knows how the knight is going to react to their political games and forced gratitude maneuvers. Kai stands tall in his imposing dark armor as he speaks with a calm but firm authority during a memory of their talk. He tells her that her parents do not need to visit him, because he simply will not accept any more rewards or wasted thanks. He made it clear that he would not accept any more gratitude, so a trip from the high officials would be a total waste. Marie recalls him saying that there are far more important things for the leaders of the church to be doing right now than visiting him. Instead of a formal ceremony, he suggested they use that time and energy on something that actually benefits the local town and its people. An image of the holy angel reminds her that true divinity is found in service, rather than in the grand displays of wealth they offered. Looking at the family portrait makes her realize how much they have to lose if they ever end up on the wrong side of him. Now the parents finally understand why a perfect thank you was never going to work on a guy with the mindset of a true hero. Marie admits that his ability to see so far ahead into their secret motivations is honestly a little bit terrifying for her to witness. She can still feel the intensity of his gaze and knows he saw right through her attempt at manipulation. His words about sincerity linger in her mind, making her feel small for even trying to manipulate someone who operates on a completely different level. Even though they failed to give him everything they wanted, the parents are just glad Marie found a compromise he would accept. Marie suddenly remembers that the knight had one more specific message to deliver to the high leaders of the church. The high priest and his wife freeze in place, wondering what kind of demand the powerful warrior has finally made of their holy institution. The entire hall goes silent as they wait for the final word on what the mysterious savior actually wants from the leaders of the church. Seeing the knight's humble and straightforward nature makes the parents realize he is a terrifyingly reliable man who does not care for wealth. Marie looks away, thinking to herself that he is definitely the last person on this earth she would ever want to make an enemy. Our girl begins to suspect that this warrior holds a high-ranking position and has far more influence than they originally anticipated. Our girl stands there in shock, wondering who this Kai really is and what his ultimate goal might be in this kingdom moving forward. The high priestess explains that they have already squeezed every bit of info out of the captured members within the city. She seems pretty confident that they finally have the upper hand in this investigation. Marie is absolutely stunned when she hears the command to let their most important lead escape without a fight. She demands to know why they are letting him go instead of hunting him down right this instant while they still have the chance. The church leaders are worried that pushing the enemy too far might trigger a reckless revenge plot against the common believers. The investigation board is a mess of red strings and connections centered around one holy figure. It looks like they are trying to map out every single move this guy could possibly make. She realizes that trying to block every single exit might actually backfire on them in the worst way possible. Cornering a beast is never a good idea if you don't want to get bitten. Our boy Kai is right at the center of their crosshairs, pinned to the board as the primary target in his dark armor. They know he is dangerous, but they are still trying to figure out how to handle him without causing a total disaster. If they seal him in, he will have no choice but to fight his way out through everyone in his path. Marie looks completely defeated and drained after realizing that she has no say in how this investigation proceeds. She is left feeling like a total amateur who got played by both the mysterious warrior and her own parents. Hey, a simple word starts a very interesting conversation between our protagonist and his contact. The bartender mentions fancy places, while looking a bit nervous talking to someone as important as our protagonist. Kai just smiles and eats his meal, while explaining that fancy places are way too expensive for his taste. Our boy keeps eating while the bartender points out the obvious. With all the money he has, why is he being so cheap? The bartender stands there in stunned silence while trying to process what he just heard. He cannot believe that someone with this much gold is being such a massive cheapskate when it comes to basic luxuries. He realizes something about our protagonist's personality. Kai is the type who would rather spend on everyone else than himself. Kai continues shoveling food into his mouth like he hasn't eaten in days. The bartender remembers that massive amount of cash that changed hands recently, and it was a life-changing sum of money. Kai admits that he only had that cash because the Holy Church gave him a massive reward for his recent heroics. The bartender has a major complaint about their current situation because word around town is that they are on equal footing. Everyone is calling him the personal info broker for the legendary Jet Black, and he has no idea what to do about it. Kai just laughs at the bartender's misfortune. Our boy thinks it's hilarious, while the other guy is literally sweating from the stress. Now the bartender is getting suspicious and asks if our protagonist is secretly pulling strings behind the scenes to make this happen. The stress is actually starting to give the guy a stomachache, as he is convinced Kai is up to something shady. Our protagonist reaches into his stash and pulls out a glowing purple bottle, which he offers to his friend without a second thought. A flashback to when Kai had a whole crate of these things, and it is the same stuff he used to save Nina and the others. The bartender looks like he just saw a ghost as his eyes go wide, and he starts to turn pale. He asks if this stuff really cures everything, and Kai nonchalantly confirms it is the same powerful medicine that healed Nina's bad eyes. Hold on a second. because the bartender is starting to realize exactly what kind of high-level item he is holding. If this is the universal elixir, he thinks it is then using it for a simple stomachache is absolute madness. But Kai is just that grateful. The guy thinks to himself that Kai needs to stop being so grateful immediately, because this is way too much to handle. He is actually getting scared of Kai's generosity, since it is not every day someone hands you a legendary artifact for a minor ache. Why do you still have this stuff, he yells, as he cannot believe Kai is just walking around with world-class items. Our protagonist says there is one more thing he needs to give him, and the bartender is literally begging him to stop. He is terrified of what is coming next, as he shields himself from the pure chaos Kai is about to unleash. A massive bag of coins hits the table with a heavy thud, and the label says it contains over 2 million Rajil. The bartender looks like he is about to pass out, as he honestly tells Kai that he cannot take this much money. Kai puts his hands together and sighs like he is the one being inconvenienced by this conversation. Our boy asks what he thinks will happen if the money is not accepted, while giving him a look that suggests very bad things. Kai gives him a bright smile and says he is not the one who should say which is a low-key threat if I ever heard one. The bartender panics and grabs the bags of money as fast as he can, because he is more scared of the consequences than the sudden wealth. Kai is just happy that he finally got his friend to accept the generous payment. He hugs the bag of money close to his chest, because this is more money than he has seen in his life. Kai finishes his drink and prepares to head out for his next mission. Before he goes, the bartender warns him to be careful about a certain matter that sounds like some serious trouble is brewing for our hero. Kai looks confused, as the system cannot help him figure out what this matter is supposed to be. The bartender realizes he is probably worrying for nothing, since Kai would likely just beat everyone to a pulp anyway. Our protagonist dons his full set of dark gray armor and waves goodbye while looking incredibly imposing. The bartender waves back from behind his counter, while a waitress watches the legendary warrior leave the shop. As soon as the coast is clear, the guy hides the money on a shelf to keep it safe from prying eyes. The bartender is sweating bullets as he clutches the bag of coins, while his coworker watches from the background. Long ago, the Holy Church was established under the Ansage family to maintain divine order across the land. Power can be a terrifying thing when it starts erasing history. The new authority pushed aside every bit of faith the ancestors worked centuries to build, and now the world is a different place. To tear down the church from the inside out, they needed to get their hands dirty. They started spreading lies to weaken the divine influence over the common people and destroy their reputation. Desperate times called for even more desperate allies. The group decided to form a mutual benefit deal with a notorious crime syndicate known as Red Freed to finish the job. Deep within a hidden cave, the atmosphere was thick with tension and the smell of burning torches. Something big was about to go down in the shadows where no one could see them. Our blonde warrior looks absolutely livid as he slams his hand onto the table. Their grand plan just went up in smoke, despite all the high-level intel they got from the syndicate, and he has no idea how they failed. The brown-haired girl explains that everything leaked out way before they even moved. Apparently, the enemies were just sitting behind the cathedral the entire time like they were waiting for a show. Our girl with the bun is sweating bullets because they have been completely played. Every single asset they bought with their hard-earned gold is now as good as gone, and they have nothing left. The blue-haired guy is just standing there with a look of pure disbelief. He keeps asking himself where the hell their perfect plan actually went wrong after they double-checked every detail. The brown-haired girl mentions that a Verter agent named Jet Black is the one who helped their enemies. This is the same monster who single-handedly crushed Red Freed's kidnapping plan in the past. Red Freed actually had a massive grudge against this guy and tried to feed him fake intel to lead him astray. However, they never expected this result because the agent was far more cunning than they anticipated. The blonde guy narrows his eyes as his brain starts working overtime. He is not just angry anymore because now he is getting suspicious of everyone in the room, and he is looking for answers. The blonde warrior glares at his comrades and accuses them of harboring a traitor in their group. He is convinced that their plan only failed because someone on the inside is secretly working for Jet Black. The blue-haired guy tells him to stop right there because that kind of paranoia is going way too far. He knows that turning on each other is exactly what the enemy wants them to do. Our brown-haired mage tries to bring some logic back to the table. She reminds them that they all came together with the sole purpose of crushing their common enemy, and they should stay focused. The blonde guy and the girl with the bun start screaming at each other while sparks literally fly. He thinks her defensive attitude makes her look even more guilty and suspicious than she did before. A loud clap echoes through the cave to finally shut everyone up. Someone needed to get this meeting back on track before they started killing each other right there in the hideout. The blue-haired leader tells them to stay cool and not let this agent play them off against one another. He has a feeling there is something more to this mystery than just a simple leak. The brown-haired girl points to a picture of a guy who looks way too happy for his own good. She thinks the real problem is the information broker who is tied directly to Jet Black. The blonde warrior looks like he is about to have a mental breakdown. He is exhausted and frustrated by how deep this conspiracy actually goes and how much they have lost already. This broker is closely connected to the agent and is known for taking massive kickbacks. People say he even accepts expensive thank-you gifts just to facilitate a meeting between two powerful parties. The group realizes that if Jet Black used the broker's information to help the Ansage family set a trap, then they never had a chance. The realization that they were outsmarted so easily is deeply insulting to their pride. The blue-haired guy goes silent for a moment as he processes the new lead. He is done playing games and is ready to strike back where it actually hurts their enemies the most. Our brown-haired mage reveals that the crime syndicate gave them one last shot at redemption. They have a specific request that could turn the tide in their favor if they are brave enough. Their new mission is to split the enemy's focus and cause as much chaos as possible. If they succeed, the syndicate promises to show their gratitude by destroying the Ansage family once and for all. A dark and twisted grin spreads across someone's face. They finally have a way to get their revenge without taking on the big boss directly, and they are excited about the carnage. The leader knows they don't stand a single chance against Jet Black in a direct confrontation. However, he is confident that murdering a random innkeeper running a small business will be an incredibly easy task for them. The brown-haired girl still has a terrible feeling about this entire operation. She thinks they should just cut their losses and run as fast as they can before things get even worse. The blonde guy and the girl with the bun just laugh it off like she is being a total buzzkill. They are way too confident for people who just lost their entire fortune and plan. The mage decides to push her fear aside because she is desperate for revenge after seeing years of hard work go down the drain. She is determined to follow the plan to earn favor with Red Freed so they can crush their enemies. The group puts on their masks and draws their weapons as they prepare to head out. They look like a real squad of assassins ready to bring some chaos to the neighborhood and finish their mission. Night has fallen, and our boy Kai is out on the town. Even with that intimidating horned helmet on his head, he feels a little bit exposed while walking through the empty streets alone. Every step he takes feels heavier than the last as he moves through the shadows. That dark armor might look cool, but it carries a lot of weight for someone who is not used to it. Kai pauses for a second to catch his breath. You can tell by the nervous look on his face that he's not exactly feeling like a legendary warrior at the moment. He remembers the warning from a clerk he met earlier in the day who handed over a massive bag of gold. The man told him to watch his back since he carries so much cash, and assumed Kai could handle any trouble. The town is completely deserted as he makes his way through the winding alleys. It is the perfect setting for an ambush, and Kai knows that he is a prime target for anyone looking for easy money. He starts to regret his life choices almost immediately. If he'd known the atmosphere would be this creepy, he would have stayed inside the safety of the inn for the rest of the night. Our boy is absolutely losing it, and immediately regrets picking out such a terrifying outfit for a simple stroll through the city. He starts sweating bullets and shaking like crazy because he realizes just how much he stands out. Kai considers turning back to the inn for just a split second, but realizes how incredibly weird it would look for a knight in full plate armor to go running back just because the sun went down. He tries to laugh it off and convince himself that nobody would be dumb enough to attack a guy who looks this dangerous. He is hoping that his scary armor will do all the heavy lifting for him tonight and keep the thugs away. He forces a small smile, trying to keep his cool despite the sweat dripping down his face. Fake it until you make it is the only strategy he has left in this situation. To play the part of a powerhouse, Kai draws his weapon, and it immediately starts glowing with a terrifying blue magical energy. He stands there in the middle of the street looking like a high-level warrior ready for a boss fight. He thinks to himself that if a regular guard saw him like this, they would probably report him on sight. He looks like a literal demon knight ready to cause some serious chaos in the city. Kai tries to hype himself up by thinking his terrifying new look is actually the perfect deterrent for any random thugs or criminals. He figures that as long as he stays in character, nobody will be brave enough to challenge him. As he crosses over a bridge, the sound of the flowing water below does nothing to calm his nerves. Something about the silence of the night feels incredibly heavy and threatening. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks. He senses eyes on him from the darkness and realizes that his fears are about to become a reality. Kai peers into the shadows with a focused gaze. He is definitely not alone anymore, and he can feel the tension rising in the air around him. From the other side of the bridge, a group of figures emerges from the darkness. They were clearly waiting for him to pass by this specific spot. Our boy is suddenly cornered by a group of 4 masked warriors who have been lying in wait for him. One of them looks absolutely terrified and stammers out the name Jet Black, as if he has just seen a literal ghost. Internally, Kai is losing his mind. He thinks this is the worst possible timing and concludes that these guys are definitely the dangerous people the clerk warned him about earlier. One of the masked attackers gulps hard behind his fabric. You can see the pure fear in his eyes just from looking at the armored monster standing before them on the bridge. Kai decides he has no choice but to double down on the intimidating act. He holds his glowing sword steady and asks the group if they are underestimating him by only bringing 4 people to the fight. Our boy lets out a cold, artificial chuckle to keep up the act. He wants them to think he is a stone-cold killer who is actually enjoying the prospect of this confrontation. The leader of the group is shaking with rage and frustration. He can't believe their luck has turned so sour after all the planning they put into this mission. This guy screams that their entire plan is in ruins because of Kai's interference. He looks like he is about to snap from the pressure of facing such a powerful and mysterious opponent. The blonde warrior in the back loses his cool and tells the leader to stop talking nonsense. These guys are clearly on edge and desperate to survive the night after running into our boy. The leader of the hooded squad decides to be a total hero and tells his team to save themselves while he stays behind. He knows they are in over their heads and prepares to face certain doom just to give his friends a chance to escape. The rest of the crew is not going to leave him behind. A girl with a magical staff and another with a katana tighten their grip on their weapons as they prepare to fight together. They have come too far to turn back now. They are determined to see this mission through to the bitter end, even if it means facing a knight of jet black armor. One by one, they all step up to join their leader in the center of the bridge. They realize there is no escape unless they find a way to beat this terrifying opponent. Kai is standing there thinking that this is not how this was supposed to go at all. He is internally screaming for everyone to just calm down and stop the madness. He realizes there is a massive misunderstanding happening here. He was just trying to look cool so they would leave him alone, but he accidentally triggered a life or death boss fight. The leader points a finger and shouts that Kai was the one who took a battle stance first. Talk about a massive miscommunication leading to a total disaster. Our boy looks at the 4 of them standing their ground and ready to die just to stop him. He realizes there is absolutely no way out of this fight without things getting extremely messy since he has successfully convinced them he is a monster. He steals his resolve and decides he will have to handle this situation exactly like he did in the game. It is time to see if those skills actually translate to the real world. With a final breath, Kai readies himself for the inevitable clash. This night is about to get a whole lot louder and much more violent than he ever intended. Kai is glowing with that insane blue energy and looking like a total boss in his dark armor. He is bracing for a hit that would take out anyone else, but our boy is just getting started with this powerful counterattack. A massive notification pops up confirming his equipment skill is ready to go. This last-second critical is exactly what he needs to flip the script on these guys. One of the assassins looks absolutely terrified as he watches Kai charge up his power. He starts a desperate countdown, as if that will somehow help them survive what is coming. The whole enemy squad starts buffing like their lives depend on it while the counter hits 3 and 4. One mage throws up defensive magic while the swordsmen activate physical enhancements, desperately trying to survive the next 10 seconds. It is a sight straight out of the game Kai used to play, and for a second it almost feels nostalgic. But the suffocating pressure in the air reminds him this is very much real, and his life is on the line right now. Kai channels the destructive weapon skill of the Black Blade while he waits for the energy to reach its full potential. He remains perfectly still and ignores the surrounding chaos as the countdown timer ticks closer to the limit. The assassin tells him not to say things he does not even mean, completely ignoring the warning. Kai just sighs and tells him not to blame anyone for whatever happens next as the clock hits 14. This is officially the point of no return for these idiots, and they don't even realize it. The enemy leader screams for the attack, and they all lunge forward at once to end it. They think they have the numbers advantage, but they have no idea they just walked into a literal blender of magical energy. Kai is just a split second away from unleashing pure chaos on the stone bridge. The countdown timer finally reaches 15, and the air begins to vibrate with an intense magical pressure. The assassins are practically close enough to touch him, but they have no idea they are already finished. Kai closes his eyes for a brief moment to focus every ounce of his power into this one single strike. He is not just aiming to win, he is aiming to end this entire conflict in a single move. A massive explosion of blue light erupts across the night sky as Kai finally unleashes his full power with a single swing. The sheer force of the blow sends intense shockwaves across the bridge and shatters the stone ground into pieces. The mage assassin watches her staff crumble in her hands as the blue flames lick the air around her. She can only mutter a confused cry as her entire world gets turned upside down in an instant. From a distance, it looks like a blue star just exploded right in the middle of the city. The entire stone bridge is engulfed in a whirlwind of magic and flying debris as the blast reaches its peak. All 4 of the elite assassins are sent flying into the air after being completely overwhelmed by the explosive force of the blast. Their weapons are knocked from their hands as they lose all control and plummet toward the water. The impact in the water is so massive that it looks like a heavy naval charge detonated in the center of the river. Enormous plumes of stone and spray shoot into the air, while the dust finally begins to settle on the ruined bridge. Kai looks at the devastation he caused and immediately realizes that he might have been a little too enthusiastic with his defense. He starts sweating, because a commotion of this magnitude is guaranteed to draw a massive crowd of unwanted witnesses. The local citizens are startled awake by the noise and are already rushing toward their windows to see what caused the explosion. People are stumbling out into the streets in their pajamas while wondering if the city is actually being invaded. Our boy stands alone in the middle of a literal crater while the townspeople stare at him in utter disbelief. The bridge is cracked and smoking, and the legendary jet black knight is the only one left standing among the ruins. It is the kind of scene that is going to become a city legend by morning. The knight stands silently over the path that he just completely demolished, while the thick dust clouds swirl around his boots. He stares down at the broken masonry and wonders if he accidentally caused too much trouble by overdoing the attack. The 4 assassins are scattered across the broken stones of the bridge, groaning in pain and completely defeated. Their plan to ambush the innkeeper has failed miserably thanks to one guy in armor. Kai lets out a long, exhausted sigh of relief now that the immediate danger has finally passed. His head is probably spinning from the sheer amount of mana he just dumped into that single attack. As he walks away from the wreckage, he keeps telling himself that this really was not his fault. They were the ones who attacked first, and he was just defending himself from a group of killers. By the next morning, the sun rises over a city that is absolutely buzzing with gossip about the night before. The quiet night has turned into the biggest news event anyone can remember. Rumors are spreading like wildfire about the ambush on the stone bridge and who was involved. Everyone knows that someone connected to the mysterious jet Black was the target of the failed hit. The morning newspapers are already out on the streets with massive headlines detailing the various crimes committed by the Ansage family. Their dirty laundry has finally been exposed, and they have completely lost their honor within the Holy Church. The captured assassins are hauled into a room to face the music and start talking. It turns out they had deep ties with the group that kidnapped Nina and were trying to dismantle the family power. The interrogators handling the prisoners look incredibly intimidated as they start to review the official files on the case. They know that dealing with anyone involved with the legendary Jet Black is a high-stakes job that most people are too afraid to touch. Word travels quickly through every market and alleyway that Jet Black will mercilessly crush anyone who chooses to stand in his way. This incident has spread through the city like a wildfire and served as a clear warning to all potential enemies. Inside a lavish palace, the local elites are discussing the fallout of the previous night in hushed and worried tones. They are absolutely shocked that Jet Black actually managed to capture the elusive ringleader they had been chasing for several months. A group of high-ranking nuns and priestesses are gathered in a sunlit room to talk about the hero. They are gushing about how incredible Jet Black is for pulling off such ridiculous feat alone. One of the younger nuns looks a little worried about the sheer violence of the event that took place. She is clutching her chest while she listens to the others talk about the battle on the bridge. The leader of the group reassures her worried subordinate that there is no need to question the character of the legendary knight. She explains that Kai was clearly the one being ambushed, and his violent response was a necessary act of self-defense. The two little Chibai nuns nodding along realize that what she said is actually true enough. If you poke a bear that powerful, you cannot really complain when it decided to bite back. The conversation continues as they analyze every detail of the report they received from the bridge. They are still trying to wrap their heads around the sheer power it took to cause that damage. The knightly nun lets out a nervous breath, realizing how close things came to being a total disaster. She is just glad that Jet Black is on their side for the time being. Back at the church, our girls are still trying to process everything that just happened. The knightly nun is laying it all out while her sisters listen in total shock at the scale of the destruction. She has this look on her face like she is relieved, but also completely exhausted. You can tell the weight of the situation is finally starting to hit her, and she is just glad they survived. Meanwhile, Kai is playing 4D chess behind the scenes. He did not just stop the threat. He wanted to send a message so loud that those other groups would think twice before ever messing with him again. It turns out this group called Red Freed was pulling the strings the whole time. They were using this new religious group as a literal puppet to do their dirty work and cause chaos in the shadows. Their ultimate goal was to take down the Ansage family once and for all. They thought they were being clever by using a cult as a front, but they picked the wrong person to cross. The moment Kai decided to intervene, their elaborate plans for dominance were instantly reduced to nothing. He single-handedly dismantled their entire power structure and stripped them of every bit of influence they spent years building. Back at the temple, Nina is totally acting like a fangirl while she describes how cool Kai was during the heat of the battle. She believes that being praised by someone that powerful is a peak life achievement, and she is not even trying to hide it. She is sitting there acting all high and mighty while her sister watches the madness unfold. Nina is convinced her connection to him is special, but she is about to get called out for her behavior. The knightly nun leans in close and tells her it is time to be honest with herself. She can see right through Nina's little act and knows exactly what is going on in her head. She calls her out for wanting to sneak away to Kai's estate in the middle of the night. Nina gets super defensive, claiming she just sleeps with his key under her pillow like it is totally normal. These two are basically a total mess at this point. Nina hits back with a grin, telling her sister that she is just as obsessed with their mysterious savior even if she tries to hide it. Even the stoic knightly nun cannot help but blush when she thinks about him. It looks like jet black has made a permanent impression on everyone in this room, and they are all falling for him. The girls decide to put the drama aside and refuel with some glistening croissants and cookies, because everyone needs a sugar rush after dealing with magic and betrayal. Kai is out there overlooking the town, probably already thinking about his next move. The world is changing fast, and with his new power, our boy is ready to take on whatever comes next. The following afternoon rolls around, and the sun is streaming through the windows of the mansion. It looks like a peaceful day, but things are about to get complicated for our boy Kai. A fresh cup of tea is served, and the steam rises into the air as the tension in the room starts to build. Something big is weighing on his mind. Kai sits across from the maid looking absolutely exhausted as he explains his frustrations. He knew a day like this would eventually come, but he never expected it to be so stressful. Our protagonist is literally in tears because he thinks his quiet life is officially over. He looks like a total mess while he cries over his ruined peace and quiet. He tries to laugh it off with a nervous sweat, but you can tell his brain is doing Olympic-level gymnastics trying to process the chaos of the city. The maid brings up his handling of the situation and mentions the bridge. She says it was not a main trade route, so destroying it won't have a real impact on the city. Kai starts waving his hands around frantically like he is trying to explain that the bridge being okay was not the point of his panic. He is clearly overwhelmed by the logic. He admits that despite everything he is grateful, she never once dragged him out of his room before this madness started. He is just a guy who wants to stay inside. She listens with a gentle expression, looking like the perfect loyal servant. But you can tell she is carefully calculating her next move to support him. She offers to handle everything as his representative from here on out. Kai is just nodding along, happy to let someone else take the lead for a change. Kai flashes back to those 4 mysterious figures from the night before who were connected to a secret cult and a crime syndicate. He is wondering how he was supposed to know they were that dangerous. They came after him for reasons he still does not understand, and the memory alone makes him break into a cold sweat. Suddenly, he shifts the focus back to the steward, because there is one more thing he needs to get off his chest before he heads out. The maid stops in her tracks and turns her attention back to him. She is ready to answer whatever question our boy throws her way with total professionalism. Kai looks like he has not slept a single wink because his mind has been racing with the events of the previous night. He looks genuinely disturbed by the implications. His eyes are wide, and he looks completely shaken as he thinks about how the public is going to react to his actions. The pressure is clearly getting to him. He asks her if the people really just went along with the story they were told, without asking any difficult questions about the destruction. There was a ton of pushback from the locals about the bridge being casually destroyed just to capture a few people. They were screaming about excessive self-defense until the knight in the heavy armor stepped in with a death stare. He asked if they were calling Jet Black a liar, and the whole crowd just froze in terror because nobody wanted to offend him. Kai points out that what the knight did sounds a whole lot like straight-up intimidation. He looks a bit concerned that his name is being used like a weapon. The maid insists she was not being threatening at all, and claims she was simply confirming the facts of the matter for the citizens. Kai is not buying it for a second, because asking someone if they are prepared to offend a powerful warrior is the definition of a threat. Our boy's internal monologue starts to panic as he realizes just how much weight his reputation as Jet Black carries in this city. He is sweating bullets over the fame. The maid sighs and explains that she needs to take certain steps to ensure everything stays under control, and his name remains respected. She informs him that she will report the entire situation to the Ansage family within the Holy Church to ensure they have backup. She also clarifies that the repair costs for the bridge are already being fully covered by the 3 powers. Instead of feeling relieved, Kai is starting to feel like all this support is just another form of heavy pressure being piled onto his shoulders. He shakes his head vigorously, trying to clear out all these heavy thoughts before they drive him crazy. He just wants things to go back to normal. Kai asks if the bridge repairs have already begun, and she explains that mages are already on the scene using their powers to levitate huge stone bricks back into place. Kai decides he is going to deliver something personally, just like he mentioned earlier that morning. The maid offers to have a servant do it, but he is standing his ground. He explains that he is just a regular guy, and he would much rather rely on terrifying big shots as little as humanly possible for his daily chores. He mentions that he is already wearing his traveling gear, so there is no reason for him to wait around any longer in the mansion. The maid is genuinely taken aback by his sudden initiative, and you can see the surprise written all over her face as she watches him get ready. She takes a moment to process his request, looking at him with a mix of curiosity and respect. As she realizes he is serious about going, she finally gives in and tells him she understands, but she begs him to be extremely careful while he is out in the city alone. Kai flashes her a dazzling smile that is enough to make anyone's heart skip a beat. He looks confident and ready to face the world outside. The maid turns into a complete blushing mess, with her whole face turning bright red, as her professional composure totally evaporates into thin air. The local townspeople are gathered around and whispering to each other as they watch the young man head out into the bright morning light. Kai is walking through the town, but man, the social anxiety is hitting hard. Every single person is staring at him, and he feels like those eyes are literally burning through his armor. He only put this heavy gear on to stay safe in case someone tried to jump him again while he was out and about. But from the outside, he looks like a terrifying, silent juggernaut, making all the local ladies whisper and blush as he stomps past. Our boy is internally crying right now, wishing he had been a bit more specific with the steward about how this gear would make him look. He reflects on that bridge incident where he accidentally sliced through everything just because his blade was way too sharp for its own good. Nobody in the city actually knows it was an accident, so they probably think he is just some arrogant jerk showing off his power. He tells himself to keep his head down and not draw any more attention, but look at him. He is literally a walking tank. The weight of the armor and the weight of everyone's expectations are starting to pile up as he tries to act natural. Underneath that metal mask, Kai is sweating buckets, just praying he can get through the day without another disaster. If he wants to fix his reputation, he figures he needs to bring the best possible gift, even if it costs him a fortune. These fancy sweets go for 50,000 Regil a box, which is a massive hit to his wallet, but he considers it a necessary expense. He pumps himself up, trying to find the courage to walk into the shop and act like a normal customer for once. He finally arrives at the high-end bakery, and the door chimes as he steps inside the beautifully decorated storefront. The baker behind the counter looks absolutely stunned to see a fully armored knight walking into her quiet little shop. She starts panicking and rushing around the moment she sees him, while Kai just stands there feeling like a total creep. He is convinced that she knows all about the bridge incident and is probably terrified that he is there to cause more trouble. He scans the room, looking at the fresh bread and trying to figure out what would make the best peace offering. Kai looks over the incredible selection of bread and pastries to find the perfect gift that will win over even the most upset person. The manager comes out personally to greet him, and she is trying her best to keep a professional smile despite her nerves. Our hero starts sweating bullets when he realizes his intimidating appearance has officially caused the manager to flag him as a suspicious character, just for walking inside. She has this forced grin on her face as she sweats, clearly not used to serving someone who looks like they just came from a war zone. To his surprise, she asks him to follow her to a private room in the back where he can relax away from the crowds. Our boy is totally caught off guard and tries to tell her that staying out in the main shop is perfectly fine with him, but she is not taking no for an answer, bowing deeply and insisting that he deserves the best treatment they have to offer. He is seriously impressed by the level of service, thinking that this is exactly what you would expect from a top-tier establishment. She gestures for him to follow, and he reluctantly trails behind her, wondering why he is getting the red carpet treatment. She stops at a large, ornate set of double doors and tells him that his private lounge is right through here. The manager opens the doors and reveals a room that is way more luxurious than anything Kai expected for a simple bakery visit. He steps inside, feeling a bit awkward as he clanks across the polished floors while the manager bows respectfully. The furniture is top-notch, with plush chairs and a glass table that probably costs more than everything he owns. Kai admits that this place is really something else, and the manager tells him to have a seat and make himself comfortable. It finally sinks in that he has been shown to the actual VIP room, and he starts to wonder if there has been some kind of mistake. He clears his throat and calls out to the manager, needing some answers about why he is being treated like royalty. She explains that this room is reserved for their most valued guests, and apparently he is at the very top of that list. The manager explains that Lord Banlard issued a special directive to provide the man known as Jet Black with the finest hospitality available at all times. Kai looks completely lost right now. He just wanted a quick snack, but everyone is acting like he is some kind of legendary celebrity who needs special treatment. Our boy literally admits to himself that the name Banlard doesn't ring a single bell. Talk about being out of the loop while being the center of attention. Kai realizes the shop is only treating him this way because they are terrified he will lose his temper and destroy the place like he did to the bridge. The manager holds up a finger as she moves on to explain the second, even more important part of the special directive they received. Kai starts to panic when he hears the staff has strict orders to contact the big boss the moment he walks through the door. It turns out Lord Banlard lives right around the corner. If they send a message now, the big boss could be here in minutes. The tension in this bakery is reaching a breaking point. Kai is officially panicking. He realizes his reputation is way bigger than he thought, and now he might have to deal with a legendary figure he knows nothing about. Our protagonist shouts for her to just get the food ready as fast as humanly possible. He even promises a massive tip if she can get him out of there before the big shots arrive. The poor chef girl is doing her best to keep up, but the pressure is clearly getting to her. She is practically vibrating with anxiety as she rushes to fulfill the order. Kai has a total mental breakdown as he realizes the manager is just stalling for time until the terrifying organization leader arrives. Just as they are trying to stay low, a sudden shout catches them off guard, and someone points a finger right at our hero. The chef girl nearly jumps out of her skin from the surprise while he stands there completely frozen, realizing his cover has been blown. Little Ramai comes charging into the room with a massive smile, clearly thrilled to see her favorite person again. She is way more excited than he anticipated and looks ready to tackle him with a giant hug before he can even react. Ramai bursts into the room with pure energy, shouting that she has finally arrived. She looks like a ray of sunshine in that green dress of hers, but she is moving way too fast and ends up slamming face first into the heavy dark gray armor of our boy Kai. That definitely had to leave a mark. The chefs in the background are absolutely panicking, while Kai tries to process the tiny girl now clinging to his metal chest plate. He looks completely stunned. Kai is sweating bullets under that helmet. He is clearly not used to dealing with children, especially ones as enthusiastic as this little lady. Ramai drops a massive bombshell, casually mentioning that her father is actually the head of the entire trade organization. This completely changes the power dynamic here. Kai starts coughing up blood internally, because he realized he is holding the daughter of the most powerful merchant around, and he just made the worst possible impression. The head chef is standing there looking like she wants to disappear into the floorboards before she gets fired for the chaos. She is bowing for her life. Ramai tilts her head, looking up at the silent mountain of metal in front of her with genuine confusion. She has no idea why he is so stiff. Behind the visor, Kai's face is a complete mess of panic as he nervously asks where her parents are supposed to be. He needs an adult immediately. Instead of answering, she gives him special permission to call her by her name. Our boy is frantically waving his hands because that is a huge breach of etiquette. She is stubborn about it, though. Kai realizes he cannot let a single soul know he is just an ordinary guy under all this intimidating gear. He tries to steer the conversation back to safety by asking how on earth she ended up here without her guardians. He is desperate for some backup. We get a glimpse into the past, where she apparently ditched her maids and got the report about Kai's location herself. She is basically a tiny mastermind in training. The blonde girl looks him right in the eye and asks if he is actually impressed by her accomplishments, which leaves our knight completely stunned. The silence is deafening as she waits for his praise. Kai is just staring back, completely paralyzed by the pressure of this little girl's expectations. She is really feeling herself now, striking a proud pose while Kai just looks on with a deadpan expression. The confidence on this kid is next level. A massive sigh escapes his helmet as he leans back into the sofa, totally exhausted by this girl's relentless energy. Being a legendary knight is tiring. Ramai is humming a little tune, looking incredibly smug about winning him over so easily. She knows exactly how to handle our protagonist. Our boy finally starts to relax and thinks to himself that using that expensive potion earlier might have actually been worth the investment. A rare, genuine smile crosses his face. Seeing her this happy makes all the trouble of wearing this heavy armor feel like a small price to pay. The workers come back in looking like they have seen a ghost. Kai just looks at them and wonders why they are acting so strange all of a sudden. The chef presents the order for 5 items, and the total comes out to a staggering 200,000 Rajil. They even throw in a fancy apology gift because they are so intimidated by his jet black armor presence. Dealing with high-end shops is clearly a different world for our boy. Kai is absolutely losing his mind inside the helmet. Who spends that much money just on some sweets? This is exactly what you would expect from the rich. Ramai notices him freezing up and asks what is wrong, totally oblivious to the financial heart attack he is having in his head. He quickly tries to play it cool, explaining that these are actually for the workers he is delivering to. Classic cover-up move right here. He grips the bag tightly, probably more concerned about the value of the contents than his own life at this point. That is a lot of money. Kai reaches out with his heavy armored hand to take the bag of expensive sweets, his movements cautious so as not to crush the delicate treats. She turns to the worker named Diva and commands her to handle the mana payment. She tells them to just bill the director at the end of the month. She says it with the most casual, bored expression imaginable. She is definitely used to throwing her father's massive weight around whenever she wants. Kai tries to jump in and stop her, because he knows this is going to end in a mountain of paperwork or unnecessary trouble. He is screaming internally that this is absolutely not okay. The pressure of being involved with merchant royalty is finally hitting him like a truck. Diva just bows respectfully, agreeing to advance the cost and refusing any payment from the man known as Jet Black today. Money talks in this city. Kai realizes that being from a merchant family means she handles influence more skillfully than people twice her age, which is honestly a bit unfair. He tells her straight up that she acts way too grown up for her age, which seems to catch her slightly off guard for a second. She explains that her dad taught her to rack up as many favors as possible, which leaves everyone in the room stunned by her logic. Ramai gives him that look again while leaning into her merchant daughter persona. Kai is already starting to sweat just being near her because her calculations are on another level. Since the manager refuses to take her money, she just accepts the free service and thanks the staff for their hospitality. Kai has reached his limit and realizes that trying to argue with their logic is just a massive waste of energy, so he decides to finally leave. Our knight realizes he needs to finish his delivery and make a run for it before the girl's father shows up and makes things more complicated. Just as he turns to leave, he feels a tug on his armor. Ramai is not letting him go that easy and announces that she is coming along for the ride. Kai is already worried about standing out too much in his heavy armor, and the last thing he needs is to start a scandalous rumor by wandering around with the director's daughter. He tries to be polite and tells her she really doesn't need to tag along, but Ramai is already 10 steps ahead of him. She claims she is officially hiring him to be her personal bodyguard for the day. Kai just stands there with his brain completely short-circuiting. He really thought he could just slip away quietly, but he got caught in her trap. It turns out the staff even helped her out by sending the carriage and guards home, so the poor guy has no choice but to stay by her side for the rest of the day. She looks up at him with these big sparkling eyes that are impossible to say no to. Kai is a legendary warrior, but he is totally defenseless against this kind of social pressure. He looks down at this tiny girl who just completely outplayed him. It is honestly kind of funny how a guy in full plate armor can be so easily defeated by a child. Ramai gives him the most innocent smile in the world while Kai just wilts in the background. She knows exactly what she is doing, and she knows she won this round. Our protagonist is officially waving the white flag. He has to admit that her ability to corner people like this is actually pretty impressive in a scary way. Honestly, fair point, she is a genius. Ramai skips along with pure joy as she drags her new armored bodyguard behind her, leaving Kai to follow along like a defeated puppy. while she celebrates her successful scheme. He is literally crying under that helmet, wondering how his life turned into a babysitting simulator. This was supposed to be a simple mission, but he keeps getting dragged into these chaotic situations. The shop visit comes to a close as the baker bids them a warm farewell. She asks Ramai to make sure she gives her regards to Director Banlard when she gets back home. The baker watches them through the window and tells Kai she hopes he will continue to favor her shop with his business in the future too. Inside the helmet, Kai is actually looking a bit flustered by all the attention. He thinks to himself that he definitely needs to bring them something nice next time he visits. She gives a respectful nod as they head out, clearly happy to have served such a unique and interesting pair of customers today. They step out into the bright sunlight together as Ramai waves a cheerful goodbye to the shop. Kai is stuck carrying the heavy shopping bags while they make their way down the cobblestone path. This is a classic escort mission vibe, and I am totally here for it. Ramai suddenly stops and looks up at him with a serious pout. It is clear she has something important on her mind while she stares at his heavy armor. A close-up of Ramai's face reveals she is blushing intensely and sweating. She is clearly building up the courage to say something difficult. They really did some serious damage to their wallets back at the bakery. Kai is stuck hauling a massive load of fresh bread and treats for the trip home. Kai notices her staring and turns his horned helmet toward her in confusion. He lets out a quiet hum of curiosity, wondering why she has suddenly gone so quiet. Ramai gets even more annoyed and demands to know what is up with that face he is making. Even though he is wearing a full helmet, she can somehow sense his internal confusion. Our favorite duo ends up in a cute chibai stare-down. This is classic tsundere behavior, and I am totally here for it, even if Kai has no clue what he did wrong. Ramai suddenly thrusts her hand out toward Kai. She is demanding that he take her hand so they don't get separated in the streets. Ramai holds her hand out while looking away to hide her blushing face. She tells him that she will graciously allow him to hold her hand as they walk. Kai is shocked and asks her if she is serious about this sudden request. She doubles down and asks if he heard her the first time, insisting that he take her hand. She acts like she is doing him a massive favor by letting him touch her hand. Kai is just standing there wondering why she is using such an arrogant tone for something so simple. Honestly, fair. Kai starts sweating bullets as he realizes the massive responsibility of escorting a high-class lady through a rowdy crowd. He knows that if even a single hair on her head is harmed, it is his neck on the line. She warns him that if she ends up getting lost in the crowd, it will be his responsibility. It is her twisted way of making sure he stays close to her the entire time. Our boy finally realizes that she just wants to hold hands so badly that she has resorted to threats. He is sweating bullets under that helmet while dealing with her complicated feelings. She looks up at him with those big blue eyes and asks if he has a problem with her suggestion. She is being incredibly pushy, but it is clear she is just feeling lonely. Kai figures that as the guy who is supposed to be protecting her, this is actually a pretty helpful suggestion. It is much easier to keep track of her if they are physically connected. He lets out a long and heavy sigh that echoes through the streets. Bro made the right choice to keep his sanity intact and just go along with her little plan. He finally reaches out his massive armored gauntlet and tells her to take his hand. He is trying to be as gentle as possible despite the cold metal of his gear. Ramai tentatively places her small hand against the hard metal of his gauntlet. That contrast really shows how much of a tank he is compared to her. She complains that the armor is actually quite hard to grab onto. Kai just deadpans that if the armor were soft, it would not be doing its job very well. She notes that the metal looks like it might hurt her skin, so she decides to hold on from her side instead. It is a small but significant moment of connection for them both. Ramai is suddenly all smiles as she clings to his arm with a satisfied look. Kai is confused by her sudden change of heart, but he does not seem to mind the closeness. She tells him that it is good to see he finally understands that kind of thing. Watch this moment of bonding come back later as a major plot point for their relationship. She remembers back to when she was younger and her father Banlard gave her some advice. He told her that compromise is the most important trait for a merchant to have. He explained that if she can remember that, things in her life will always go much better. Kai thinks to himself that her father seriously taught her well. They continue walking down the street together, looking more like a family than a guard and his charge. Yeah, that hit different. Ramai explains that studying was the only way she knew how to kill time in the past while she was bedridden. It is heart-wrenching to think how lonely she must have been. Kai looks down at her with a soft expression in his eyes. He is starting to understand just how much she struggled before she met him and gained her freedom. He thinks about how she used to just lie there in bed, barely able to even move. Seeing her walking and laughing now is a complete from the life she used to have. Our boy gives her a warm and genuine smile, even though she cannot see it through his mask. He is feeling a deep sense of pride for how much she has grown lately. As they walk together, Kai reflects on how restricted her life must have been up until this point. He genuinely wants her to experience the freedom and joy she has been missing out on for so long. A veteran warrior shares some words of wisdom and tells the young girl to keep at it. He promises that living life to the fullest is the one thing she will never regret. The blonde girl lets out a frustrated huff and turns her head away, clearly annoyed by the night's lecture. She is definitely not in the mood for a heart-to-heart talk while she is trying to enjoy her day. Kai stands tall in his dark armor, telling her to just do what needs to be done so she can play to her heart content later. Ramai just pouts and says that everyone tells her the exact same thing. Kai realizes that even if the advice is repetitive, it just means everyone truly cares about her well-being. He is honestly touched by how much they all love her. He realizes she has probably heard the same lecture so many times she is absolutely sick of it. Classic overprotective family trope right here. As they walk through the streets, our boy is carrying all the bags like a true gentleman, while Ramai follows behind him. She suddenly asks him if she can say something. Our girl drops a bombshell, looking completely exhausted and claiming she is already tired. Man, her stamina is basically non-existent at this point. Kai stops in his tracks, completely caught off guard by her sudden lack of energy. Ramai asks if he really expected her to walk the entire way instead of catching a carriage. Ramai stares him down until he admits he also expected to find a carriage for their journey. Watching a legendary knight get bullied by a little girl is honestly top-tier comedy. Our knight in shining armor starts panicking when he sees her looking exhausted, but she just brushes it off with a calm expression. Even in her chibai form, she is determined to show him that she can handle a little bit of walking. She looks off into the distance, mentioning how this feels just like it did back then. It is a quiet moment that hints at a lot of shared history between them. Suddenly she drops the act and straight up asks for a piggyback ride. Our boy is absolutely flustered, his helmet practically vibrating from the shock of her request. In his head, he realizes he has to keep a much closer eye on her. He is terrified of missing the signs and realizing too late that she actually needs help. Ramai keeps up the performance, wiping her forehead and acting like she is about to faint from the heat. This girl deserves an award for this level of acting. Kai isn't buying her act for a second and calls her out on pretending to be tired just to get more attention. The armored warrior is getting heated while she just gives him this smug look, knowing she is getting under his skin. Caught in her lie, our girl just gives him this mischievous little smile. She knows she is being a handful, but she is clearly enjoying every second of it. As they continue their walk under the bright sun, Kai looks at her and wonders if she is actually upset or just messing with him. Honestly, she is probably a bit of both, but seeing her happy is all that matters to him in the end. The little troublemaker finally gets her way and settles in against his massive armored shoulder. This is easily the most wholesome duo in the series so far. While the city enjoys another peaceful morning, absolute chaos is already brewing behind closed doors. Our purple-haired boss panics as she spots Ramai clinging to Kai in his dark gray armor. She immediately identifies our protagonist as the terrifying destroyer. The manager and her assistant stare at their surveillance monitor in absolute horror as the terrifying armored giant slowly approaches their office. The manager of Melendum is completely baffled by the bizarre combination of characters heading her way. She sweats nervously as she tries to comprehend how such an unlikely duo even ended up working together. Ramai flashes a sweet smile, looking incredibly happy as Kai carries her on his back in his intimidating dark gray armor. Even the assistant can't help but worry about the sheer chaos this bizarre and intimidating duo is bound to bring. Suddenly, the assistant delivers some terrifying news about an unexpected inspection from the sponsor side, causing his boss to completely lose her cool. The panicked manager shakes her assistant in absolute desperation, stressing that cutting corners is absolutely out of the question. They are in deep trouble if they cannot get things perfect before the big inspection arrives. Mellendom's incredible reputation means they answer to some of the most powerful and demanding leaders in the world. If they displease these elites even a little bit, their entire operation could be completely ruined in an instant. Biting her gloved thumb in sheer anxiety, the boss accepts reality. She grits her teeth and states they have no choice but to go out and greet them. She compares Kai and Ramai to a guy carrying a time bomb with a girl who acts as the fuse and detonator. This manager has some truly wild metaphors. The blonde assistant is completely flabbergasted by her dramatic comparison. He sweat drops and frantically asks what on earth she is talking about. Ignoring his confusion, she turns her back and calmly adjusts her glasses, preparing herself for the stressful confrontation ahead. The assistant nearly has a heart attack on the spot, completely terrified of the massive responsibility being dumped directly on him. She coldly tells him to handle the greeting alone while she prepares a massive supply of recovery potions. He realizes she is completely serious and starts crying inside. Their entire reconstruction business relies heavily on a high-level technique called mana infusion. By coating structures with a layer of hardened magical energy, they make the finished product incredibly durable and capable of withstanding almost any future damage. However, this advanced construction technique comes with a massive downside, since the sheer mana consumption is far too much for normal workers. The boss facepalms in her office, realizing this surprise inspection leaves them no room for error. They must deliver the absolute highest quality to impress their sponsors. She tries to motivate her assistant by promising a massive bonus and a fantastic appreciation party if they somehow manage to pull this off. Her assistant looks absolutely terrified, feeling the immense weight of the future of the operation resting solely on his shoulders. Left with no other choice, the poor guy can only accept his grim fate and prepare himself for the absolute worst. Summoning every ounce of his remaining courage, the assistant steps out of the office to face the workers while his boss watches from behind. He gathers the exhausted construction crew together, hoping to rally them for one final push before the strict inspectors arrive. He desperately tries to project confidence, but his obvious terror makes it clear to everyone that they are in trouble. A group of exhausted construction workers look back at him with completely drained, lifeless expressions, looking ready to collapse at any moment. The exhausted crew tries their absolute best to infuse the stone bridge with magic, but they are so completely drained of energy that their spells immediately fizzle out before they can even make any real progress. The stressed-out manager looks completely drained as she complains about her mounting headaches. She feels like she is the one who truly deserves to be throwing a tantrum right now. She thinks of Kai, the man in jet black armor rumored to glare down the three great powers, while Ramai stands beside him looking completely innocent. She sweat drops as she notices his dark, ominous aura looks even more terrifying and intense than the last time they met. Adjusting her glasses, the manager wonders if our protagonist possesses some kind of legendary item that constantly reacts to his dark mood. She tells herself that as long as she focuses entirely on Lady Ramai, she might actually survive this. After all, she is the top manager of Mellendom with a stellar reputation. Outside on the peaceful cobblestone streets, ordinary citizens go about their day carrying supplies. Inside the building, the heavy wooden doors slowly creak open as Kai and Ramai make their grand entrance, catching the manager completely off guard. The manager quickly plasters on her most professional, polite smile and places a hand over her heart to welcome her incredibly powerful guests. His silent and intimidating presence immediately fills the room, making it clear that he isn't someone to be trifled with. Ramai waves cheerfully with a bright smile and says hi, while Kai stands politely behind her, holding his hands together in a gentle greeting. The purple-haired researcher politely introduces herself as the project lead and director of the entire operation. She's trying to keep things professional despite the tense situation. Kai gives a very brief and cold greeting in return. He wants to make sure he doesn't give away any unnecessary information or show any weakness to this suspicious director. The director immediately begins to panic internally, thinking that only an incredibly powerful mastermind would offer such a bare minimum greeting. She believes he has 0 openings. She looks over at Ramai and silently thanks the gods that the young blonde girl is present to keep this terrifying giant of a man calm. Meanwhile, behind his stoic mask, Kai is actually sweating buckets and completely lost on what his next move should be. Talk about a massive misunderstanding. The researcher is convinced he will never reveal his true goals. To make matters worse, his dark armor makes it completely impossible to read his expressions. Suddenly, our protagonist speaks up and says he only wanted to drop something off if she is willing to accept his gift. This completely throws her off. Kai lifts up several boxes of delicious pastries, explaining that he simply wanted to offer a small apology for his earlier behavior. She takes the boxes with a surprised expression, thanking him politely, while her mind desperately tries to calculate his true hidden motives. Looking down at the treats, she keeps wondering what this mysterious knight is actually aiming at with such strange gesture. That is when she notices the fancy logo on the packaging and realizes these are extremely expensive luxury sweets from the famous Lilyrin trade. This is not just a cheap snack, because 5 entire boxes of these high-grade pastries would easily cost hundreds of thousands of coins. Kai politely apologizes for interrupting her important work and says they will take their leave now, while Ramai cheerfully waves goodbye. The director stands completely frozen in absolute shock as she watches them prepare to just walk away after dropping this bomb. She is left completely baffled, desperately trying to figure out if this legendary warrior actually just delivered a simple gift and left without any kind of hidden agenda. A sudden realization hits her, and she screams in despair because they didn't have to bend over backwards performing an expensive mana infusion for absolutely no reason. The manager clutches her head in absolute agony as she realizes she made a massive mistake with her commands. To make matters worse, she cannot even take back her orders now without completely destroying her credibility. If the public ever found out they stopped using mana infusion over a misunderstanding, their entire hard-earned reputation would immediately crumble to pieces. She looks ahead with sheer terror, wondering if this was actually the black-armored knight's master plan right from the very beginning. She calculates that by spending only a few 100,000 Rajil on some fancy pastries, the mysterious knight has completely outplayed them. He has successfully forced their hand into performing a massive mana infusion that will easily cost their organization several million Rajil this time. The director realizes they just handed a massive negotiation victory to a total stranger they owe nothing to. She wonders what kind of genius mind could pull off such a perfect play. Refusing to let her pride be completely crushed, she decides they must land at least one blow back. A sudden devious plan forms in her mind, and she gets a sly grin as she prepares her counterattack. She runs out of the study room, shouting for Lady Ramai to wait just a moment before they leave the building. Both of them stop in their tracks, completely confused by the sudden shouting, as Ramai clings tightly to her armored guardian. Kai looks down at the young girl in pure confusion, trying to figure out why the director is suddenly running after them when they were already on their way out. The purple-haired woman with glasses is panicking and shouting for Lady Ramai to wait just a second. Our boy Kai is standing there in his heavy gray armor, while the little girl Ramai clings to his leg like her life depends on it. Ramai looks up at the towering knight with big blue eyes as she refuses to let go of his leg. Our protagonist, Kai, is just standing there wondering how he got himself into this situation with a kid attached to his armor. The woman with purple hair explains that to restore the bridge they have to keep the mana infusion going for hours on end. She looks completely drained just thinking about the massive task ahead of them and the cost involved. This level of work is basically impossible without a massive supply of recovery potions to keep the workers fueled up. The sheer scale of the project is starting to set in for everyone involved in the bridge repair. High-grade recovery potions are incredibly expensive, and the sheer volume they need for this bridge repair is a logistical nightmare. That single bottle is just a small taste of the costs involved. We are looking at entire crates filled to the brim with these glowing blue bottles ready for transport. This is not just a small request, it is a full-blown logistics nightmare for any normal merchant to handle. The woman in glasses looks away and breaks into a cold sweat while trying to find the right words to say. She knows asking for this kind of volume is a huge reach, and she is bracing for a rejection. She starts stumbling over her words and apologizes for dropping such a massive request out of the blue. Ramai just tilts her head, looking innocent and confused by the sudden change in tone from the director. It turns out she was hoping to ask Lord Banlard for a massive favor regarding the supplies for the project. This whole thing is clearly a desperate move to keep the bridge project from falling apart completely today. Little Ramai blinks her blue eyes as she processes the request with a look of pure focus on her face. Even though she is just a kid, she is clearly listening to every single detail like a total pro. The woman asks if it is possible to get 60 bottles total delivered directly to the construction site. She is practically pleading at this point with her hands clasped together and a nervous smile on her face. Without missing a beat, Ramai tells her it is no problem and she will have 60 bottles sent over right away. The purple-haired woman is absolutely floored by how easily our girl agrees to the massive deal. She is thinking to herself that Ramai answered like this kind of massive transaction is just a simple breakfast order. The casual confidence coming off this little blonde girl is actually starting to get a bit terrifying. An image of Lord Banlard with his blonde mustache appears behind Ramai as the woman realizes the family bloodline is strong. Dealing with a trade director's daughter is definitely not like dealing with any normal child. Now she is getting paranoid, thinking our protagonist, Kai, only tried to leave earlier to put pressure on her. She is fuming and thinking these two are playing some kind of high-level chess with her heart. Ramai holds up a finger and asks if she can prepare 4.2 million Rajil to cover everything. And the director agrees immediately, even though that massive price tag is definitely going to leave a mark on her budget. She looks like she is about to burst into tears, while the reality of that massive bill sinks in. This is definitely not the outcome she was expecting when she started this conversation with the little girl. Seeing her distress, Ramai offers a bit of mercy and says she can pay the big sum later if it is too much at once. Kai just stands there in the background looking as intimidating as ever in his horned helmet. Coins and potion bottles fly through the air as the logistics of the deal start moving into place. This is big business happening in the middle of what started as a simple apology for a mistake. A carriage rushes through the town streets to get the cargo delivered as quickly as possible to the site. Every second counts when there is a bridge to be fixed and millions of Rajil on the line. The woman realizes that Ramai managed to factor in every single cost perfectly despite her age. She thinks to herself that there is no doubt this girl is truly the brilliant daughter of the trade director. She finally accepts the situation and says she understands while her soul basically leaves her body from the stress. Even a simple transaction with our protagonist and his little companion is enough to ruin a person's day. She starts crying and complains that the shipping bill alone basically cancels out those fancy sweets she got. She wonders if Kai actually anticipated things would go this way from the very start of their meeting. Ramai looks up at the big guy in armor and admits she had no idea the supplies were actually for this bridge. It seems like even our girl was a bit in the dark about the full plan. Our boy Kai just tells her to never mind and forget it, while a giant question mark floats over his head. Sometimes it is better not to overthink how things ended up in such a massive profit. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in Ramai's head as she realizes what that apology gift and the price tag were really about. Her eyes go wide as she connects all the dots between the cheap sweets and the massive bill. She is starting to see the true nature of this deal. She realizes his apology is total nonsense now that she sees how much profit he is raking in. To her, those cheap sweets were just a clever distraction from the real money being made. The mysterious emblems on the knight armor serve as a reminder of the power he truly holds. This is not just a simple merchant deal anymore. It is a series of calculated and dangerous moves. Inner thoughts reveal that after being toyed with this hard, her pride is not going to let her just swallow it. This little girl is not about to let anyone get the better of her without a fight. The purple-haired woman tries to change the subject and invites the armored knight to see their mana infusion work. She is trying to salvage what is left of the day by showing off their technical progress. She puts on her most charming and persuasive smile, hoping that a bit of friendly hospitality will smooth over the tension from their intense and expensive business deal. Kai asks if they are applying the mana infusion technique to things like weapons and armor here. The woman confirms his suspicion and seems excited to show him the technical details of their secret craft. Our boy is curious, but he knows he should probably hurry up and confirm the order first. He is torn between his professional duty as a knight and his interest in high-level magic techniques. The director insists that a quick tour will only take a few minutes of his time, trying her best to keep the group together so she can show off their impressive craftsmanship. Ramai is not about to let the armored knight out of her sight just yet, as she latches back onto his leg while they discuss the upcoming tour. The purple-haired woman is thrilled because little Ramai gave her the perfect opening. She turns to Kai and asks if he is willing to give her idea a shot. Kai is not one to turn down a reasonable request. He adjusts his heavy gauntlets and tells her he will take her up on that offer as long as it is no trouble. That is the answer she was hoping for. She clenches her fist with a look of pure satisfaction, knowing everything is going exactly according to her master plan. The group steps out into the clear afternoon air, providing the perfect backdrop for a demonstration that will show Kai exactly what their specialized mana infusion is capable of doing. While carrying Ramai on his back, our protagonist asks for a bit more detail on how this test works. The woman explains that he just needs to tap the material with his weapon. She goes on to explain the wonders of mana infusion. Apparently, she can make a block of plain stone just as hard and durable as iron. Our boy has a very practical concern, though. He is worried that even with the magic, his sword might just slice right through the stone like butter. The merchant just laughs it off with a confident smile. She clearly thinks he is exaggerating his own strength or underestimating her magical expertise. They make their way into the cobblestone square to set things up. She is ready to put her research to the ultimate test in front of everyone. Deep down, this lady is a bit of a schemer. She is determined to force him into showing his true power, just like how he caught her off guard earlier. She begins to channel her mana, and purple electricity starts dancing around her hands. She is putting a serious amount of effort into this enchantment. Ramai watches in awe as the stone blocks begin to glow with an intense magical aura. The power pouring into the material is enough to make the air itself vibrate. The purple-haired woman claps her hands together, feeling extremely proud of her work. She just hopes Kai won't be too annoyed when he realizes he is being used for marketing. Our protagonist politely thanks her for helping him out. Little does he know that her assistants are already gossiping about the famous knight known as Jet Black. This merchant is a true shark. She is already imagining the sales pitch telling everyone that even the legendary Jet Black was impressed by her products. She is already picturing the massive fame and fortune that this partnership will bring her. She can practically smell the gold coins and see her brand being featured on the front pages of every major newspaper across the entire land. The merchant's assistants set out trays of delicious pastries and donuts on top of the plain stones. It seems they want to provide some snacks for the onlookers while they prepare the demonstration. Kai gets into a low stance and warns Ramai that things might get a bit dangerous. He can tell this is not going to be as simple as a light tap. The girl with glasses tries to play it safe by telling the knight to be gentle and smooth during the upcoming equipment test. She is clearly worried that his raw power might actually destroy the product instead of just showing it off to the crowd. Our boy draws his sword, and the entire area is flooded with a terrifying blue electrical charge. His eyes sharpen as he prepares to unleash a serious strike. Towering over the stones in his dark armor, Kai looks like a god of war ready to strike. That enchanted stone is about to face a level of power it was never meant to handle. A glowing blue blade slices through the air with incredible force. The edge of the sword connects with a solid stone block, sending sparks flying everywhere. Our protagonist, Kai, watches the impact with a calm but focused expression. He is wearing his signature dark gray armor and horned helmet as he evaluates the strength of his strike. Standing nearby is a purple-haired woman with glasses who looks incredibly confident. She's smiling as if she already knows that her special stone is going to come out on top. Kai's armored hand tightens its grip on the hilt of the weapon. You can tell he is preparing to follow through with the full momentum of his swing. With one swift motion, Our boy brings the blade down with enough power to shatter anything in its path. Blue energy ripples off the steel as it bites deep into the target. The supposedly indestructible stone block begins to fracture. A massive crack spiders down the center as the blue energy forces the two halves apart with a loud snap. Ramai stares at the scene in total disbelief. The blonde girl cannot believe her eyes as she looks at the stone that was just split clean in half. Kai starts to feel a bit awkward when he notices the heavy silence. An armored sweat drop appears on his helmet as he realizes he might have overdone it. The confident smile on the purple-haired woman's face has completely vanished. She is frozen in place with her mouth hanging open in pure shock. She screams out asking if what she just saw was an illusion. This moment is a total reality check for the ages as everyone processes the destruction of the pride of their organization. Ramai looks down with a shadow over her face and wonders if they were just overrating the stone's durability this whole time. Kai and the assistant start sweating bullets. The woman waves her hands, frantically trying to explain that something must be wrong. Her professional composure is melting away into pure panic right in front of Ramai. She explains that this stone was meant to perform on par with iron. It is supposed to be their pride and joy with a flawless record and zero complaints from anyone. Kai stands there surrounded by a dark and heavy aura of power. The woman realizes that he is about to leave them with an impression they can never undo. The weight of his presence is suffocating as she realizes just how much of a monster our boy really is. No ordinary person should be able to do what he just did. She realizes the most terrifying part is that he didn't even use mana infusion to strengthen the blade. He basically just dropped the sword and the stone still broke. When she says the situation is beyond words, Kai just tilts his head in confusion. He is wondering why everyone is making such a big deal out of a simple test. The assistant with the purple hair is totally losing her cool because she thinks she looks like a liar. Meanwhile, the blonde girl just stares at her with the most blank, unimpressed expression you've ever seen. Turning back to him with a nervous laugh, she calls him Jet Black and tries to get him to back up her story. She is desperate for any kind of validation. The purple-haired lady is having a total internal crisis because she bragged about the stone not even getting a scratch. Now she is desperately trying to clear the air with Ramai while asking Kai if the stone at least felt sturdier than regular rocks. Talk about a massive backfire for her entire sales pitch. She grabs Kai's arm and begs him to agree that it felt solid. Our boy looks incredibly uncomfortable while he tries to think of a way to respond without making things worse. An awkward silence hangs over the group as the assistant waits for an answer that might never come. Kai scratches the back of his helmet, feeling the pressure of the situation. He really did not mean to cause this much of a diplomatic disaster today. This poor woman is officially reaching her breaking point as the reality of her failure sinks in. She is screaming that there is no way this is happening because it goes against everything she knows. Her brain is basically short-circuiting while she flails around in a complete state of panic. Ramai narrows her blue eyes and realizes that this is a very bad situation. If their trade organization cannot be trusted, then their entire business model is going to collapse. She takes the organization's reputation for trust very seriously since it is her family legacy. Seeing their top-tier product shatter so easily makes her wonder if they have been overrating their inventory and lying to their clients this entire time. The assistant looks like she is about to faint from the stress. Meanwhile, Kai remains silent, looking like a stone statue in his heavy gray armor. The blonde girl is caught completely off guard when the knight suddenly speaks up to address her directly. She looks back at him with a sweat drop, wondering what kind of unexpected advice he is about to drop on her. He explains that judging something just by watching and judging it by doing it yourself are two very different things. He wants her to understand the nuance of the situation. Chibai Ramai considers his words while holding up a tiny checkmark sign. She starts to realize that the result might not always be the same depending on who is acting. Kai holds up a small fragment of the broken stone in his armored hand. He tells her it is important for her to check things with her own hands. Ramai nods her head with a look of newfound determination. Her blonde hair bounces as she prepares to take his advice and test the stone herself. He hands the piece of stone over to the little girl. She reaches out to take it, looking ready to put the material through its own rigorous inspection. She grips the stone fragment tightly and glares at it with an intense focus. Ramai is not going to let any detail slip past her this time around. The blonde girl decides to take her frustration out on the knight by playfully pummeling his chest armor with her fists. He just stands there like an absolute tank, completely unfazed by her tiny tantrum while she holds a stone fragment in her other hand. Kai stands tall in his dark armor while Ramai looks up at him with a serious expression. She confirms that she was indeed paying attention to the details of the stone fragment this time. Ramai holds up a small fragment of the rock and studies it closely. She points out to our protagonist that the stone is clearly chipped, proving her efforts were not for nothing. She compares her tiny fragment to the larger chunk in Kai's hand to see if they both share the same properties. Seeing the damage up close makes her realize that the material really isn't as tough as they were promised. The knight suddenly doubles over as a wave of realization hits him like a physical blow. The assistant and Ramai watch in total confusion as he groans, finally understanding the embarrassing secret behind why the material failed so miserably. Our boy explains the logic behind why the stone finally broke. He figures the hardening effect he applied to the rock earlier has likely worn off by now, making it vulnerable again. The purple-haired assistant is visibly exhausted and can't believe the knight just cracked a joke during such a serious moment. She looks at him with pure disappointment, asking why he felt the need to slip a pun into the conversation. Ramai is not finished yet and prepares for another round. She raises both of her hands high above her head, gripping the stone tightly as she gets ready to strike once more. She slams the rock down onto Kai's armored palm with everything she has got. She is determined to see if her strength can make any sort of dent against his legendary defense. Kai holds the stone up for Ramai to see and confirms there is absolutely no damage this time. Ramai is forced to agree and admits that he is right, seeing for herself that his defensive magic is holding firm. He takes a moment to lecture the young girl on what they have discovered. He tells her that he has actually learned a lot from this little experiment they just performed together. Ramai immediately lowers her head in a formal and respectful apology to the purple-haired woman. The sudden show of humility from the girl completely flusters the mage, who tells her to stop. Kai looks down at her with a proud expression beneath his helmet. He praises her by saying that knowing when to say sorry is just as important as having great power. Ramai beams with a bright smile after receiving some well-earned praise from her mentor. Below her, Kai finally pulls his helmet off to catch his breath while hoping people do not mistake him for the important one in their group. The purple-haired woman is absolutely fuming as she glares at our protagonist. She shouts at him to listen to who is talking, clearly losing her cool after being outplayed by his logic. Kai just chuckles behind his dark visor as he watches her reaction. He casually notes that things seem to be going pretty rough for everyone involved on both sides of this deal. The mage looks up at him with a stunned expression behind her glasses. It seems like Kai's words and his unexpected honesty are finally starting to reach her on a deeper level. She stands there in silence for a moment while processing everything that just happened. The previous tension in her face begins to fade as she realizes she might have misjudged him entirely. Kai gives her one last direct look as they wrap up their conversation. She responds with a very loud and formal "yes, sir," showing that she finally recognizes his true authority here. Ramai is back to her cheerful self as the two of them begin to walk away together. She lets out a happy shout, glad that the day ended on such a positive note. The mage watches their silhouettes fade into the distance while reflecting on the encounter. She realizes she didn't just gain a connection to the organization. She also gained a new respect for him after realizing she never stood a chance. She collapses to her knees in a comical heap of tears as the weight of the situation hits her. She tries to console herself by muttering that this was just a cheap lesson fee. Kai is carrying Ramai on his back while the sun sets over the city. She is so grateful for his help that she invites him straight to her house. Our main man starts sweating bullets behind that helmet. He tells her he will only walk her near her place because he is not ready to meet the head of the trade guild. Ramai is not taking no for an answer just yet. She promises him a massive welcome and even mentions there will be plenty of sweets for him to enjoy. Kai is just too humble for all that. He reminds her that she needs to focus on explaining the job she took to her parents before anything else. He explains that if things get too busy, it might be rough for her family to deal with him on top of their work. Our girl just pouts in response. He insists that now just isn't the right time for him to reveal his face to her family. He tells her to head home to her parents while he handles the paperwork for the report. Our boy is feeling the pressure as the little blonde girl keeps pushing his buttons. Sometimes being a mysterious hero is way more stressful than fighting monsters. Ramai gets curious and asks if he is busy with that secret intel agent gig he mentioned before. She is really starting to buy into his mysterious persona. Ramai admits that she is only asking about his life because he specifically told her not to ask in the first place. She is getting really curious about what this guy is hiding under that heavy armor. Kai starts sweating buckets internally because if she finds out he is actually unemployed, his cool image is toast. He plays it off by saying that any kind of work is difficult to handle. Ramai thinks about how her dad or herself can help our boy out. She suggests giving him high-tier items like enchanted swords and rare gems. Kai turns her down and says he can get whatever he needs on his own. Ramai thinks he is part of some massive organization and finds it incredibly cool. Our guy tries to stay humble even though he is performing insane feats that most people could only dream of. He is doing a great job of keeping his true power level a secret for now. Ramai starts yelling about how huge she wants her welcome to be. Kai is taken aback by her intensity and just stares at her while sweat drops down his helmet. Ramai starts flailing her arms around in excitement about her future goals. Kai has to tell her to be careful before she falls right off his back. She realizes that being saved by him gave her a brand new dream to chase. This is the starting point for her new life as a hero. Ramai declares she will get stronger and collect potions to help people just like he helped her. Kai laughs and tells her that is a noble goal to have. He knows that if she stays this pure, the trade organization will flourish under her leadership. Looking at her happy face, Kai truly hopes she keeps that pure heart forever. It is rare to see someone so untainted in such a harsh world. Since he won't visit her house, she asks if she can come over to his place instead. She wants to celebrate his new start with a special gift. Kai shuts that down immediately, saying he has things to do. The last thing he needs is a guest seeing his current living situation. Ramai is dying to know what the present is, but our boy is staying tight-lipped. The mystery just makes her even more persistent about visiting. She suggests coming over tomorrow instead. Kai checks his non-existent schedule and realizes he has no plans, so he finally agrees to let her visit. Ramai celebrates the win with a loud shout of joy. They decide to wrap things up and head home early so they can be ready for tomorrow. Our protagonist waves goodbye as they reach the carriage area. It has been a long day, but at least he made a powerful new friend. Ramai bursts through the front doors of her mansion like a whirlwind. She screams that she is back and expects a very warm welcome. Instead of a party, she finds her dad Banlard and her sister looking absolutely stressed out. Banlard can barely believe his daughter is actually back home. The blonde man with the mustache looks completely drained as he lets out a heavy sigh of relief. He is just glad the nightmare of worrying about his daughter is finally over for today. Her sister immediately lands a heavy chop on her head for disappearing without a guard. Ramai starts crying to her dad, but it looks like she deserved that one for the scare she gave them. Banlard lets out a heavy sigh and notes that it is too late to stay mad once everyone is safe. He is just glad she returned. The older sister decides to let the lecture slide for now, since the little one actually made it back in one piece. She agrees with her father that safety is the most important thing at the moment. They look around the room and ask why the mysterious man in the dark armor did not come inside the mansion with her. They fully expected him to be right behind her after such a long journey. Ramai explains that he walked her most of the way, but said he had important work to do for his organization, and headed back. A look of pure realization hits the face of Banlard as he tells himself to wait. He knows exactly what those words really mean. The blonde man and the older sister both scream in pure shock when they hear the excuses the warrior gave for leaving. They can hardly believe the words coming out of her mouth right now. Ramai covers her ears and tells them both to stop shouting at her. She has no idea why they are reacting this way to a simple excuse. Ramai keeps talking about her mysterious savior, Kai, explaining how he just walked away after claiming he had better things to do for his own organization. She thinks it is just a simple excuse and cannot understand why her family is making such a big deal out of it. Banlard breaks into a cold sweat as he realizes that is exactly the kind of arrogant line only a heavy hitter from a place like Verda would ever drop. He knows that when men like that say they can get whatever they need, they really mean it. The sister pulls Ramai into a tight hug as the little girl reveals she actually brought some business back with her. She secured a massive order for 10 full mana recovery potions and 50 medium ones to be delivered straight to the stone bridge. Banlard looks skeptical when he hears the order is for the same stone bridge they are currently spending a fortune to restore. Ramai just shrugs it off, saying Kai told her they would settle the bill and pay them back later. The dad scratches his head in total confusion because no normal construction project should ever require that much raw mana stock. He starts wondering what kind of secret operation is actually going down at that bridge site. Ramai explains that they are performing a massive mana infusion, which makes the local engineers look like they are having a total mental breakdown. Banlard listens intently as he starts to piece together the true scope of the situation. The sister goes quiet as the sheer scale of what Kai is doing finally starts to sink in for everyone in the room. It is becoming clear that their daughter has been hanging out with someone who operates on a terrifyingly high level. Banlard realizes this guy is a total powerhouse and asks his daughter if she really spent the entire day by his side. The thought of his innocent little girl tagging along with such a dangerous man has him feeling a bit lightheaded. Our guy decides he needs to move fast and heads over to his desk to handle some serious business. He cannot afford to delay when a man like Kai makes a request, even if it came through a child. He places his hand on a glowing blue communication crystal that begins to pulse with magical energy at his touch. This is how the big players in the trade world get things done without wasting a single second. He barks out an urgent order to send the potions to the bridge immediately, matching the specific request Ramai brought home. He is not just filling an order, he is making a calculated move in a much larger game. This high-speed contact system is the secret sauce that allowed their trade organization to grow into the massive empire it is today. Being able to respond to sudden requests immediately is what sets them apart from the competition. Banlard changes his mind mid-order and tells his staff to forget about the bill for now. He tells them to just say that they owe the organization one, because a favor from Kai is worth more than any amount of gold. Ramai tilts her head in confusion as she watches her dad suddenly turn into a high-level strategist right in front of her. She has no idea why everyone is so stressed about some potions and a bridge. He is thinking about the massive Melendum project and how this connection could be the absolute key to their future success. Taking a profit now would be nice, but playing the long game is how you truly win. In the world of high-stakes trading, selling a favor and building a solid connection now is a masterclass move. It will be worth far more than a quick payout once the real work begins. The sister is beaming with pride and tells Ramai she did more than enough today, which the little girl absolutely loves to hear. She hugs her tight, happy that her sister is finally back where she belongs. They start playing around as the sister lifts Ramai up, giving her all the praise and attention she was begging for. It is a rare moment of pure sibling wholesome energy in the middle of all this political stress. Banlard watches his daughters with a warm smile, but his mind is still racing with 100 different questions about their mysterious new ally. He wonders what Kai is really planning with all that mana. He cannot figure out how Kai knew about their secret link to Melendum, or how he manages to turn every one of Ramai's actions into a massive win. It is like the guy is playing chess, while everyone else is still learning the rules of checkers. It is a bit frustrating for him since they tried to pay the guy back by covering bridge costs, yet things still don't go as planned. He feels like he is constantly struggling to keep up with Kai's pace. He tries to play it cool and asks Ramai if they talked about anything else while they were out exploring. He is hoping for some kind of clue that will help him understand Kai's true intentions. Ramai innocently mentions that she is supposed to visit Kai's place tomorrow to pick up a special present he promised her. She is already looking forward to seeing him again and getting her gift. The air in the room instantly turns cold as both the dad and the sister freeze in absolute horror at the news. Their brains just short-circuit at the thought of Ramai going alone to that man's house. Banlard stands up and declares that he will allow her to visit, but she is strictly forbidden from accepting any presents from that man. He is terrified of what kind of trap Kai might be setting for them. Ramai is absolutely not having it as she prepares to fight tooth and nail for her promised prize. She truly thinks her dad is being totally unfair by trying to ruin the best part of her upcoming visit. Her dad is practically begging her not to be led around so easily, looking like his entire world is about to crumble. He is desperate to protect his daughter from being manipulated by a mastermind. The sister tries to step in as the voice of reason, pleading with Ramai to just be a good girl and listen to her father for once. She can see how stressed Banlard is getting over this whole thing. Ramai throws a massive temper tantrum and declares that she is definitely going to get the present she was promised. Her family can only watch in horror as she loses her mind over the situation. The sister is completely drained and asks her father what they are supposed to do now that Ramai is in her want-listen mode again. Dealing with a stubborn child is harder than any business negotiation. Banlard looks like he aged 20 years in 10 seconds, realizing that his youngest daughter is completely out of his control. He is at his wit's end trying to manage both his business and his family. Ramai lets out a triumphant shout, showing that she has no intention of backing down from her promise with her cool new friend. She is determined to go get what was promised to her no matter what. Banlard sighs and decides to table the discussion for now, hoping that once his wife returns they can finally sit down and talk some sense into their daughter. Meanwhile, Ramai is still celebrating her upcoming trip like she just won the lottery.